This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Ancient Tales vs. Avalon World. This feeling, Lilith and Shirley silently descended upon the ancient capital via the Rainbow Dimension. The sound of the Rainbow Bridge was overwhelming, but before leaving the Rainbow Dimension, Shirley tapped into the power of the Dream Dimension. Combined with Lilith's magic, their arrival went completely unnoticed, even by General Dong. A new miracle. As fellow miracle creatures of Bai Luo's, they were also somewhat aware of their master's new miracles. New power, Your Majesty. Leon, who was currently planning the ancient capital, nodded his head and said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, it's only been a short while. How did you find another miracle? Hadn't we agreed to come out to see him show off? He was embarrassed by the fact that he'd been showing off. And finding a miracle so quickly made it seem worthless. Leon was, after all, a miracle on page 8, but before he could even warm up to it, a miracle on page 9 appeared. Forget it, let me congratulate you first. Leon put his right hand on his chest and closed his eyes at the same time. Greed is with you, great king. Transcendence is with you, great king. Fantasy is with you, my master. 3 consecutive congratulations crossed time and space and fell into Bai Luo's mind. He smiled slightly and responded, accidentally, there is one more miracle. I am so good, Shirley. Suddenly I feel that the master is like a cucumber. Lilith, well, he deserves a pat. Leon, I kneel down and lick him. Shirley, the one upstairs. You are too shameless, right? Where is the face of the miracle? Lilith, kneel down and lick +1. Shirley was silent for a moment, then cheered excitedly. Shirley, let the master ride. Shirley is the best. Leon, Lilith, can you be a little more shameless? Ahem, Bai Luo, sorry, I got a little carried away, but it's just basic exercises. Don't be ridiculous. The relationship between the miracle and the miracle master is extraordinary, closer than family. Therefore, Bai Luo not only didn't mind Shirley and the others teasing, but was actually delighted, as it demonstrated their tacit understanding. Although there was a hierarchy between them, neither Bai Luo nor the other miracle masters would ever put on airs in front of their own miracles, let alone harm or humiliate them. After all, in this world, miracles are their roots and foundations. Who would undermine their own foundations? Miracle Clan, I, along with the god of ancient chronicles, bow before you. On the beach of Seashell Island, 6 beams of light shot skyward, illuminating the sea. They exercise some restraint, but even so, the changes and impact brought about by a mid-level miracle were still enormous. We wish for eternal life, led by Long Yixiang, Giji, Shura, Hu Inquin, Laosha, and Yaksha all bowed to Bai Luo. We serve you as king. I accept your service. Bai Luo couldn't help them all individually, but he immediately asked them to stand. Constrain your miraculous phenomena. Keep a low profile. Yes, we understand. The Luo family had become his miraculous entities, their bond incredibly close. If Bai Luo wanted to know their thoughts, he could instantly sense them. This included their emotions. If any of the 6 were discontented, sad, or angry, Bai Luo knew better than anyone else. Of course, the reverse was also true. If Bai Luo harbored discontent with someone, the Luo family would immediately blacklist them, waiting for Bai Luo's command to rip them to pieces. Therefore, the Luo family knew Bai Luo's current situation. They immediately withdrew all their power to prevent outsiders from noticing. Bai Luo had obtained another miracle. Being a miracle doesn't mean you can stand tall and low-key, Long Yixiang said. It's our fault that we can't intimidate the villains. It's none of your business, Bai Luo said. There's still a lot of time. We don't have to rush. You're right. Long Yixiang sensed Bai Luo's ambition and magnanimity. It was the demeanor of a king who could endure, stand upright, and stand firm. We will follow your will and blaze a trail for you. The old man still wore his white hair, but his face was wrinkle-free. He looked more like a hermit with youthful features than the skinny, sickly old man he once was. He wore a thin brown-gray bathrobe and held no weapon. He looked more like an easygoing old man than a powerful living saint. However, if Bai Luo were to evaluate him, he would undoubtedly say, a return to nature. Long Yixiang no longer had a murderous aura or a hint of ferocity. What he did have was a transcendental indifference. Perhaps in his youth, Lu Wei Longxiang had earned the title of Sword Saint, but Bai Luo felt that only now did Longxiang truly deserve the title. Not a professional title like the Xiaoguang Saint or Langayu Sword Saint, but a true Sword Saint. Your Majesty, you are kind enough. Bai Luo's thoughts were not hidden from Longxiang, and the old man felt a compliment. If it weren't for your Majesty's strike, I would still be unable to see my own path. It was your Majesty who awakened me. The scar on his back was a shame, but Longxiang would not erase it with Bai Luo's strike. It was a testimony to the encounter between a miracle and the Lord of Miracles, and a symbol of the final revolutionary gunshot before the night turned to dawn. Read Dragon Returns, Contract, Shiroatan Rank, Medium Type, Miracle Clan, Old Chief Affiliation, Ancient Tales Miracle Maximum Power. 100% Status, First Awakened, Champion Hero, Old Chief, not the head of a clan, but the first generation, the previous chief who founded Ancient Tales. Ancient Tales is a unique miracle. Dragon Returns is in a state of retreat, retaining only its own immense power but lacking the ability to unleash miracle power or transform into miracle units. In contrast, Dragon Returns is an extremely powerful individual force, capable of infinite resurrection and immortality. While all six possess unlimited miracle power, the difference is that Dragon Returns can unleash 100% of the miracle's original power, while Anaheim and the others have their own maximum output limits. Bitsujenshin, Anaheim, Status, Clan Chief Affiliation, Ancient Tales Miracle Power, Unlimited Miracle Power Instantaneous Maximum Power. 50% Like Dragon Returns, Anaheim's appearance has undergone significant changes since becoming a miracle. First, her originally black hair turned a brilliant white, and she changed into a loose-fitting white dress, resembling a woman about to be married off in the Sakura village. White dress's contract, effect, can be shared with miracle masters, equivalent to the miraculous power of other gods, namely, Bai Luo's own, synchronized with Guig's. As much as Guig possessed, Bai Luo also possessed. Bai Luo sensed it and realized that Guig's white dress contract, beyond just power sharing, seemed to have a certain connection with him. She somewhat resembled his senior sister, the Queen of Avalon, which was why Guig wore the white dress. The white dress was a traditional wedding dress in the Sakura village, which also meant, ahem. Bai Luo glanced at his senior sister calmly, and Guig smiled back at her. You? Although Isafia's face was expressionless, she secretly held disdain for Guig. You're such a jerk, Guig. It wasn't disdain, but rather that Guig had assumed she could legitimately become Bai Luo's, unaware of the kind of training that went into it. It's just a matter of status, Bai Luo quickly told the two women. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Bai Luo was a man of deep affection. His marriage to his senior sister wasn't just destined by the Queen and King of Avalon. It was also due to over a decade of mutual support and the wealth of memories they shared. But to Guig, Bai Luo could only offer a temporary apology. He had only known her for less than half an hour, and there was no emotional connection between them. So even if there was, Bai Luo wouldn't disrespect her. It's okay, it's okay. Guig had always loved competing with Isifia since childhood, and now that she saw her senior sister in Bai Luo, how could she possibly give up? I'm not interested in the queen or anything like that, but my man. Naturally, Bai Luo couldn't hide Guig's thoughts from her. She didn't care about status or position, she only wanted Bai Luo. Isn't it normal for Miracle to want more favor from her master, even to monopolize him? Queen Atón? That didn't matter. Guig simply wanted to be Bai Luo's favorite. HMPH, senior sister glanced at Guig with a hint of disapproval. Guig smiled faintly, but returned her gaze without a hint of weakness. I knew you'd come over here, and it wouldn't be good news. Senior sister held her forehead. As the saying goes, one can tell a person's future from the age of 3, she knew Guig's true nature all too well. She looked like a Yamato Natashiko, but in reality, she was a deeply sinister woman. If you don't object, I'll take that as your consent. Sure enough, Guig happily slid closer to senior sister, saying in a slightly flattering tone, don't worry. I don't want the queen or anything. I'll give you the kingdom, all I want is your majesty. Then, Guig, with a familiar embrace, clung to senior sister's arm. Get lost, senior sister pushed Guig away. I don't know you well. Ignoring the tugs and pulls of the two women, Bai Luo looked at Shen and Wang Quan. Tianjin God, Shura, identity, branch family patriarch miraculous power, infinite maximum power. 15% Shura's height had changed significantly. Originally over 1.8 meters, he now leaped to approximately 2 meters. Along with this, his stature grew in stature, resembling a celestial martial god. Power. This is the power of miracles, Shura observed, looking at his fist. It's mesmerizing. If I had this kind of power before, you still want to beat me to pieces. Bai Luo, feeling both amused and helpless, threw his arm around Shura's neck. Good boy, you have ambition. Bai Luo treated him like he would Knowles, feeling like a big brother guiding a younger brother. I dare not. Shura quickly shrank back. How dare I, Your Majesty, Wang Quan said. Don't be so polite to him. He's an idiot, a complete fool, me. Shura felt that even if he had become a miracle, he still didn't get along with Wang Quan. Your Majesty, she has a crush on you. Wang Quan's eyes widened. She had never imagined that Shura, the muscle-brained martial arts geek, would actually outmaneuver her. Tianjin God Wang Quan, identity, patriarch of a branch family. Miraculous power, infinite. Maximum power. 15%. Wang Quan and Shura were dressed similarly. Though both possessed the appearance of a Valkyrie, her dress style differed from Shura's, leaning more feminine. Her noble, cold warrior armor showcased the Valkyrie's strength and majesty, while retaining the feminine grace and heroic presence of a woman. Your Majesty, but Wang Quan couldn't even muster the energy to defend her Valkyrie's aloofness. Afraid Bai Luo might misunderstand, she quickly explained, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't at all, not at all, like you. Wang Quan's words were spoken with a certain air of disbelief. Furthermore, it was a rejection of Bai Luo. Miracle, how could he dislike his master? Watching Wang Quan shyly lower her head, her little girlish demeanor, Shura felt incredibly pleased. I told you to look down on me. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you, Pa? The next moment, a fist landed on Shura's head. It was Bai Luo who struck him. What the hell are you doing? Bai Luo scolded. Bullying a girl, what kind of man is that, huh? Puff. Seeing Shura stunned by Bai Luo's beating, like a child being beaten by his parents, Wang Quan couldn't help but laugh. Wang Quan, don't pay attention to what this kid says. In Bai Luo's eyes, Wang Quan was a bit like Inya, an older sister. But those two over there, Bai Luo saw Guig still flirting with senior sister, while senior sister looked like she had lost all hope in life. Bai Luo hurried over. They're really giving me a lot of worry. Are you envious? Shura noticed the look in Wang Quan's eyes. She looked at Isifia and Guig, then at Bai Luo's back. If you like it, just go for it. What are you afraid of? As twins, Shura knew Wang Quan's thoughts. I'm truly wronged. I was just acting as your wingman, and instead got beaten by the master. Ugh, what's wrong with this? Why won't it go away, Your Majesty's punishment? Miracle's power is useless. You can only wait for it to dissipate on its own. That's even possible. Shura was helpless. No matter how powerful a miracle was, it was still the master's miracle. But you better stop saying that. Wang Quan had expectations, but she knew her own limitations. I'm not like my sister. I'm just a martial god of the clan. What status? Shura encouraged. Our Majesty doesn't care about that. As long as the feelings are there, everything is fine. Miracles and their masters were connected by telepathy. They couldn't read Bai Luo's thoughts, but the miracles themselves could sense Bai Luo's preferences and emotions. Just like now, Wang Quan and Guig knew exactly what kind of person Bai Luo was and what his true nature was. Don't give up. Work hard. There's always a chance. Shura admired Bai Luo, but being a man, he couldn't help it. It's none of my business, though. Ha ha ha. So, being a man was the best thing. There was no need to compete with others. Suddenly, Shura sensed Leon's presence within Bai Luo's miraculous power. No, what do you mean no need to compete with others? Such a huge mass, is he blind? Hiss. Shura carefully sensed the power. What a strange aura. So strong, a truly formidable foe, Luosha said. It seems our competition will be even more intense than over there. Miraculous beings, without exception, yearn to shine before their masters. Shura and Luosha naturally sought Bai Luo's praise. Compared to the women's vying for favor, theirs was much simpler. A man's war, in a single word, war. Kunizashin Rakshasa, status, branch family had miraculous power, infinite maximum power. 10% Luosha's demeanor seemed largely unchanged from before, still resembling a down-and-out samurai, a Ronin. I don't understand, absolutely nothing. Yasha was still young, and his personality was similar to Inya's, carefree and carefree. For people like him, delicious foods like steamed buns and dumplings were far more appealing than Bai Luo. A man? What the hell was that, and could he even eat it? Huajinshin, Yasha, status, head of a branch family, miraculous power, infinite maximum power. 10% Huajinshin's attire remained unremarkable. The only difference was that Yasha now held a fox mask, which looked rather adorable. I'd better go with you. Wang Quan finally gave up. She saw her rivals, Isifia and Gigi. Neither of them was a match for her. A living saint. The strongest miracle child. And how much more powerful could such a miracle child become after becoming a miracle person, or a miracle self? The answer to this question was definitely there, but it was definitely extremely rare. Such people were almost impossible to come by. Yet, here, Gigi witnessed this situation. Senior sister, Gigi, and Longxiang, they were undoubtedly living saints. Yes, senior sister and Gigi were also living saints. This explains why the two can, to some extent, stand side by side, even rivaling each other. Furthermore, there are old uncle and Aaliyah, both powerful figures of their time, possessing the stature of living saints. Old uncle is a natural, a living saint, renowned general, and an all-around master. Aaliyah lacks the ability to lead troops in battle, but her attainments in strength are no less impressive than those of senior sister. Ghost Princess is similar to Aaliyah, but neither of them can match senior sister, who, like old uncle, is also almighty. So, let's take a look at the living saints and renowned generals currently under Bai Luo's command. Living saints, Longxiang, Ghost Princess, Aaliyah, Abaddon, Glass. Reputable generals, Helbo, Boya, Huangquan. All around, old uncle and senior sister. Of this group, Abaddon and Boya are too young to be considered for now. Helbo, on his diplomatic missions to various nations, cannot fully utilize his renowned general abilities. As for living saints, Aaliyah lags far behind Longxiang and Ghost Princess, as she is not a miracle in her true form. Regardless, Bai Luo's roster was still impressive. Wang Quan was Bai Luo's biggest surprise. Bai Luo hadn't expected the Lu Wei family to gift him 2 living saints and a renowned general all at once. While others begged and pleaded for living saints and renowned generals, Bai Luo possessed so many. Oh no, don't flaunt your wealth. I guess I'll have to be more discreet from now on, but the living saint is truly impressive. In Bai Luo's one-on-one battle with Longxiang, his victory stemmed not only from his attributes and his own abilities, but also from the enhanced aptitude brought to him by Bai Luo's living saints. In the miracle system, each living saint under Bai Luo's command boosts his comprehension by 1 point. Aaliyah, Abaddon, Glass, Old Uncle, Senior Sister. Even if each only boosted Bai Luo's aptitude by 20%, he would still be on par with Longxiang, and that didn't even factor in Bai Luo's own potential. Furthermore, there was a gap between living saints. Just like both are renowned generals, but Uncle is the top tier, while Helbo and Boy are still just fledglings, at the bottom of the heap. Similarly, with the support of Uncle and Senior Sister, Bai Luo instantly broke through Longxiang's final attack. Bai Luo's confidence stemmed from choosing Sui Liguang's mission. Unfortunately, fame is a natural talent, not mine. Bai Luo's inability to access the wisdom of renowned generals was rather awkward. However, a renowned general leads his troops in battle relying on a hidden gift. How could it be amplified? Alright, stop it, Bai Luo called back Guig, who was chatting with his senior sister, and then addressed Longxiang. Old master, tell me about your specific abilities. Although they were master and servant, Bai Luo respected the elder and cherished the young, and he felt that addressing Longxiang was more intimate. I'm unworthy of that title, but since your majesty likes it, I won't refuse, Longxiang said. I'm sure your majesty has noticed something of our abilities, right? Yes, Bai Luo said, but there are many things I don't understand, and I need to ask. A miracle possessing 6 miracle bodies is unheard of. The senior sister was also curious about the power of ancient tales and looked forward to what kind of troops they could cultivate and what special changes it would bring. A mid-level miracle, like Leon and Lilith, should be capable of creating a miracle kingdom. This also means that the reeds can unleash a special force field and energy to transform the world. Our abilities are quite complex. Some can be used independently, while others can be separated and function independently, Longxiang said. Your Majesty should have noticed that I haven't transformed my troops to bring the power of a new system to Atón. So, old man, your role is to be a thug for the ancient chronicles, not just a thug. Long Xiang said, if your Majesty doesn't complete the true ancient chronicles, then a portion of the ancient chronicles' power will be missing. How do you mean? Your Majesty should know the power of a miracle, right? Long Xiang said, the so-called miracle power is the maximum amount of miracle power that a miracle can currently release. Once this amount is exceeded, the miracle itself will be backfired and damaged. Simply put, it's a safety limit, a critical value. For example, if senior sister unleashes her power recklessly, she can instantly unleash boundless miracle power. But what's the cost? Suppose senior sister's maximum power is 100, but she uses 200, 300, 500, or even 1000. Then, when senior sister uses 200, her body will suffer greatly. When 300 energy is released, cracks will appear on senior sister's body. If 500 and 1000 energy were released simultaneously, Isifia would likely collapse and die. Of course, this death is only temporary. With a Lord of Miracles, Isifia will be revived soon. However, this also indirectly demonstrates that even though the miracle itself possesses infinite energy as its trump card, it's not truly infinite. Maintaining the miracle's power at maximum output, it replenishes as needed, inexhaustible. However, exceeding it will negatively impact the miracle itself. If the miracle's power is 100%, then the Lord of Miracles should also receive the same boost, Long Xiang said. This is like opening a second door to the infinity behind the miracle, so, 100 from the miracle itself plus 100 from the Lord of Miracles equals 200%. Old man, are you saying that if I hadn't awakened you, ancient chronicles wouldn't have given me the boost? Bai Luo calculated that the combined power of Guig and the other 5 people was exactly 100%. Yes, but the circumstances are special, Long Xiang said. My children can transform into your weapons, such as weapons, armor, and props. Through this form, they can fight alongside you. As Long Xiang spoke, Bai Luo conjured up an image. Guig, I'll form the head. Shura, hands. Wangquan, legs. Rakshasa, armored body. Yaksha, miracle stand ready. Coma, Bai Luo said, but this will remove the power of the miracle itself. Your Majesty, you understand, Long Xiang said. The children will become part of you, but even then, you can only unleash 100% of your power, half of what a normal miracle can achieve. Alternatively, you don't use their power, Long Xiang said. Instead, you share Guig's miracle power. That way, you can barely reach 200%, but this form of fusion between the miracle and the miracle master actually has some flaws. If we had to compared to the merging of Shirley and Bai Luo, this form was far weaker. But things were different now. Even if Guig and the others became Bai Luo's strength, there was still Long Xiang on the ancient chronicles side, capable of exerting 100% of their power. So, combined, their power would even exceed 200%. I see. Also, Your Majesty, please note, Long Xiang said, our power is calculated as a total. What does total mean? For example, if an ancient chronicles member, after training, can instantly release 1000 points of miraculous power, then Long Xiang would have 1000, Guig 500, and so on for the others. As this total limit increases, the Lu Wei family's strength will also continue to improve. This applies to all miraculous powers. Just like Shirley and Lilith, although both are second awakenings, their different training results in different amounts of miraculous power they can withstand. Even at 100%, Shirley's is 1000, while Lilith's is 1200. This is because Lilith's physique is stronger than Shirley's. While the miracle's original form is said to be undetermined, the ultimate reason lies in its exceptional defense. Even a fellow miracle would struggle to kill the other, at best defeating them. However, the extra miracle power might not cause much damage to the miracle itself, Long Xiang said, but it would be like a natural disaster for our miracle people. When two miracles collide, the stronger one will be powerless against the weaker, but the weaker party's people will suffer horrific consequences. Next, let me introduce my abilities. Wang Quan spoke first, and Guig didn't mind. Guig, a gentle older sister, immediately gave way when her younger sister wanted to show off in front of her master. Although we lack power, working together can still defeat a single original form. Also, Wang Quan said, We can swap power. Clearing the miracle power of the other 4 and conferring it entirely on one person, we can also regroup and redistribute it. In other words, GUIG can, at a critical moment, allocate 50% of her power to her younger siblings. Younger brothers and sisters can also give all their power to GUIG. This ability, at first glance, it still seems 100%. But on closer inspection, the Reds are simply perfect for besieging powerful enemies. Is the exchange fast? Very fast, incredibly fast. It's practically possible for every Reed family member engaging the enemy to exert 100% power. This way, while the total power remains the same, the enemy will be like being besieged by 5 miracles. Different abilities, different fighting styles. The pressure, for someone of the same level, is truly a headache. We haven't tested it specifically, GUIG said, glancing at her senior sister. But, aren't there better candidates here, using me as a test subject, such a confrontational approach right off the bat? Senior sister shook her head, but she accepted the challenge. Yes, follow me. Opening the gate of Avalon, senior sister stepped in first. She doesn't care for nonsense when it comes to those self-righteous individuals, just fight. Sister, what's going on? Sharon realized something and looked at Wang Quan, who said, we're family. Stand firm. GUIG was trying to compete with senior sister for favor. As members of the ancient chronicles, unless Bai Luo tried to stop or interrupt, they would naturally side with Wang Quan. In the ancient chronicles, we share honor and disgrace. Counting the retired Long Yixiang, the 5 siblings stood together. As for Bai Luo, well, Bai Luo also wanted to test the strength of the Lu Wei family. He believed in senior sister's abilities and looked forward to the power of GUIG and the others. Long Yixiang did not participate in the battle. He was the trump card of the ancient chronicles, holding a special position and would not easily take action. Soon, Bai Luo and the old man stood high above, overlooking the battlefield specially marked out by senior sister in the world of Avalon. Boom! A miraculous battle erupted between the ancient chronicles of the First Awakening and the Avalon of the Second Awakening. Bai Luo and Long Yixiang watched the entire battle. Then, he understood. Bai Luo glanced at the old man standing a body length away from him. Didn't you already know the outcome? As expected, Long Yixiang said, defeat is inevitable. I just didn't expect it to be so quick and so clean. Didn't you play? It makes no difference, Long Yixiang said. Even if I played, whether I lasted 10 seconds or 20, I'd still be defeated miserably. Ancient Tales, the Reed family versus Queen Icefia of Avalon. This battle was a foregone conclusion. Senior sister crushed all 5, and crushed them all. Second Awakening? It feels like she's almost at the Third Awakening, right? Long Yixiang noticed that senior sister and GUIG were both living saints, but the former's aptitude was far superior to the latter's. Not surprising, Bai Luo said, I had the other 2 miracles test Fia's power before. Lilith and Shirley, combined, could only defeat senior sister. This wasn't to say that the combination of lower and middle ranks was equivalent to the upper ranks. The reason they were as powerful as senior sister was that she had developed the miracles better. And this level of miracle power, is it a high-level miracle? Long Yixiang asked. Your Majesty, how many miracles do you possess right now? Although he had some sense, there was always a discrepancy, so Long Yixiang wasn't entirely certain. Not counting the 10th one, which hasn't yet been awakened, and including you, that's 9 in total. Bai Luo had nothing to hide from the old man. Miracles are part of their masters. Whoever betrays them, the miracles will never betray them. Hearing Bai Luo's precise number, even though he had been prepared, Long Yixiang gasped. Is that many? Feier is still high level. We're mid-level. And from what I sensed before, there seem to be 2 more mid-levels. We're so strong. Long Yixiang didn't know what to think. He simply found Bai Luo terrifying. Are you planning to challenge all the world's miracle masters single-handedly? Bai Luo was his master. His strength naturally meant their strength as well. Similarly, if Bai Luo had such ambitions, Long Yixiang would fight to the death for him. Stop it, old man, are you kidding me? Bai Luo said speechlessly. How many miracles are there in the world? Hundreds, right? I only have 9. How can I defeat them? But one-on-one, I'm naturally not afraid of anyone, Bai Luo said. But I'm afraid of their alliance. Why did Bai Luo ally with King Aole and establish friendly relations with the other lords of miracles? He feared a joint boycott. Atón needed to show its gentle side to conceal its astonishing potential. In short, now was not the time for Atón to show its claws. Atón should be a cute stuffed cat, friendly, gentle, and incredibly kind. Although there are many miracles, the time they have been granted is too short. Bai Luo shrugged. Let's just hold on, my lord is right. Long Xiang saw that Bai Luo's mind was clear and he wasn't overwhelmed by the sheer number of miracles. It's me, I got a little carried away, there was no way. No matter who gains such a huge advantage, it would be impossible to maintain it. However, Long Xiang was only excited for a moment. He also noticed the imbalance between the quantity and quality of miracles, and then began to consider how to fight for this important development stage for Bai Luo. Grandpa, do you know how to train miracle soldiers? This, Long Xiang smiled and said, you have to ask the children. I have retired. Is retirement a negative buff? That's not the case, Long Xiang said. What I mean is that such a good opportunity to show off should be given to the children. After they find out, they can tell your majesty in person. It's over. Bai Luo and Long Xiang were watching the battle and chatting. On the other side, the senior sister looked at the Lu Wei family lying on the ground and said proudly, are you still fighting? If you want to, I'm always here to accompany you. No, there's no point in fighting. Guig looked a little embarrassed at this time. Although Bai Wugu was still spotless, Guig felt very aggrieved. How many awakenings have you had? How come you are so powerful? Half a step to the third awakening. Me, Guig, why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask. No, Guig, this. Why? Why can you break through so quickly? As a living saint, even if she became a miracle, Guig also has a talent bonus. Even Gigi felt that breaking through to the second awakening would take at least 3 to 5 years. Senior sister had definitely only been gaining miraculous power for less than half a year, so how could she already be at the second awakening, or even halfway to the third? Perhaps that's the difference? Gigi felt like hitting someone. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. In the eyes of her younger siblings, Gigi was the perfect Yamato Nadeshiko, but in front of senior sister, Gigi couldn't hide her true nature, revealing everything. Just like senior sister's encounter with Aaliyah, Gigi felt like she had met her nemesis. No more fighting, no more fighting, there is no point at all. Guig, what's so proud of level suppression? If you have the ability to suppress us to the same level, come again. What a boring provocation. Senior sister, do you think I will be fooled? Guig almost forgot that senior sister is not just a martial arts fanatic, she also has the attributes of a top general. Wang Quan, come on, avenge your sister. Sister, don't make trouble. She is a miracle who has risen to the top, and she will have more soldiers than us in the future. Then won't we never be able to defeat her? It seems so. Even Wang Quan made such a judgment. Guig sighed. Then okay. In the future, you will become bigger and I will become smaller. Ghost G looked at her senior sister with sincere eyes. How about it? Get out. But as soon as the senior sister finished speaking, Guig hugged her up. What are you doing? No, don't. I'm also the marriage wife of the Lord of Miracle. Your Majesty has half of me. I didn't say I won't give it to you. You didn't say it to me either. Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I'll hit you. I won't let it go if I beat you to death. Wow, are you really here? Lu Wei's family looked at Guig who had no image, and looked cold again, but Isafia who had no choice but to use Guig. That's it? Suddenly I felt that my elder sister was a good food. By the way, are we already separated? Yes, yes. Then why are we still standing here? Lu Wei's family thinks that they should stand far away from their elder sister, as idiots will be contagious. Ahem, Bai Luo appeared on the battlefield. He glanced around at the world of Avalon, shattered by the miracle war, and said, there'll be plenty of time for fun later. For now, let's get down to business. I've already shared the information on the ancient capital attack with you, Bai Luo said. Although our Atón has allied with the Ala kingdom, our strength remains weak. Without a third awakened, crown-level legendary to protect the nation, it's hard to feel at ease. Fia needs to continue her retreat and break through the third awakening as soon as possible. The battle for the ancient capital is also imminent, Bai Luo said, but I've handed full responsibility for the ancient capital to Leon. I've also dispatched Shirley and Lilith to prevent any unforeseen events. The Reeds had never met Shirley, Lilith, or Leon. They had received some information about them. It wasn't complete, and even a little rudimentary. But at least they knew of this person's existence. According to your arrangements, my lord, Wang Quan said, there's no chance of failure in this battle. Wang Quan was a renowned general, and with a brief analysis, she understood the current situation. But, my lord, you've overlooked one thing. Oh, Bai Luo, what is it? You think we're useless in this battle, Wang Quan, but Wang Quan feels that you desperately need our protection. Bai Luo's main body was here, while the Blood Moon Hunter was in the ancient capital. The Blood Moon Hunter, now so absorbed by Bai Luo's energy, was in a secluded alley, leaning against a wall, motionless. You're right, Bai Luo said. Then, I'll trouble you all. Bai Luo wanted to watch the battle, to see how Leon conquered the ancient capital, and also to witness the end of this city of sin and decay. There was no reason for him to replay such a grand spectacle afterwards. Please don't say that, Guig, it's our responsibility to protect you. After saying this, Guig gave her a playful look at her senior sister, as if to say, go into seclusion, go ahead, go, preferably for life, and then your man will be mine. Guig was flicked in the forehead by Bai Luo. Though it didn't hurt, the Lord of Miracles' intimidation shook her to pulp. Don't distract Fei Yan. Senior sister needed to focus on her retreat, and Guig's words and actions couldn't cause her to lose focus. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Bai Luo's doting behavior made Wang Quan realize the disparity between Guig and Isophilia, and he sighed again. Sister, you want to be a subordinate, but you have a long way to go. Lu Wei family, listen to my orders. Yes, the six of them dropped their playful smiles before the serious business. They knelt on one knee, awaiting Bai Luo's orders. Go to the ancient capital, to my shadow, Bai Luo said. Even if it's just my incarnation, it's still me. I need your protection from anyone else. I will follow your orders. Guig took the lead. If anyone harms you in the slightest, Lu Wei family, well, they couldn't die, so committing seppuku was pointless. We are willing to accept any punishment, Wang Quan quickly added on behalf of his troublesome sister. Please enjoy this grand spectacle presented by these scum, and garbage in the best and safest place. Chapter 202 Holy Blood Church. The sky darkened, but the bells hadn't rung yet. Calculating the time, Bai Luo had been gone for only about 10 minutes. He opened his eyes and found himself in the same alleyway he'd been leaning against. Tick, tick, water dripped from the eaves, a faint drizzle. The chill of late spring still lingered. The residents of the alley closed their doors and lit orange-yellow oil lamps. Zilong was far more advanced than the old Atón village. At least there were oil lamps here, while the Atonians used candlelight and torches. Squeak swish, the doors and windows were tightly shut. The ancient capital's nights were far from safe. Homeless people, the poor, beggars, gamblers who'd lost everything, and even more terrifying human traffickers, every night here was a scene of all sorts of human tragedies. Upper town, inner town, lower town. The rich and powerful lived in the upper part, while the ancient capital residents could stay in the inner part, while outsiders were forced to live in the filthiest and most disgusting places. 30 or 40 years. No, perhaps even longer than 4,200 years ago, that man appeared. Foolish. Such a small city, yet so many miraculous powers intersect. Bai Luo was in the inner city, much better off than the lower city, but late at night, there were still many dangers. Of course, Bai Luo didn't care. The Blood Moon Hunter's physical fitness was too weak, but he still had some extraordinary qualities. The danger Bai Luo was talking about naturally didn't come from ordinary people who didn't even know about the power of miracles. Unexpected situation, the ancient city was entrenched by many forces. Not to mention others, the Viper Gang was vaguely manipulated by the Dark Elves in the mountains. As for the rest, Bai Luo couldn't say. Stranger, huh? Bai Luo turned around and found an old woman looking at him through the crack in the window. The window was covered with iron bars, 2 layers of iron bars, tightly sealed. Don't stand in front of my window. Get out of here. The old woman's face was old and twisted, wrinkled and dented, her large nose cratered. She glared with bloodshot eyes and shouted in a hoarse, shrill voice, damned outsiders. It's all because of you that my poor Vivita, bang, the doors and windows slammed shut. The old woman's next words were inaudible to ordinary people, but Bai Luo understood them clearly. The Vivita she was referring to was the beautifully haired girl who had disappeared a month ago. She was her only granddaughter, the most precious treasure in her life. However, Fate had shut her last window. The old woman had searched for a month, trying her best, but to no avail. She was driven mad. A foolish curse? Bai Luo raised his hand. He sensed a strong aura of foolishness from the iron bars. It wasn't Leon's, nor Morgan's, but a completely different, more sinister, cold force. And this old woman, her life was fading, and she wasn't going to last. Is this the fault of the Lord of the Birch Tree? Bai Luo had no intention of engaging in combat with this man, but he was determined to capture the ancient capital. Anyone who dared to stand in his way was his enemy. If the Lord of the Birch Tree attacked, Bai Luo would sooner or later settle accounts with him. Swish, the space behind Bai Luo suddenly opened up. A delicate hand, gracefully moving, gently dissipated the space like a wave of water. We are late. The scenery of Hebei Island appeared from behind the rift in space, and Ghost Princess emerged. Sorry to have kept you waiting, my lord. Shura, Huanquan, Rakshasa, Yaksha, and the Reed family, led by Ghost Princess, appeared before Bai Luo. Is that the one in charge here? Long Gixiang walked last. He took in Bai Luo's hunter form and realized it was Leon's power. The power of foolishness is indeed well suited to cleansing this city. Blood, only blood can cleanse it. Wang Quan, having lived abroad for years, knew the filth of the ancient capital and understood her grandfather's meaning. It's just, this place is a little too filthy. Wang Quan glanced around. Master, please come with us to find a clean spot for you to sit and watch. Yaksha understood. Upon hearing her second sister's command, Yasha suddenly vanished. The next moment, Yasha appeared atop a tower, clutching a lightning rod in one hand, her body dangling from the top. Meanwhile, the young girl took in the entire ancient capital, quickly analyzing the best viewing spots in the city. Found it, almost instantly, Yasha returned to Bai Luo's side. She said respectfully, my lord, I found a beautiful building. What do you think of it? Is this a church? Through the image Yasha shared with him, Bai Luo saw the towering, palace-like structure. A symbol on it was a pair of golden red wings. I recognize this symbol, Long Gixiang said. It's the holy blood emblem of Queen Cain of the Starry Night Kingdom, another master of miracles. Bai Luo rubbed his brow. Is the ancient capital coveted by so many? After all, it's the best transit point for sailing south, Long Gixiang said. It's not surprising that it's being targeted by so many. Earl Thorn hasn't dared to develop this city vigorously for decades, largely for this reason. The ancient capital was officially owned by Earl Thorn, but in reality, the Lord of the Birch Tree frequently kidnapped people from here. Now, Queen Cain has arrived. She built a church here. What for? Queen Cain is a veteran miracle master, one of the most ancient and powerful beings in the Starry Night, Long Gixiang said. Monasteries, churches, temples, her Church of Blood's influence spans the globe, but I doubt Queen Cain would care about this ancient capital. Long Gixiang said this, but the Luo family didn't actually take the Church of Blood seriously. If Queen Cain were to come in person, given her status as a foreawakened miracle master, the Luo family would certainly be wary. But a mere branch of a miracle master, barely even a branch. So what if they demolished it? But we still have to be on the safe side, Wang Quan said, looking at Shura. We still have to confirm whether there are any miracle miners there. Randomly killing miracle miners under the miracle master is an absolute taboo. It's unwise to offend Queen Cain without reason. It would be best to capture them and repatriate them after the battle of the ancient capital is over. That would be a courtesy to Queen Cain. Leave it to me, Shura asked Bai Luo. Your Majesty, please allow me to explore the path ahead and help you clear any obstacles. Go ahead. Yes. Upon receiving Bai Luo's order, Shura immediately headed for the cathedral. Your Majesty, please enter. The Ghost Princess slashed through space, connecting the alley directly to the cathedral gardens. Bai Luo took a step forward, and the space behind him slowly recovered, revealing the group had already reached their destination. What a magnificent building. Yasha had little experience, and even after a miracle, she still had the mind of a child. Seeing this magnificent structure, Yasha was immediately amazed. Is Queen Cain incredibly wealthy? She built a church like this on a whim. I don't sense any special miraculous material fluctuations. Luosha clutched his knife, listening intently. He was sensing the church. Oh, I found it. There are two on top, and two inside. And below, stairs, spiraling downwards, cells. The church was built halfway up a mountain, in the heart of the city, with hundreds of steps leading directly to the inner city. From its perch, It commanded a commanding view of the entire ancient capital. Kalala, at that moment, a group of men dressed as priests were closing the gate. The iron gate was enormous, requiring 8 people to push it open and close. How did you get in? The worship time is over, said a priest in a white hooded robe. If you wish to bask in the glory of the Holy Lord, please come back tomorrow. These people assumed Bai Luo and the others were ignorant folk, coming to pay homage to the supposed Holy Lord. We don't possess miraculous powers. Luosha, with the strongest perception of the 5 siblings, instantly identified these priests, just ordinary people. Snap, Ghost Princess snapped her fingers. The sky and the earth dimmed, and the flowers, plants, and light and shadows, transformed into motionless photographs by Ghost Princess's power. Snap, snap, the world returned to color, but everyone in the church without miraculous powers was knocked unconscious by Ghost Princess's snap. She had not killed these ordinary people, even if some of them had committed heinous crimes. Yaksha, go check out the dungeon. Rakshasa, clean it up. Shura, don't give me orders, it's so annoying. Shura disliked being bossed around by Wang Quan. He looked at Bai Luo. Master, give your orders. I can't sense it. The Blood Moon Hunters could only exert their extraordinary powers, and Bai Luo's energy here was only a tiny bit. It was fine at close range, but at a distance, Bai Luo couldn't sense it. Then I'll help you call them out, Shura said, and walked forward. When he turned around, his once gentle smile instantly turned cold and arrogant. Your Majesty, please sit down. Wang Quan convinced a magnificent throne and helped Bai Luo sit down, then stood by him with his grandfather and eldest sister. What are you waiting for? Come and help me stretch my muscles. Up ahead, Shura strode into the courtyard, his hands folded. You bastards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 7 Categories of Miracles. Galala, Galala, the stone sculptures on the church creaked, and dark shadows descended from the sky, transforming into 3-meter-tall stone guards. They wielded 2-handed axes. Though constructed of stone, they were blessed with miraculous power, granting them primary physical and elemental resistances, as well as immunity to mental and life energy. Roar, overhead, the metal sculptures previously suspended in mid-air spread their wings, soaring into the air. 20 metal gargoyles swirled in the air. These gargoyles were roughly the size of adults, with slender arms and flattened torsos, somewhat resembling humanoid bats transformed from vampires. In short, they were incredibly ferocious and hideous. Stone guards, rank, normal number. 50, black gold gargoyles, rank, normal number. 20 of these data were developed by Lilith using the special magic of detection, and now nearly every Atón possessed one. Based on the power of miraculous power, they simply categorized soldiers into common, extraordinary, transcendent, and heroic types. Those higher than heroes are difficult to distinguish due to their awakening. Simply put, they possess special means of protection and concealment. Even a legendary warrior, unless they've awakened a hero, will only be rated heroic by their detection skills. It's not that their detection skills are inferior, but rather that the perception methods of the Miracle Land are limited to this level. Everyone conceals themselves, and some even possess passive miracle abilities like information blocking and unable to determine, how can mere detection and perception skills be of any use? What? Just ordinary, adapting to local customs. Shura and the others accepted Atón's rank system. Isn't this too embarrassing? Shura was frustrated that he, the ancestor of the Tianjin God clan, a miracle-like being who had awakened, was actually arguing with a group of ordinary miracle units. Even more embarrassing was that the stone guards and the black gold gargoyles were both living entities, the worst of the miracle unit system. Living saints, divine men, heroic spirits, beasts, souls, frenzy types, and living units. There are 7 major categories of miracle troops, and almost all of them fit into these 7 categories. Contaminants, or frenzied creatures like gargoyles and mindless creatures, are all considered living entities. The strongest, living saints, possess powers beyond the limits of their classes. The remaining categories are divines, heroic spirits, beasts, and souls. For example, General Gangli and Aolekong are divines, possessing inherent divinity. The warriors of Avalon are heroic spirits, and the fairies are beasts. Souls generally refer to beings without physical bodies, possessing only spirits, thoughts, and souls. Generally speaking, among the 7 categories, aside from the exceptional strength of living saints and the weakness of contaminants in living entities, there isn't a clear distinction between strong and weak, but rather each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Living entities and frenzied entities are the worst, serving mostly as cannon fodder for miracle derivatives, unappreciated by the Lord of Miracles. Souls and beasts each have their own limitations. The former lacks a physical form, the latter lacks a humanoid form. While the early soul and beast classes were powerful, they lacked successors and had limited potential, with most only reaching the hero level. However, soul and beast classes were relatively easy to train, so they often served as the backbone of armies and nations, becoming crucial members of the miracle clan. Heroic spirits and divine beings each possessed their own strengths, representing the elite of the elite and practically the core and backbone of a nation. Of course, this didn't mean that soul and beast classes couldn't produce units capable of rivaling divine beings. The final living saint, naturally, was the pinnacle of existence. For any miracle lord to attain living saint status was a surefire success. The strongest rank under your command was the level you could reach with a living saint. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. Living creatures, sure, shouldn't we at least have a few divine beings? Fighting a living creature was like crushing a bug. Living creatures lacked a sense of self, like killing robots. For someone as fond of combat as Shiro, fighting a living creature was utterly uninteresting. You wanted to show off yourself, Wang Quan urged from behind. Hurry up and get it done. How long do you want my lord to wait? Tisk. Shiro really still hated Wang Quan. Gah. At that moment, the gargoyle sensed the presence of the intruder. It was the power of miracles, and their creator had clearly given instructions, upon encountering miracle power, immediately be on guard. Shut up, Shiro snapped in dissatisfaction. He raised his head, and his previously pitch-black left eye suddenly turned pale blue. Word spirit, boom, the invisible power of miracles, centered around Shiro, spread out in all directions. Clatter, the stone guards and gargoyles automatically disintegrated under this force, eventually turning into dust and dissipating into the air, carried away by the wind. So weak, Shiro was devastated. Why so weak? He was supposed to show off, and this was it. Anything else? Where are the others? Shiro emanated an extremely terrifying power of miracles, the power of a champion hero, making the world tremble in fear. Having lived his entire life as a mortal, Shiro had always dreamed of acquiring the power of a miracle, and then reaching a higher level. However, fate had been kind to him. Not only did he obtain the power of a miracle, he even became a miracle body. Powerful. Shiro had never imagined he could become so powerful. With every move, he seemed to control everything. Enemies once faced with seriousness were now annihilated with a snap of a finger. How come there's only a few ordinary level ones? Such a large church, and only a few ordinary level scumbags, and the weakest living guardians at that, Shiro carefully sensed, but found nothing, which made him even more disappointed and dissatisfied. What else? Wang Quan complained. What do you want? Where's the hero? Where's the hero? Shiro, isn't there even a decent hero here? Are you crazy? Wang Quan, how could there be a hero for you to fight? Just because you said there's none, there's none. Before he could finish his sentence, Shiro collapsed to the ground. Bai Luo walked past him. Why are you showing off over a few gargoyles? Shiro, what? Shiro looked up. Bai Luo had just slapped him. Then, the battle of the ancient capital, Lion's home turf, Bai Luo said. You don't want me to assign you a mission and then have someone else take over, right? Shiro really wanted to show off in front of Bai Luo, but Bai Luo was right. This was Leon's home turf. Imagine Shiro enthusiastically accepting a mission, only to have Leon snatch it away mid-fight. How frustrating it would be. Then why did you hit me? Shiro was a bit naive, unconcerned, like a child being slapped by an elder. If I don't hit you now, Bai Luo said, you'll go berserk. Shiro was the most violent of the Luo family. His power was immense, second only to Gigi, which meant he needed to control it. However, the boy had no sense of self-discipline, so Bai Luo had to intervene, slapping him on the back of the head. From now on, don't say anything, Bai Luo said. Wang Quan will take care of it. Wang Quan, Shiro's eyes widened, glaring at his sister. This guy, he's stealing my spotlight again, HMPH, Wang Quan sneered, shoving Shiro aside and following Bai Luo's lead. Go cool off, you reckless man. He had been feeling unwell recently, but has recovered. Starting tomorrow, he will resume his normal updates of over 10,000 words. Chapter 204 Queen Cain. It's the end of the month, please vote, please. It seems Queen Cain is similar to the Lord of the Birch Tree. Yasha searched the church dungeon. She found many dead bodies, mostly those of ordinary dressed outsiders. Reading of the day of disaster, a glimmer flickered in Yasha's eyes as she took in the entire dungeon, taking in everything that had transpired there. It was like magic, but Yasha called it divine arts, not magic. Is anyone still alive? The girl searched carefully, but found no useful information. There were survivors, but most were unconscious. Even if rescued, they would be nearly useless. Queen Cain, the Church of Blood. Bai Luo received Yasha's message. The reeds looked at him, and Bai Luo explained, what's happening in this dungeon has nothing to do with Queen Cain. It's simply the product of the corruption of the Church of Blood. Queen Cain didn't need to kidnap people to profit, but she governed countless churches, tens of thousands of them, spread across the world. Not all of these churches are managed by her miracle people. Many, like the ancient city church, are autonomous. To put it bluntly, they are places without divine protection. Perhaps Queen Cain doesn't even know such a church exists. The subordinates of subordinates of subordinates are similar to the shops run by the apprentices of the bosses in the cat house, established by Bai Luo's cat Lingling. They're completely unrelated. What kind of person is Queen Cain? The strongest in Starry Night, Long Gixiang said. The Lord of Starry Night is the leader of the 8 kings of Starry Night, and Queen Cain's power is no less than his. Your Majesty, since you have allied with King Aole, you must be aware of his strength, Long Gixiang added. Queen Cain's power is no less than King Aole's, perhaps even stronger. She is one of the most established miracle lords in this land of miracles. What I want to know is her personality, old man. Bai Luo, I've heard about her strength from my uncle. Well, Long Gixiang brushed his beard, I'm not very clear about that. When we were adventuring back then, we didn't go to Starry Night very often, so I guess Saros wouldn't know much about Queen Cain's specific personality either. Then I'll have to make contact with her on my own. Bai Luo needed his uncle, but he didn't rely on him. Even without his uncle, Bai Luo could have tried on his own, thanks to his uncle's guidance over the years. He always gave Bai Luo a direction, the specifics were entirely up to Bai Luo. Over time, Bai Luo gained ample practical experience, and faced every challenge with equanimity. A veteran miracle master of the 4 awakenings, Bai Luo certainly possessed many miracles, but he had no intention of antagonizing such a veteran miracle master right now. It was better to be low-key if possible. Boom! The church's door swung open, and Bai Luo stood in the doorway, facing a massive sculpture standing in the center of the auditorium. It was a statue of a woman, over 10 meters tall, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Is this Queen Cain? Upon seeing the sculpture, Bai Luo instinctively thought of the miracle master's name. Putting their own statue here, expanding through religion, is that the faction? The sculpture was constructed of an unknown jadestone, pure white. Contrary to Queen Cain's title, the goddess was not majestic, but rather incredibly kind and gentle, like a savior. A creator mother goddess nurturing all things. In the name of the Father, Bai Luo recalled information about this faction. It's the only miracle faction capable of establishing a belief system and influencing the will of the miracle people. In the name of the Father, generally speaking, miracle people cannot be brainwashed. Once brainwashed, their potential plummets. Even if they were to acquire them, a group of extraordinary or transcendental talents would be of little use to the miracle kingdom. Because there are so many extraordinary and transcendental, it's easy to cultivate a large group. However, the miracles of the In the Name of the Father faction are exactly the opposite. The more devout the miracle troops in this faction, the stronger they are, and they possess a built-in brainwashing ability, making the kingdom's citizens extremely fanatical. The power of faith. If I had a miracle like this, wouldn't it be much easier to govern the ancient city after I took control? Suddenly, Bai Luo's eyes met with a statue of Queen Cain. Faintly, Bai Luo felt someone watching him. Queen Cain. Almost instantly, Wang Quan and Shura blocked Bai Luo's path. Long Gixiang stood at the rear, his expression solemn. Guig clutched her long sword tightly in her arms, clearly ready for battle. Don't be impulsive, Bai Luo commanded, and the Luo family immediately understood his meaning. He was telling them to keep a low profile and not reveal their true identity as miracle masters. Perfect, let's meet with her before the battle begins. Bai Luo wasn't worried about Queen Cain intervening in the battle of the ancient capital. Even if the church was demolished, she wouldn't make a move. But what about after the battle? You smashed someone's door for no reason today, and tomorrow you want to lie with her. Isn't that ridiculous? No friendship without fighting? Only a fool would argue with you. The ancient capital was teeming with miracle masters, and Bai Luo's actions there would surely expose him. But with a holy covenant in place, Bai Luo wasn't worried about other miracle masters interfering. Even if they did, they wouldn't do it themselves. As for the miracle army, why would Bai Luo fear Queen Cain, who even the Grand Master couldn't dispatch? Bai Luo had Luoxia scan the entire city and discovered traces of the power of 4 Lords of Miracles, the Lord of the Birch Tree, the Earl of Thorns, the Dark Elf of the Mountains, and Queen Cain. Of these 4 Lords of Miracles, Queen Cain's power was overwhelming. The other 3 simply couldn't compare. Therefore, Bai Luo planned to get to know Queen Cain and see what kind of Lord of Miracles she was. If their personalities matched, they might be able to collaborate in the future. Even if they didn't, it would be a good relationship, preventing future conflicts. You don't need to follow me. Bai Luo activated the Lord of Miracles special ability and, through the statue, established a telepathic connection with Queen Cain, who had already noticed him. Nice to meet you. I am Bai Luo Atón, King of Atón. I am Queen Cain, Isaias Toledo. The woman's voice echoed through Bai Luo's heart. A power of miracles never before seen. From which Lord of Miracles are you? The statue shone with white light, and a stunning woman with snow-white hair appeared before Bai Luo. The woman was approximately 26 or 27 years old, clad in a one-piece, pale gold gown that concealed nothing but skin. Contrary to the awe-inspiring title, Bai Luo could discern something about Queen Cain's attire, a rather reserved woman. I am the master of the Principality of Atón, a newly ascended Lord of Miracles. The surroundings shifted, no longer the church, but a unique realm of consciousness. This felt a bit like the vantage point of Bai Luo's royal confrontation with King Aole, but with a twist. Bai Luo and Queen Cain hadn't engaged in combat, they had simply exchanged a phone call. You've intruded upon my holy church. Queen Cain, sensing the situation, frowned slightly, and said with a hint of displeasure, Your Excellency, you're acting recklessly on my territory. That's a bit excessive. Like Bai Luo, Queen Cain was merely projecting her own will. While Queen Cain was powerful, she wasn't coming in person, so Bai Luo wasn't afraid. After all, in a showdown of royal power, Bai Luo felt that even the Holy Emperor wouldn't be his match. I'm sorry I broke some of your gargoyles. I'll find a way to compensate you later. Gargoyles? Queen Cain was stunned, bewildered. Where are you? Queen Cain had been resting in her chambers when she suddenly sensed the presence of the Lord of Miracles in her church. She projected a small portion of her consciousness, contacting Bai Luo. There were only so many Lords of Miracles in the world, so Bai Luo had essentially gained access to Queen Cain's personal phone number. Of course, the fact that he was able to get through was entirely due to his first time. If Bai Luo performed poorly, causing the Queen to dislike him, he would be blacklisted. The number you dialed is powered off. What kind of place is this? Queen Cain was initially puzzled, as this didn't make sense. The Lord of Miracles was like a god. Why would another god enter her own temple? Furthermore, since Bai Luo had intruded into her temple, and his subjects hadn't reported him, there was only one outcome: Bai Luo would kill them all. This was also the reason for Queen Cain's wrath. Bai Luo had killed people without asking any questions. As a Lord of Miracles, who could tolerate this? But Bai Luo was talking about gargoyles. Gargoyles? What were they? Queen Cain knew about gargoyles, she just didn't understand. What did Bai Luo's killing of them have to do with her? Did she have subjects like gargoyles? Do I have gargoyles? Queen Cain quickly sensed her own miracle power. So it's a sculpture standing in the church. It's been untouched for so many years, I'd almost forgotten about it. Gargoyles? I think someone designed a common living soldier type, right? In the future, when the levels of miracle soldiers are unified, those used by other Lords of Miracles will also be automatically translated and converted to Atón's own. He didn't kill my people. Since Bai Luo hadn't killed anyone, Queen Cain's attitude suddenly improved, no longer confronting her. This is Zaloon. Queen Cain was momentarily stunned by the name of the ancient capital. Where? Queen Cain was once again bewildered. Bai Luo's visit was unexpected and extremely baffling. Queen Cain was also baffled by what he said. It was like a CEO with hundreds of companies, and then another CEO suddenly told him, The mineral water in a certain city is too expensive. Even a Lord of Miracles as powerful as Queen Cain didn't even know the ancient capital existed. On the southern coast of the Iron Eagle Kingdom, in the ancient city of Zaloon, even after Bai Luo's explanation, Queen Cain pondered for a moment before reacting. It wasn't that she didn't know the place, but she had just learned that there was a Church of Blood in the ancient capital. So it's here? Is my church here too? Queen Cain understood the situation. No wonder it's only guarded by a few gargoyles. No need for compensation, Queen Cain said with conviction. How dare the Lord of Miracles act so rashly before you? Death is a pity. Queen Cain was a believer in miracle supremacy. There was a hierarchy, and if a gargoyle dared to offend Bai Luo, even if he died, no one would be to blame. I was the one who came in with such imprudence, and I'm in the wrong. Bai Luo always acted according to the person. Although Queen Cain's arrival was sudden and her words were a bit overbearing, she wasn't unreasonable. Furthermore, Queen Cain took a step back, and Bai Luo adopted a friendly attitude, with both sides showing mutual courtesy. You mentioned, Atón, Queen Cain said, you're the emerging Lord of Miracles, right? The one who fought Morgan in the South Sea. It's me. You appeared in the ancient capital of Shiloon, Queen Cain said. You want this city? I must. Bai Luo didn't need to hide it. After all, if war broke out, all the Lords of Miracles around the world would know about it. I'm worried that if your church is destroyed during the war, it would be hard to say what will happen in the future. So, I came to visit you. That's very polite. Queen Cain believed that if a Lord of Miracles wanted something, they could just send troops to seize it. Bai Luo even mentioned this to her, which was a great honor. It's just a church. A small place like this doesn't have much potential for development. The Church of Blood was a complex organization, somewhat similar to Catholicism, but also quite different. It lacked angels or demons. The emerging Lord of Miracles has not signed the sacred covenant, so you can mobilize the miracle body. Queen Cain, having essentially foreseen the outcome of this battle, said, do you wish to dominate the continent and expand your influence in the south? If I, Atón, can conquer the ancient capital, then only a Grand Duchess will separate Atón and Cain. Though we're still not neighbors, Bai Luo said, I still think we need to cooperate. King Aole of the Mountains, Grand Duchess Iron Eagle, and Queen Cain of the Starry Night. If Atón could bring these three into his alliance, Atón would be invincible in the southeastern continent. Honestly, when choosing an alliance among the 8 kings of the Starry Night, his uncle recommended the Labyrinth Master to Bai Luo. However, the Labyrinth Master lacked strength, possessing only the 3rd awakening. Bai Luo actually preferred a stable relationship with a Lord of Miracles with 4 awakenings. However, Queen Cain was no Dong Aole, and no matter how arrogant Bai Luo was, he wouldn't dare reveal his vast miracle collection to her. Are you willing to allow my Church of Blood to flourish within your territory? Of course not. Bai Luo was extremely secretive about religion. He was well aware of the Church's terrifying power to brainwash and obscuritize the masses. Even if a religion were truly to be established, it would have to be like Queen Cain's current one, establishing herself as the one true God. However, without the miracle of in the name of the Father, establishing a religion was meaningless. Without a system of faith-based power, it would be just a facade. How? Seeing Bai Luo's refusal, Queen Cain said disdainfully, Men. Bai Luo vaguely felt that Queen Cain's ability to become the Master of Miracles was likely due to her personality, a bit, female superiority, male inferiority. How do you want to cooperate? Queen Cain was proud, but not arrogant. His uncle said she readily accepted advice, and Bai Luo tested it, and it was indeed true. After a while of negotiation, Queen Cain heard Bai Luo's subtext of wanting an alliance. I need to think about what you said. Queen Cain would not make a judgment based on Bai Luo's few words on whether a new Lord of Miracles was qualified to form an alliance with her. Bai Luo could not offer her any benefits that would move her heart, and Queen Cain would not make any promises to him. The Blood Church of the ancient capital, please rest assured, Queen, Bai Luo said, I will not touch the people here. When the war is over, I will definitely repatriate them all. No need. Queen Cain had already learned about the situation of this church. It was harboring filth and committing boundless evil under her banner and with her protection. Trash that persecutes women, Queen Cain said, deserved to die. Well, it was confirmed. The affairs of the ancient capital church had nothing to do with Queen Cain. As a Lord of Miracles, Queen Cain disdained to lie or cover up, and her words also meant that she had completely withdrawn from the stage of the ancient capital, leaving it to Bai Luo. I'll have an envoy visit the Holy Blood Kingdom another day to present his credentials. Bai Luo, hey Erbo, you've worked hard. After you visit the Grand Duchess, why don't you also visit the Kane Kingdom on the way? Hey Erbo, am I really the only envoy from our country? Yes, Queen Kane wouldn't sign a military alliance with Bai Luo, but a peace agreement would be reasonable. My lord, seeing Bai Luo turn around, Guig asked, have you discussed this? As miracle bodies, the Reed family could also step into Wang Wei's shoes and confront Queen Kane. But they didn't, because they couldn't reveal that they were also a miracle bodies. Ignore the other forces in the ancient capital. Bai Luo's exchange with Queen Kane was a telepathic connection, lasting only a moment to the outside world. Lord of the Birch Tree, I don't want to waste my time with this person. Dark elves, their forces are all low-class, unreputable, human traffickers, black marketeers, hooligans, thieves, assassins. These professions are inherently part of the ancient capital's dark side, and they've committed countless heinous crimes. But Bai Luo wouldn't proactively attack them. He didn't have the luxury of such a situation. Bai Luo had come to the ancient capital to unleash a devastating purge. Who would die and who would survive would depend on the magnitude of their own sins. It's almost time. Bai Luo led Lu Wei and his family to the top of the church. There was a massive bell tower that opened, revealing an aerial platform. From there, Bai Luo could easily survey the entire city and admire the scenery ahead. Queen Kane is the only one who could potentially impact our plans. Her withdrawal means we have nothing to worry about. The sun was setting. Endless darkness and shadows are approaching the city from the distant horizon. Dong 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 dong, the bell rang for the second time, and the low and melodious sound echoed in the sky of the ancient capital of Shilun. They passed through the streets and alleys, strolled in the bustling city, and fell into the ears of every noble and humble person. It was dark. It's here, the signal your majesty said. Sheila stayed in the mansion of the Scrot family and did not leave. Can we start? At this moment, Leon was in the cemetery of the ancient capital. The young man in a windbreaker was leaning against a tombstone. He held up the hat that covered his face, and a smile appeared on his face. I'm almost ready. Snap. Leon snapped his fingers, and a hazy mist swirled, growing thicker and thicker. Sleep in my dreams, mortals. Over the sea, along with the darkness came a pitch-black fog. Even the people of the ancient capital had never witnessed such a phenomenon in their entire lives. What's going on? Fog. It wasn't that they had never seen fog before, but this fog was incredibly thick, and its arrival was incredibly strange. It had been a normal evening just a minute ago, and in the blink of an eye, it had become like this. It was unbelievable. Miraculous power. Ordinary people naturally didn't understand the source of this change, but some who had experienced miracles immediately associated the fog with miracles. This must be the power of a miracle, to change the environment in an instant. What kind of miraculous power would it take? A silver-haired woman hidden under a cloak from the Viper gang looked around in surprise. She was a shadow guard sent here by the Dark Elf matriarch to investigate, a miraculous citizen of the transcendental level. We have to leave. Sensing the danger, the Dark Elf girl Yinsha immediately prepared to retreat. However, the shadow dimension can't be opened. How is that possible? Yinsha had never encountered such a situation before. She had been a miracle soldier for 10 years. She wasn't a formidable warrior, but even against ordinary mortals, even hundreds or thousands, she wouldn't be a match for them. Therefore, Yinsha's job had always been simple. Occasional dispatches to various locations to monitor and prevent the mortals from becoming complacent due to prolonged periods of lack of access to miracles, and to regularly discipline them. This was also the reason she had come to the ancient capital. The gangs there were too arrogant. My skills can't be used. Is there a power greater than mine? Yinsha usually dealt with mortals, who were completely ignorant. Simply releasing a little energy and creating light in front of them would quickly subdue them. Stronger than me, a hero level. Faced with a hero more powerful than herself, Yinsha was at a loss for words. She wanted to contact her superiors, but the fog made that impossible, trapping her in a vicious cycle. This miraculous power is working much faster than expected. General Dong sat high up in the snowy mountains outside the ancient capital, gazing at the fog-shrouded city. Lights were completely obscured, leaving it completely dark. But strangely, the fog only enveloped the ancient capital. From where General Dong stood, the forests, plains, and distant sea were devoid of white mist. Even the sky was dotted with stars, the silver moon shining brightly. Some kind of domain? General Dong asked, somewhat bewildered. What a vast domain! What level of miraculous soldier would be needed to unleash such a vast domain? A single person. If he relied solely on his own strength, he would have to be at least a king. It can't be a king. With a sacred covenant in place, the sacred will not sit idly by and watch. To put it bluntly, if you conquer a city with a king, the sacred will likely demand its return, or even order it back. This is clearly spelled out in the sacred covenant. Even if you conquer it, it's useless, as long as you're no match for the Holy Empire and don't dare to openly antagonize it, then don't even think about resorting to trickery. General, a woman appeared beside General Dong. Her name was Mixiang, and she was his student. Something's wrong, I can see it. General Dong appeared calm, seemingly unfazed by the miraculous invasion before him. It's so foggy, and I'm not blind. Then you? Mixiang had followed her teacher for many years and knew General Dong's character well. He was a man deeply concerned with his territory and its domain. Even an inch of land, let alone an entire ancient capital, would be fought for, and he would fight to the death. However, this time, General Dong didn't seem to have any intention of taking action immediately. Aren't you going to take action? What good would it do if I did? Zilong was just a city. Although it had a large population, it hadn't been transformed by the Earl of Thorn's miraculous power. It was mortal territory. To General Dong, Mixiang, and the others, it was no different from any other mountain, river, or lake. Perhaps this isn't so bad. General Dong naturally wouldn't give up on the ancient city. Even though it showed no signs of development and was useless, the old man wouldn't give up. This was his bottom line, a matter of principle. What do you mean, we're not in a rush? Let's wait and see, General Dong. First, return to the 100 Flowers Mountains and rally the troops there. Tell Tulip I need her to lead the troops against a powerful enemy. Yes, Mixiang departed, heading for the 100 Flowers Mountains. There was a garrison there, commanded by a powerful figure named Tulip, under the command of the Earl of Thorns, the Spring Queen. 1, 2, 3, Leon closed his eyes, carefully sensing the number of individuals embodying miraculous powers within the mist-shrouded ancient city, a dark elf, a living puppet, 2 transcendents, and the rest are just rats hiding in dark corners. These must be the subordinates of the Lord of the Birch Trees that Bai Luo mentioned. The ancient city was a large city, but it was only a city. The reason this place is guarded by miraculous troops is because Thorn has a military camp near the ancient capital, and General Winter happens to live in seclusion in the snowy mountains. If we truly rank them, the ancient capital and Coral City are on the same level. But Thorn isn't the celestial eagle, it's impossible for them to station a grandmaster here. At most, they'd have to be hero level, a formidable figure on the level of a fool. This is a bit boring, Leon muttered to himself. At his feet, shadows transformed into a quagmire, churning. They don't seem to be planning to attack. Are they waiting for me to clean them up first? Haha, Leon laughed, holding his forehead, his eyes filled with amusement. What's going on? Waiting for others to clean up their own city? Is the General Winter being so ridiculous? Why didn't General Winter take action? Because he was waiting for Leon to make the first move. Or rather, he was planning to use Leon's invading miraculous power to cleanse the entire ancient capital like a flood. The ancient capital was clashing with various factions, few of which Earl Thorn could afford to fend. The Earl of Thorns is not Bai Luo. Bai Luo possesses a vast array of miracles, though most remain untapped. His strength lies in his immense potential. With potential comes confidence, and naturally, he's not afraid of anything. But the Earl is different. He possesses only one miracle, and he's inherently cowardly, unwilling to take risks easily. Alright, Leon didn't mind being used as a pawn by General Winter. His goal was clear. He wanted Leon to fend the Dark Elves, the Lord of the Birch Tree, and Queen Cain, and then reap the benefits. Under the guise of suppressing the rebellion, General Winter could rebuild the ancient city Leon had destroyed without offending any faction. Leon was the first to strike, and it was Leon who used the Lord of the Birch Tree and the Dark Elves clan as pawns. Although I'm a little angry, Leon said, I can do as you wish. This was General Winter's ulterior motive, but Leon ignored it. General Winter's plan predicated on retaking the ancient city Leon had conquered. Even General Dong couldn't have imagined that the invaders of the ancient capital weren't king-level troops, but rather a miracle-like entity, a mid-level miracle man, the world-greedy giant wolf, the mad king of disaster. Bang! Shadows splattered, like an explosion of black ink. Whoosh whoosh within the cemetery, stormy black mist swirled through the sky. Swish! Swish, swish, they descended from the sky, coalescing into blood moon hunters in trench coats and hats. They were none other than the Atón. Where is this? A cemetery? Are we in the ancient capital? Is this my blood moon hunter form? Though the Atón hadn't rehearsed, each one of them was an emanation of their original thinking, their judgment and principles of action perfectly aligned. Therefore, no one panicked, and they quickly began to adapt to their new bodies. Ha ho! General Ben Inya, are you finally leading your troops into battle? A woman, dressed in the standard blood moon hunter attire, burst into a roar unlike the others, instantly raising the temperature in the cemetery several degrees. Inya, we're not here for a trip, Aleya smiled as she emerged from the darkness. Unlike Inya, her weapon was a massive cross sword. Can you be more serious, Inya? Jira's voice was a bit cold. She felt that Inya always ruined the atmosphere, which was quite frustrating. We are representing the gods, here to punish the wicked. Ah, Jira, you're still so Chunyabaku. Jira's cheeks flushed. I'm not Chunyabaku. My brother said this is Chunyabaku. You? Jira turned to confront Inya, but saw her senior sister. Huh? The queen is here. What queen? It's me. Inya's blood moon hunter-esque form had transformed her from a young girl into a woman in her 20s. Ini bore a striking resemblance to Isifia, so dressed up that they could pass for real. Ini, it's me. However, Ini suddenly changed the subject, her voice becoming colder and more serious. Sister, Jiro was a little bewildered. There was nothing she could do. Ini's imitation was too perfect, embodying her sister's noble and detached elegance to the fullest. Ho ha! Seeing Jira had been tricked, Ini burst into laughter without any ceremony. Jira, are you stupid? You knew I was the only one here, yet you still suspected it was my sister? Ha! What's wrong? My face is twitching. Don't do this to Sister Fiai's face, Ini, you fool. The Adonians were still young, after all. Suddenly empowered and placed in such a situation, their reactions were remarkably human. Only extraordinary. Knowles looked at his hands, feeling the power within him. Tisk, so weak, how can I fight this? I'm extraordinary. Abaddon was surprised. He hadn't expected to gain extraordinary powers. Unlike his original form, a 10-year-old boy, Abaddon in Blood Moon Hunter mode looked like a 17 or 18-year-old, a mature form modeled after him. Is this what I'll look like in the future? Not bad. Abaddon, with a burly physique and a resolute face, exuded an aura of steely toughness. Hey, Shuster, what do you think of me, Brother Leon? Why am I only ordinary? Shuster had grown up too. He was handsome, incredibly handsome, almost as handsome as Leon, who had achieved a miracle. Maybe, Leon didn't know how to respond, so he could only smile. You've added your strength to your looks, haven't you, Shuster? In his youthful form, Shuster immediately looked at his sister, Maya, who quickly conjured a mirror, allowing him to see his own appearance. Wow, brother, you are so handsome. Are you really a man? Don't say that, Maya, it's so embarrassing. Shuster wanted to cry, but he had no tears. What he hated most was this sickly look. To be honest, Shuster envied Abaddon very much. He was tall and mighty. This was what a man was. What are you talking about? Abaddon put his arm around his best friend's neck, then patted his shoulder and laughed. Have you forgotten what Brother Bai Luo said? You are a handsome man that Atón only sees once in 100 years. Handsome man Shuster. Yes, brother, Maya, you will be very popular in the future. Maya is now a big girl. She wears a three-cornered witch hat, and her graceful figure is shrouded in a purple witch robe. Brother Shuster is a handsome man. Maya, who is his brother, is naturally the most beautiful man in the Atón family. I don't want that kind of popularity. Shuster's aesthetic was that Abaddon was the cool type. Maya, what level are you? Me. Maya gave him a sly smile. Oh, I'm a noob, just a temporary hero level. Noob, temporary, hero level? Me, you? Abaddon and Shuster instantly lost interest in chatting with Maya. After being shown off, how could we still have fun? You've gotten older, and I've gotten younger, said Diana, Elsa and little Helen's mother, the renowned female warrior of Atón. Bang! Diana's weapon was a fist, and she was pleased with the way it looked. I feel like I could put up a good fight, Mom, you're just a transcendent level. Come with me later, we'll team up. Elsa was tall, her long, pale blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, with faint flakes of snow falling, a gift of ice and snow transformed by the power of greed. Hey, you're hero level. Diana was speechless. Unfilial daughter, You unfilial daughter, how could a daughter be more powerful than her mother? That's unrealistic. Team up, no, I want to fight monsters on my own, I want to take down bosses alone. Diana had grown younger, while Elsa had grown older. With this, the two seemed like sisters of the same age. Swish, 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 next came the Dryads, all clad in dark green windbreakers and armed with identical weapons. 80 of them, half male and half female, lined up neatly. Good job, everyone. The Dryads, led by Luana and Anderson, didn't act independently. Instead, they formed into a meticulously coordinated team of witches, melee hunters, and ranged hunters. Their military-like structure outnumbered the Atons, and combined with their coordinated tactics, they put considerable pressure on Zira, Knowles, and the others. I never thought I'd have the privilege of participating in such a battle. Halebo looked at his Blood Moon Hunter form, draped in a blue coat and clutching a pale blue, dimly lit lantern. Not bad, quite handsome. He was feeling his power, peak hero, essentially at the T0 level among everyone else. But Halebo didn't dare to be arrogant, let alone show off. He had to be low-key. Making a fortune in silence, stealthily defeating bosses, letting Bai Luo witness his impressive performance, that was the way to go. Boom. After the Blood Moon Hunters of the Atón clan, the entire cemetery seemed to see a terrifying black storm engulfing the surrounding ancient capital. What a noise, what is this, them? Our true army is finally arriving. Fortunately, Leon had cast a fog, blocking not only sight but also sound. Otherwise, this earth-shaking scene would have frightened the surrounding ancient capital residents to death. Roar, the black storm coalesced into a massive, silver-white cat monster, emerging from it. It was enormous, about 4 or 5 meters tall. Its crimson eyes stalked the crowd with a chilling gaze. Light blue arcs of electricity flickered between its sharp, bristling hairs, demonstrating its power and might. Through the power of miracles, everyone could sense that the silver cat monster was one of their own. Where's Helbo? Who's Helbo? The cat monster's voice was shrill and hoarse, but Helbo recognized her identity. Lulu. Helbo and Lulu were a team. The former was a heroic Blood Moon Hunter, and the latter, naturally, a heroic nightmare monster. Woo-roar! With Lulu's appearance, the Atón elves emerged from the black fog in large numbers. They were not human, so they could not become Blood Moon Hunters, but they had also been transformed by the power of greed, becoming terrifying nightmare monsters. Wow! Inya's eyes widened as she looked at the monsters that were either domineering or terrifying, and she exclaimed, "So handsome." Chapter 205. Tonight, the Atón people join the hunt. Nightmares and hunters are the two main branches of Leon's Blood Moon army. The former are terrifying monsters, while the latter are exorcists who save the world from terror. What a disparity in numbers! Bai Luo sat high up, but his gaze, ignoring the boundless fog, fell directly on the cemetery. Hunters, 240 in total, 60 of them were from the Atón clan, 80 from the Tree Elves, and later, 100 slave boys and girls, who were also fortunate enough to join this hunting battle and experience the collision of miracles up close. 100 normal-level Blood Moon Hunters. Bai Luo knew that Leon's power was not something everyone could withstand. Perhaps normal level was to protect their spirits from the corruption of the world. Extraordinary level, 110, compared to the Sigrian War, the combat power of this battle was unclear whether to say it was stronger or weaker. Transcendent 20, heroic level, 6, Shira and Helbo, 2 peak heroic level. Maya, Elsa, and Fyra, 3 heroic witches. The Blood Moon system also bolsters witches' power, providing a bonus, granting these 3 girls miraculous powers rivaling those of heroes. And Boya, whose magic seemed to synergize with the power of the Blood Moon, had also seen a significant improvement. A master-level individual. Bai Luo's attention fell on Inya. The blindfolded older sister, sensing Bai Luo's intent, waved in his direction. Honestly, Bai Luo was genuinely surprised. Inya was incredibly gifted, possessing the talent of a living saint, a top talent that could influence even senior sister and uncle. Bai Luo was certain that if living saints were a separate rank, Inya would be at the top, not just an ordinary living saint. Such a significant improvement in just a few months. Truly worthy of Inya. Inya, the only figure of the Atón clan to rival senior sister's fame, was truly terrifying. That girl is incredible. Long Gixiang also noticed Inya and spoke highly of her. With only 2 months of exposure to the power of miracles, She's already reached this level, and she's so low-key that your majesty didn't even notice. Old Reed wasn't good at deploying troops, but when it came to combat, cultivation, and improving strength, he was an expert among experts. Aliya's calm and indifferent nature, her mind clear, allowed her to rapidly improve upon any form of miracle power she could adapt to. To put it bluntly, Knowles, after 2 months of arduous training, hadn't yet developed a single ultimate move, while Aliya had already developed over a dozen. Yes, that's how impressive they were. The difference was just that huge. Living saints truly possessed a level of power that could temporarily withstand a miracle master of the same level. She'll be the main force in this battle, right? Ghost Princess, despite her whimsical nature, was usually quite composed, even in the presence of her senior sister. Boy leads the troops, Leon is the top leader, and Aliya, I don't have any missions for her, Bai Luo said, giving Aliya a single instruction, do as you please. Aliya heard Bai Luo's voice and smiled faintly. Yes, your majesty. Hualala the Black Horse urged again, this time with the fox girls. The 100 or so fox girls ranged in age, but all were talented individuals who had endured long periods of miraculous power under King Aole's command. They were like empty buckets without water, already filled with capacity. Once the miraculous power was poured into them, they instantly became ready-made miraculous troops. Bai Luo was unfazed, bestowing his power upon them without reservation. The fox girls became miraculous citizens, their strength ranging from extraordinary, supernormal, and heroic. This, with the fox girls, at the very least at the extraordinary level, further enhanced the quality of the Atón army. Roar, a giant crimson fox, blazing with flames, emerged from the shadows. She howled to the heavens, her blood-red eyes scanning the cemetery with a murderous aura. It was Fire Mist, one of the 7 foxes who had just joined Atón's team. Is Lulu also hero class? Amazing, Fire Mist was now a beast-type soldier, enormous and destructive, but her mobility was limited, preventing her from moving freely for fear of stepping on anyone. No human body, Mo Shu Ian, unlike Fire Mist, disliked large sizes, so she used her greedy world power to shrink herself considerably. This is very unusual. Kingayu, the blue fox, was originally the sword princess Kingayu. Her strength lay in her swordsmanship, so she gravitated towards the heroic spirit class. Attributes were of little importance to Kingayu, skills and secret techniques were key. I'm only extraordinary class, the golden fox Yuji was a little frustrated. How could Mr. Leon and I have such a poor power compatibility? Me too, sister, Yinzuir complained. I'm also extraordinary class, I'm extraordinary. The white fox's strength was also average. Wow, ha ha ha, Shian burst out laughing. I'm a hero, Shian possessed a strong affinity with the power of worldly greed, and within her dreams, this incarnation of the Blood Moon granted her an extremely terrifying bonus, instantly catapulting her to heroic status, a state of immense pride. The only regret was that none of the Fox tribe members appeared as heroic spirits, or Blood Moon hunters, but as gigantic monsters. Clearly, in Leon's dreams, they were more nightmares than hunters. The 7 great fox tribes, with several at the hero level, and the other goblins included, this unimaginably large group of little creatures, now transformed into gigantic, hideous, and terrifying beings. For a moment, the entire cemetery, the forest beyond, and even the hazy sky were filled with their presence. The fog remained thick, but anyone walking through it would surely be terrified to the point of turning pale. Countless nightmare monsters swarmed, looming in and out of view. Their bloody mouths opened wide, their eyes, crimson against black, like messengers from hell, looking down upon the world. Your Majesty, I am ready. Leon silenced everyone before praying to Bai Luo. I allow you to use this power to cleanse this wrong, corrupt city. I have seen the twilight of the gods, high and mighty, because they are gods are just, and the opposite of justice must be evil. If I am wrong, then what is right in the eyes of wrong? Leon stood in the center of the cemetery. His voice was soft, like a whisper, yet also like he was speaking to someone, as if he were telling an ancient story, venting his dissatisfaction with someone, a world, or some force. At this moment, all the nightmare monsters and hunters fell silent. They carefully felt the power coming from Leon and his words. Dong dong, the bells of the ancient city rang out above Bai Luo's head. He was the Lord of Miracles. But he wasn't entirely clear about how Leon's power would manifest. Therefore, The Battle of the Ancient City wasn't just a way for the Atón people to experience real war. It wasn't a war against a frenzy, a living being, but a war against the thorns, possessing wisdom, self-judgment, and the ability to unleash skills, secret techniques, and profound secrets. These were the 7 categories of heroic origins, the true power of humans. The sky above the ancient city was undergoing a strange transformation. The once hazy white mist was now tinged with a bloody glow. However, the fog was too thick and dense, preventing the blood-red light from illuminating the earth. It only reached mid-air, having already exhausted its full power. What is this? General Dong had been sitting on the great snow mountain, gazing at the scenery. He had assumed the invasion of the ancient city wasn't a formidable enemy. After all, those who had signed a sacred covenant wouldn't mobilize large armies to attack each other. Who dared to stroke the sacred tiger's whiskers? But now, the situation clearly defied General Dong's expectations. High in the sky, the once silvery moon was giving way to blood red. It was a blood moon, a vibrant crimson, eerie, and terrifying. Like an eye, it gazed down upon the city from above, and General Dong, himself under its gaze. Something's wrong. General Dong's brow furrowed, his expression changing for the first time, his composure fading. A red moon, such a vast miracle field, what level of miraculous power is this? What is he trying to do? General Dong sensed something was amiss and immediately decided to set out. But even as he took his first step, the old man hesitated. Should I go? Isn't it better to stick with the original plan? If they truly intend to harm the ancient capital, why should I defend it? Even when the Lu Wei family visited General Dong, he had already expressed this uncertainty. Why did he protect the ancient capital? Was it worth it? What was the meaning of the ancient capital? The city itself? Or the people within it? In another place, a general defending a city would undoubtedly declare that people were supreme, and that buildings and cities were of little importance. But are the people of the ancient capital worth saving? Snap! General Dong's steps were abruptly halted with a push of his foot. He looked at the wooden house behind him, a small dwelling covered in snow, shabby in the torchlight. For 40 years, General Dong had chosen to live in seclusion here, feeling guilty about the ancient capital. He felt it was too filthy. The people, the air, the very earth, every inch of it, was unspeakable to him. It was clearly something he should change, yet it had become like that. Honestly, this was none of General Dong's business. After all, the relationships behind the ancient capital were complex and intricate. There was Queen Cain, the Lord of the Birch Trees, and the Mistress of Darkness. None of them were easy to deal with. At the very least, Earl of Thorns would have to personally intervene to be qualified to sit on equal terms with him and negotiate. General Dong? Just like when Sea Dragon Princess and Avril, the Saint of the Rays of Light, met their senior sister, no matter how powerful they were only children of miracles. Children of miracles had no right to speak to the Lord of Miracles on equal terms. This was the hierarchy between king and subject. Between subject and subject. Wait longer. General Dong lowered his head, a hint of longing in his eyes. Like Bai Luo, he also wanted to cleanse the ancient capital. Why does a city like this exist? Because I'm here. Then can you be away? Years ago, General Dong heard singing from the seashore. Following the sound, he met a young girl who had lost her mother. General Dong could never forget her words. Only when I'm here can those scoundrels of the ancient capital be so arrogant, General Dong said. But I can be away. Keep waiting. Without hesitation, General Dong chose to sit down on the small wooden stool he had carved himself, and watch the disaster that was about to befall the ancient capital. No matter who you are, I leave the fate of the ancient capital in your hands. General Dong slowly closed his eyes. Don't let me down, foolish old feast. General Dong felt the madness and terror beneath the light of the blood moon. This was a power unique to the foolish old feast of the 28 factions. The other 27 would never have brought him such a palpitating feeling. Lord of the White Birch Tree? That man couldn't have created such a scene. Such a vast domain of power was definitely the work of a miracle General Winter had never seen. And the newly emerged Lord of Miracles likely hadn't reached a very high level of awakening. Another up-and-coming king, General Winter said. You've attacked the ancient capital without authorization. Let me teach you a lesson. Even a Lord of Miracles shouldn't be so self-righteous. But time passed, and General Winter saw no sign of movement. The fog won't dissipate. What are you waiting for? General Winter was puzzled. Why hadn't Leon taken action yet? And why was the fog blocking the light of the blood moon? The power of foolishness is most effective when it illuminates the earth. General Winter, having clashed with the Lord of Birch Trees many times, understood this common sense better than anyone else. Your Majesty, I'm ready. Leon summoned the blood moon. It was more suitable for this night than on the day of the calamity. Yes, on the platform of the massive bell tower, Bai Luo was clear of the fog. He stood high enough that the fog didn't reach him. Bai Luo felt as if he were standing on the ocean, the hazy white mist, the water itself, swirling and dispersing, drifting in the wind. Looking up, a massive blood moon hung alone in the sky, a terrifying sight. The gods unleashed a flood for cleansing. Bai Luo never compared himself to a god, but faced with the debris and garbage, he, the new master of the ancient city, felt a responsibility to clean up the mess. I'm not a god, but as a king, launching a cleansing, I should have a clear goal and a bottom line. Innocent people shouldn't be implicated, only those who deserve to die should be killed. This part needed to be clearly distinguished. Bai Luo didn't wish to use his power to indiscriminately harm the poor. After all, from a self-interested perspective, they were also Bai Luo's future subjects, or even his subjects' parents. Bai Luo didn't want the ancient city to suffer heavy casualties. The powerful must die, that was undeniable. But the remaining victims, Bai Luo intended to spare. Ding Ling, Bai Luo raised his hand and began to fumble with his clothes, forgetting that he was now dressed differently as a blood moon hunter. Nothing, Suddenly, Bai Luo touched a silver pendant. He stared at it, lost in thought for a moment. Your Majesty, Wang Quan looked at Bai Luo in confusion, wondering why he hadn't yet declared the start. Wait, Bai Luo raised his hand, interrupting Wang Quan's questioning. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. This is fate, isn't it? I choose you, Bai Luo said. He tossed the silver pendant, letting the chain wrap around his hand. Then, pressing his mouth to the pendant, he whispered, in the name of the Lord of Miracles, this is a decree. This is a demon-slaying object. Its name is silver. All polluted things in the world must not touch it. Miracle law, do not touch things made of silver. This was Bai Luo's first order. All polluted things would be suppressed by the silver attribute and fear silver products. Of course, this only restricted polluted species that weren't even ordinary miracle derivatives. It would have no effect on ordinary miracle soldiers, the miracle people recognized by Bai Luo. However, this decree reminded Bai Luo of the demons and vampires in his previous life. In Western mythology, silver is considered a material that can exorcise demons. Bai Luo hadn't expected that, having originally intended to create a flaw in the polluted species to curb their rapid expansion, he'd chosen silver. He wondered if it was a coincidence. The fool's old feast system could easily get out of control. With other miracles, Bai Luo worried they wouldn't develop quickly enough, but with a fool's old feast, he feared it would truly spread completely. That would be a truly disastrous outcome. Silver, then silver, Bai Luo said. Steel swords cut down humans, silver swords exorcise demons. Bai Luo didn't know if he would eventually command a new class called Demon Hunters, but for now, he'd choose this coincidence. Next, Bai Luo released the pendant, and the silver pendant spontaneously burned in midair, transforming into a contract that shackled all polluted species. In the name of the Lord of Miracles, this is a decree. No one may enter any building or gathering place without permission. Miracle law, no one may enter the dwellings or gathering places of living beings. One decree was definitely not enough, so Bai Luo issued a second. This particular feature was very similar to the ghost stories Bai Luo had heard in his previous life. Demons and monsters could not enter a house without the owner's permission. They had to knock on the door first, pretending to be friends. Only when the owner opened the curtains or opened the door could the monsters enter. In the name of the Lord of Miracles, this is an order. You may only live in desolate places far from human habitation. Unless you have vengeance, you may not attack living creatures without permission. Bai Luo then issued a series of orders. Bai Luo had his own bottom line. He did not wish to cause real suffering, so when issuing these orders, he imposed as many restrictions as possible on these pollutants. Basically, it had reached a level that ordinary people would never encounter unless they were courting disaster. Leon, Bai Luo had done his best, and now it was Leon's turn. Leave it to me, Your Majesty. Leon knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully in Bai Luo's direction. Please enjoy this performance. Begin, everyone. The nightmare monsters and hunters transformed by the Atón people all looked at Leon. He slowly stood up and looked around. Roar, crack. The nightmare monsters roared and quickly shuttled through the fog. The Blood Moon Hunters unfurled their weapons, making a sound of metallic collision. Tonight, the Atón people join the hunt. Chapter 206 Blood for Blood, Life for Life. Tick, tick, in the dark, dank sewers, countless corpses were chopped into pieces and discarded carelessly. No one cared about their identities, nor would anyone go to such a disgusting place to investigate the body's cause of death. Squeak, 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 rats scurried through the sewers, swarming in groups, seeking rotting flesh and maggots. And here, another corpse lay, half its face gnawed away, its remains swollen beyond all resemblance to its former self. But if Iadana were here, she would surely recognize him. This corpse was Iadana's father, the innocent fisherman murdered by the Scrot family. He wasn't as fortunate as Andy's uncle, rescued by the Reed family and brought to Arden by Bai Luo. Though his treatment was far inferior to Iadana's, he hadn't suffered any harm from the power of miracles. With the help of the tree elves and a body magic cast by the witches, he would soon be as good as before. Seeing him was fate, especially since he was saved by Wang Quan. Those she rescued were now naturally also Bai Luo's own. So, regarding the Andy the old man had mentioned, Bai Luo had sent a message to the children, sharing his appearance with them. Andy had done no evil, he was a simple, kind-hearted young man. Regardless of whether he possessed the talent to adapt to the power of miracles, at least Bai Luo believed his character was impeccable. The old man and Andy had risked their lives to inform Iadana and her father to leave, it was a testament to their courage. Moreover, Bai Luo intended to win Iadana over, and it was only a matter of time before she would become his own. Given this, helping one's family repay their debt was only natural. Furthermore, who knew if the miracle on page 10 of the Black Book would involve rescuing this uncle and nephew? Bai Luo had no deep connection with Iadana, he was more concerned with profit now. This was a new miracle. Galala, suddenly, the previously silent sewer erupted with an eerie sound. It was like someone slapping in mud, bones rubbing and colliding, making a soft, gurgling sound that made one's scalp tingle. These cries echoed one after another, not just in one place, but throughout the entire sewer. Repay a grudge, repay a grudge, repay a vengeance, blood for blood, life for life. Mist continued to pour into the sewer, and through it, Leon's voice gradually became palpable. Squeak, a rat, crawling on a corpse, was crushed by a rotting bony hand. The corpses stirred, staggering to their feet from the mud. Opening their eyes, their whites alone were a chilling sight. Their throats and chests contracted and bulged, emitting hoarse, strangled child. The man, with only half of his head remaining, continued to utter, repeatedly and laboriously mumbling the word. Hiss. It sensed the wind and staggered towards the sewer exit. Following it, numerous other figures stumbled, like zombies. Waste! All of you waste! In the slave yard, a slave trader was fiercely kicking a burly man. The man's arm was broken and bleeding profusely. However, his master continued to kick him hard at the wound, the hard leather of his boot rubbing against the wound, causing unimaginable pain and making the man wail in agony. Do you know how much I've invested in you, you piece of trash, you piece of trash? The man gritted his teeth and glared at his slave master, who also saw this scene. You dare to stare at me? A dog dares to stare at me, puff. In anger, the slave master drew his sword from his waist and stabbed the man in the neck. Without a struggle or a last word, the man collapsed in a pool of blood, completely dead. Someone, drag him away, the slave master finished speaking, but the slaves who would have immediately flocked to him did not appear, and the entire slave market was much quieter than usual. Where have they all gone? The slave owner shouted in frustration, turning around only to find a pitch-black darkness behind him. What's going on? Why is there no one? Where are the people? Where have they gone? The slave owner had always been closely guarded by powerful mercenaries and swordsmen. Otherwise, how could he have so freely assaulted his slaves, fearing a rebellion? But now, they were gone. No matter how he shouted or cursed, not a single one answered him. Revenge for revenge, grievance for grievance, blood for blood, life for life. What's that noise? Who's talking? Come out. The slave owner had never encountered anything like this before. He shouted, you're playing tricks. Get out here. Silence, deathly still. This was beneath the arena, connected to the slave market. It was dark and cold. But it was definitely not deserted. With so many traders, customers, and slaves, it was impossible for it to suddenly become so deserted. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of bones colliding could be heard behind the slave master. He quickly turned around. What's that sound? His heart palpitated for a moment. He scanned his surroundings, finally focusing his gaze on the corpse. Snap! The sensation on his feet frightened the slave master, who collapsed to the ground. He gasped for air, staring in disbelief at the figure writhing in a pool of blood. I don't want to die. Maggots swarmed from the man's pierced wounds, their eyes opening and moving on his exposed skin. Why are you killing me? Snap, snap, snap. Bones snapped, sharp bone spurs piercing the twisted corpse, forming a skeleton. And from the previously severed arms, 3 twisted, pitch-black arms sprouted, a terrifying sight. What is this? What is this? Watching the figure rise from the darkness before him, its head tucked against its side, the slave master felt his worldview flipped upside down. The man was dead, killed by his own hands. Why was he standing up again? Drugs. Did someone drug me? When? What drug? The slave master kicked repeatedly, trying to push the man's arms away. Hallucination. This had to be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Crash! But before the slave master could regain his composure, the headless man's 3 arms had already grasped his abdomen and ankles, dragging him into the air. Puff! The severed right leg fell to the ground, blood splattering. Normally, the slave owner should have passed out from such excruciating pain and torture. But he was wide awake, completely awake. He watched as the headless man, having crushed his leg, lifted his foot again and crushed his left foot. Then, both feet, organs, intestines, spine, chest, neck, and finally, the head. A blur of blood and flesh remained on the ground. Not enough, the headless man growled. Not enough, more, he needed more. Where are they? The headless man's 3 arms grasped the great swords beside him. 3 in total. And so, a headless corpse, covered in blood and rotten flesh, clutching his head in one hand and supporting 3 great swords in the other, slowly stalked towards the slave yard's gates. Help, monster. Monster, don't kill me, I'll pay you, please let me go, please let me go. At that moment, everyone in the slave yard was plunged into their own nightmare. This was Leon's ability. Within his realm, he had created tens of thousands of dream realms, each with its own independent zone, where they could receive their due judgment. Both the wicked and the good would be trapped in this blood moon dream. Of course, for the virtuous, as long as they kept their doors tightly shut, the nightmare monsters wouldn't enter without permission, nor would the tainted species, transformed from their corpses, who resented them and sought revenge. It's begun, Inya said, standing high in the wind. Beside her was Inya, the blindfolded saint of Atón. Remember our mission, Inya. I know, perhaps due to her physical growth, Inya seemed to have matured as well. But it seems no one is worth saving. The Blood Moon Hunter's job wasn't to purify the filth, their mission was to stop the rampaging tainted species and eliminate them. Revenge for revenge, vengeance for grievance. Just like the headless man, he had already exacted revenge on his enemies. But the tainted species were irrational, and they weren't resurrected from the dead. They were merely living, moving corpses, devoid of souls or selves. The real headless man, Inya and his father, were long dead. What remained were merely the walking dead, driven by resentment and obsession. There will be one, don't worry, Inya activated her perception, scanning the city. If you have time, look for that child named Andy. Finding Andy was everyone's responsibility, not just Inya and Inya's. Boring, Inya snorted disdainfully. But since it's Big Brother's request, there's nothing we can do. Inya looked at Inya with some surprise, then smiled. Are you imitating Fiya? Are you? Our Inya has grown up and is very handsome. However, Inya didn't giggle as usual, instead continuing to play the role of senior sister. It couldn't be helped. As Inya said, in Inya's mind, her sister was synonymous with handsome. Now that she had her looks as a foundation, Inya naturally had to indulge her desire to be looked up to. Even Sister Inya was intimidated by me, Inya said in her heart with great pride. As expected, my lady Inya is super strong. Suddenly, Inya sensed something and said to Inya, I sensed an innocent person. Inya, follow me. Finally, I can move. Inya hurriedly followed. Let me show my skills later, Sister Inya. Chapter 207, Dark Elves. The curtains swayed with the creaking of the large bed, and a pink, intoxicating fragrance filled the air. A flabby old man vented his brutality. To his other side, 2 girls lay motionless. The ancient capital was controlled by 6 families, each with their own unique preferences. For example, the head of the Morty family favored young and beautiful women. There were also the Scrot, Merwin, Sycamon, Blade, and Sesfag families. The Scrots were lunatics, fond of kidnapping people and performing gruesome experiments. The Merwins were the largest slave traders in the ancient capital and the core of the 6 families. They delighted in watching slaves fight each other and reveled in the gladiatorial combat. The Sycamons were a mercenary family, deeply greedy for money, responsible for taxation throughout the ancient capital. Then there was the Blade family, the city's largest mafia gang, and the Sesfag family, who dominated politics, controlled the military, not the miracle units, and provided legal protection. Outside the room, Irina, holding towels and other items, waited for her master to finish his daily pastime. The girl's expression remained unchanged, but her trembling body silently betrayed her inner fear and disgust. The 2 girls were purchased by old Morty from the G mansion. They were pristine new goods. This guy, Fry, a frequent resident of the ancient capital's underclass, had seen plenty of such things, but old Morty's abilities far exceeded Fry's expectations. This guy is nothing short of an animal. 4 girls in one night? Remember, old Morty is already over 60. For a 60-year-old man to still be so virile was simply incredible. Brother, Irina looked at Fry uneasily, and the young man, for the first time, began to doubt his own plan. All his preparations were premised on Irina's ability to capture old Morty. Fry wasn't worried about that, he had his own methods. Fry was a master of reading people's expressions, while old Morty wasn't bright, even quite stupid. Fry easily became his close friend. This was how the siblings were able to secure the knight's permission to enter the Morty household. Fry was about to say something when old Morty's voice boomed from inside the room. Not enough, not enough. Bring me a few more, Fry. Fry had never encountered anyone like him. He walked in and looked at the girls on the bed. Their eyes were lifeless, clearly lifeless. They'll die? Fry regretted his cleverness. Old Morty was no man. If he offered his sister to him, not only would he have a future of wealth and glory, but it was doubtful whether Irina would even survive. Ho ha, old Morty saw Fry's expression and laughed heartily. Are you envious? You'll get it sooner or later. What? Fry was puzzled. Old Morty said, that's a great miracle, a power beyond human imagination, a gift from that Lord. Fry was, after all, only immortal. Never having encountered miracles, he naturally couldn't understand such an incredible and mysterious power. They say you're very talented, Fry. Old Morty liked Fry very much, not only for his good manners, but also for his talent. If Fry were given to his master, he would surely reward him well, even give him more and better things. I'm 60 years old, but you see how I look, old Morty, it's just a little bit of power, just a little bit. That Lord said you're much better than me, it doesn't matter if you're not good looking. Old Morty said. When you reach the Underdark, the Dark Elves will have plenty of ways to make you a handsome man, that Lord. The Underdark? The Dark Elves? What was this guy talking about? You don't understand. It's normal. I was the same as you before. Old Morty didn't seem as stupid as Fry imagined. Until I met that adult. She cured my disease and let me regain my youth. Miracle. This world possesses the power of miracles. Only those who wield this power can control their destiny, otherwise, they are mere prey at the mercy of others. Fry had made a mistake. It wasn't that he was trying to curry favor with old Morty, but rather that someone was trying to exploit him. Of course, old Morty lacked the foresight and wisdom to do so. But the true masters behind the Morty family were far more resourceful than he was. This boy is truly one in a million. When Fry was very young, the Underdark's Governor-General visited and stumbled upon him. The moment she laid eyes on Fry, she had a feeling, this boy might have the makings of a capable minister. The Lord of Darkness, the 13 Dark Elf clans. The Governor-General is a renowned figure among these 13 clans, a powerful general who commands most of the Underdark's armies. The Lord of Darkness reigns supreme, and the 13 matrons under her command control the boundless underworld. We, on our own clans, must strive to earn the Lord of Darkness's favor. The Lord of Darkness is like a goddess of the underworld, and the Dark Elves are her loyal servants. They need talent, especially intelligent individuals like you, living saints, renowned generals, and capable ministers. These are the 3 most unique categories among the children of miracles. Living saints and renowned generals aside, capable ministers possess strong management and governance abilities, but lack the ability to lead troops in battle. But regardless of whether they are capable ministers or renowned generals, the Lord of Miracles never wants too much for them. What's the price? Fry looked at old Morty, who sat on the edge of the bed. Old Morty drooled disgustedly. Don't you know what I want? He wants Irina. Since I'm useful, Fry said, are you really not afraid of doing this? What's there to fear? A future falling out? You said I'm valuable. Fry didn't mind being used, his biggest fear was being ignored. How about this? Let Irina go. If you like women, I can give them to you later. No matter how beautiful, I'll find one for you. Fry planned to stabilize old Morty. As for offering a woman, once Fry had status and strength, how could he let old Morty go? There was no way before, but now, that female governor seemed to admire him very much, and with the opportunity, Fry naturally didn't need to do anything against his conscience. Any trash who dared to covet his sister must die. Ho ha, if it really was only old Morty, he would probably really agree. This is a language trap, very simple, even an idiot can see it. But old Morty might not be able to see it. He noticed Fry entirely because of the female elder of the Underdark, and everything now was also specially instructed by her. No, Fry, old Morty said, that adult has ordered that Irina is mine. What? Fry couldn't understand what old Morty said. There was a logical problem. Since the Underdark and the female governor thought he was talented, shouldn't they protect Irina well and then use this to threaten him? Why would they do such a thing to tear their faces apart? Because they hate women from outside. Old Morty seemed to know something. Your sister is of no use to them, and boys like you are their favorite. The Underdark is a matriarchal society. Fry went there not as a subject, but as a pet of the mistresses and female elders, a dog they raised. So the orders from the Underdark were very direct. They wanted Fry to watch Irina being tortured to death by old Morty with his own eyes. Then, witness his blackening. Madman. Fry's first reaction was not suspicion, but the feeling that he was being calculated. And the girl called the female governor. If she was really smart enough, she would never do such an idiotic thing. This place called the Underdark is so chaotic, the request for Irina's death could never have been issued by the female governor. Party struggle. This stupid pig is talking about the female governor. It's obvious that her political enemies want to kill me. This pig. Fry couldn't understand old Morty's way of thinking. Instead of a currying favor, he wanted to make enemies. But if you think about it carefully, you will realize how sinister the intention of this conspiracy is. If Fry agrees and hands his sister over to old Morty, he can continue to live, but his relationship with the female governor will be extremely deteriorated. On the contrary, if he refuses, old Morty will definitely take action and kill him. Even old Morty knows that a person who starts to resist must never be kept. So this plan will make the female governor lose Fry no matter what, whether he is alive or dead. That's a dark elf. When mentioning the dark elves, old Morty showed a greedy pig-like look. If it is you, you can definitely get it from me, beautiful dark elf. At this moment, Fry finally understood old Morty's thoughts. He had never regarded Fry as a human being from the beginning. Fry was his servant, a lowly slave, and such a guy should of course listen to him and serve him. So the higher Fry climbs, the higher he climbs. Even if Fry becomes the Prime Minister one day, old Morty, will be the master of the Prime Minister. Fry has been looked down upon since he was a child, but he did not feel humiliated, but this time, Fry felt angry for the first time. Are you competing with such an idiot in wits and courage? Bang! Without hesitation, Fry made his choice. Such a guy is not worthy of his calculations. Instead of verbal threats, it is the direct sharp blade and butcher knife that can scare him more. Old Morty had his back to Fry at this time and didn't notice his actions at all. The fat pig just felt a sharp pain in his head. Irina, come to me. Fry didn't run away. He grabbed old Morty's neck, then took out a knife from his arms and put it on his neck. What are you doing? Damn it! Damn bastard! He wailed and touched the back of his head, touched his hand with blood. You lolly. Unfortunately, before old Morty could finish his words, the blade in Fry's hand had pierced his skin. You dare. If you touch me, that lord will never let you go. Fry thought old Morty was a fool. He said this to a little servant like him, making him act like some powerful big shot. Irina, help me get that candlestick over there. Yes. The girl panicked, but still immediately lifted the candlestick. What do you want to do? What? Of course. He wanted to do it once and for all, to kill old Morty. Old Morty didn't like guards accompanying him, and Fry had completely earned his trust. Plus, the room was soundproof. If he could just kill old Morty, Fry could easily lie that he was resting and escape with his sister. Although he'd be wanted, it was his only option. What are you waiting for? Come and save me, you useless bastards. Fry was about to strike, but old Morty's words left him bewildered. However, Fry acted quickly changing his stance and pressing the tip of the candlestick against old Morty's neck. How clever, no wonder he was chosen by the female governor, who, two voices suddenly rang out. Fry didn't dare to move, so he could only hold old Morty hostage while Irina retreated behind him. Irina? However, a dark shadow emerged, and amid the girl's screams, a figure emerged from the shadows. If you don't want your sister to get hurt, let him go quickly. Although it's disgusting, he is the person our superiors asked us to protect. We can't let him die in your hands. You are, what the hell? Seeing the other person's appearance, Fry gasped. It was a lizard, a human-like lizard, its body covered in dark green scales. You trash, old Morty's words suddenly appeared in Fry's mind. He said you, not you. Get out of here, Fry suddenly shouted. If anyone dares to come near me, I will kill this fat pig now. Sure enough, behind Fry, the lizard man who was about to rescue old Morty hesitated. Behind, Fry felt a breath behind him and quickly turned sideways with old Morty. With such sudden movement, the candlestick pierced old Morty's neck, causing him to wail loudly, Don't kill me, don't kill me, calm down, young man. Inside the room, 4 lizardmen stared at Fry, one of whom was holding his sister, Irina. Let him go. We can guarantee your safety. Ridiculous, Fry said. You're political enemies of that female governor. You guarantee my safety. Fry didn't need to judge, he was certain of the 4 lizardmen's identities. The female elder, the female governor, clearly 2 people. He was utterly shocked that such a creature, only found in myth and legend, existed in this world. Release Irina. Otherwise, I'll kill this pig. With Irina in their grasp, Fry couldn't think of a good way to reclaim her. For a moment, the 2 sides were at a stalemate. Clack. Suddenly, just as Fry was at a loss for what to do, an eerie sound echoed from behind. Fry didn't dare look back, fearing this was a trick. But soon, he saw the surprise and astonishment in the eyes of several lizardmen. No, almost like a conditioned reflex, Fry sensed the extreme danger. He quickly let go of old Morty, threw himself to the ground, and then rolled over rapidly. Only then did he dare to look up at what was happening in the room. Puff, blood splattered. 2 figures hung on old Morty's body, gnawing at his face and neck, biting off chunks of flesh. Fry stared at the man-eating monster in horror, and the lizardman shared his expression, bewildered. What? Chapter 208. A capable minister? Roar, old Morty screamed, but the 2 twisted monsters hanging from his body let out sharp shrieks. Bang, glass shattered, and Fry instinctively tried to cover his ears, but the young man forced his willpower to suppress the stinging pain in his eardrums. Dizzy, he quickly ran towards Irina. Irina couldn't hear Fry's voice, but her instinctive trust in her brother made her grab his hand. Go. The lizardmen weren't true lizards, more subhuman than human. Therefore, they could hear clearly. Zombies, their perceptive abilities, far superior to those of humans, enabled the lizardmen to make an immediate assessment. The 4 lizardmen quickly surrounded Morty and the 2 zombies. On the bed nearby, the corpses of the other 2 girls rose in strange positions. Roar, old Morty's head was bitten off. The horrific scene, coupled with the sight of the zombies feasting on the flesh with relish, made even the lizardmen nearly vomit. Is it a miracle soldier? Not sure. The lizardmen, clearly the leader, drew their scimitars, and the 4 men stood ready. But whose miracle power is this? Is it the necromancer's necromancy? Necromancer? A necromancer has come here. Hearing the necromancer, the 4 lizardmen began to retreat. After all, they were just ordinary miracle soldiers, unable to even release energy. How could they compare to a necromancer of at least the extraordinary level? Even if it was just a necromancer apprentice, they would still be no match for him. Roar, however, the zombies weren't satisfied with their revenge on old Morty. Their resentment was unbearable. After dispatching the fat pig, they set their sights on the 4 remaining flesh and blood creatures in the room. Here they come. There was no time for further deliberation. The enemy had already attacked, and the lizardmen had no choice but to fight. Hoo-ha! Elsewhere, Fry clutched his sister's hand tightly as the siblings ran frantically down the hallway. What is that? Brother, what is that? Irina was only a little girl, after all. She had never seen anything so bizarre. I don't know. I don't know either, Fry panted, but what had just happened had truly overturned his imagination. The fat pig talked about miracles. This must be the miracle he was talking about. Miracle, what a terrifying miracle, a miracle that could transform a person into something like that. And what about those four lizard-like figures? Bang! A loud noise echoed behind the siblings, followed by two dark shadows crawling along the walls and ceiling like spiders. They're not blessed with miracle powers, not miracle troops. The lizardman captain rubbed his neck, suddenly realizing, damn it, they're just miracle derivatives. The zombies were incredibly fast, pouncing directly on the lizardman captain and biting him on the neck. The lizardman captain thought he was finished, but who could have imagined a sudden turn of events? Primary, physical resistance, primary dragonborn scale, sharpness resistance. Don't worry, they can't hurt us. Ordinary miracle units are still miracle units. They're blessed with miracle power. Their passives and resistances alone are enough to make these zombies mere miracle derivatives. Despair. Brother, what should we do? Fry saw the speed of the lizardmen and the zombies. With that kind of speed, there was no way they could escape. They call them zombies. If the zombies win, what happened to old Morty will be our fate. But if the lizardmen win, Fry said, we'll die too. These lizardmen would certainly not let the guardian sent by the Governor General's political enemies go, and would likely wipe them out. Even if Fry survived, Irina would surely die. Damn it, Fry racked his brains, but could find no solution. This was the despair of mortals facing miracles. Bang, bang, the sound of a cane tapping the ground echoed from the end of the corridor. Fry quickly turned and saw a young man with long silver hair slowly approaching from the shadows. Quite impressive. Helbo swung his staff. Outside the French window on one side of the corridor, a huge black shadow vanished in a flash. Cat Lulu was too large to enter silently, so she judged the other members of the Morty family and the guards in the courtyard. Leon's dream realm was unique. Instead of trapping everyone in the same dream, he created countless private servers. Simply put, Leon used the ancient capital as a template, creating thousands of dream realms. Each person, or group of people, would fall into one of these dream realms, where they would be attacked by the Atón, the polluted, and various nightmare monsters. Naturally, the power of mortals could not escape Leon's grasp. Even the child of miracles could not rival the miracle itself. However, the Atón people were their own people, allowing them to freely log into any dream space, just like a group dungeon. Just by looking up, Helber could see countless room numbers, with general information about the person and a comment from the Atón person in charge of that dream. Request for help. The Morty family has discovered a miraculous unit, ordinary level lizardmen. Team up. Give me a hero level 1. The slave market is overwhelmed with monsters. We can't contain them alone. Which request? One who can read minds. Gangs are too difficult. It's impossible to tell the good guys from the bad guys. A witch with mind reading skills would be a good helper. Necromancer. Helbo looked at Fry and Irina, their names floating above their heads, making them look like NPCs. Fry. Introduction. Born in the slums of the ancient capital, he lives with his sister, and is now a male servant in the Morty family. Karma. 0 favorability. 60. Irina. Karma. 0 favorability. 80. Karma here is actually the degree of evil done, determined by how much people hate a person, that is, the accumulated resentment. However, resentment alone does not necessarily indicate a person's goodness or badness. For example, a group of criminal drug dealers fear the police who protect the people, but at the same time, they also resent the police. Would the police's karma be exorbitant? To prevent this kind of unreasonable situation, the uncle and others have developed a more reasonable judgment criteria. The formula for this is very complex. Bai Luo cannot guarantee that he can catch every corrupt official, but he can guarantee that he will never kill a good person by mistake. As for favorability, this was a standard Leon had created based on the partial memories of people in his nightmares, intended to give the people of Atón who encountered them a general impression. If Leon gave a very high favorability rating, it meant the person was worthy of being brought to Atón for education and training. Necromancer, are you referring to me? Helbo surveyed his clothing and smiled. I am Blood Moon Hunter Helbo. Favorability ratings of 60 and 80 were, frankly, quite high. Along the way, Helbo encountered many people from the ancient capital, but few had a rating above 30, and most were even negative. Clearly, in Leon's eyes, these people were completely useless, the kind of trash that would be difficult to educate. "Thank you for saving me, so grateful," Fry, clutching his sister, immediately prostrated before Helber. "Please let me follow you and repay you, Irina." Seeing his sister didn't react, Fry quickly grasped the girl's head, and they both knelt on the ground. "Don't have to pity us, just treat us like dogs." Helber was stunned for a moment, but then he realized, oh, so that's how it is. As clever as Helber was, he immediately understood Fry's intention. The young man knew he couldn't escape, so the only option was to choose one of two paths. Fry chose the necromancer. If he lost a bet, Helber would be a madman, and he would consider it his all, even if he died. But if he won, perhaps there was an opportunity. Swearing submission right from the start, even if it was a dog, most people would keep it. Perhaps it would be useful later. Helber had to praise Fry's decisiveness and courage. Fry lowered his head, but deep within, he was filled with astonishment. Helbo saw through his thoughts. Oh no. I've got the wrong person. A clever trick backfired. If the other party knew Fry was playing tricks, would he still keep him? Perhaps. But the probability of death after failure would suddenly increase. "Don't worry, I'm not a necromancer, and I didn't summon those two zombies." Helbo was a humble man. While he could show off in front of mortals, he didn't enjoy it. Only after encountering unfathomable figures like King Aole and Bai Luo could one see the vastness of the world and realize one's own insignificance. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Fry dared not be disrespectful. He kowtowed again with his sister, pledging allegiance. All right. I said I wouldn't touch you, and I won't." Helbo tapped his head with his cane, feeling rather helpless. Fry, feeling insecure, kept insisting that he was willing to be a dog just to survive. But Helbo didn't dislike him. If he were in his place, he might have done the same in the beginning. No choice, only survival. Who hasn't endured this? Helbo, for some reason, understood Fry. "And I'm not the one you should be kneeling to." Helbo avoided Fry's bow. He was a man of great respect for etiquette, and would never do anything that would overstep his bounds. "Yes." Fry quickly stood up, leading Irina with him, without a moment's hesitation. "Oh, this guy has a knack for reading people's minds. He can tell I really don't want him to kneel." Fry's decisive reaction showed his confidence, his conviction that he had guessed what Helbo was thinking. But Helbo had only said a few words. He could guess that? Very clever, and incredibly confident. Helbo saw a special quality in Fry. Is this guy the capable minister our teacher was talking about? Something's going on. I'll update 12,000 words tomorrow, and then I'll beg for some monthly votes. Please. Chapter 209, Thorn Army. Whether they're capable ministers or not, protect them first. With a high favorability rating and 0 karma, this was clearly the type the Blood Moon hunters should protect. Leon had given the Atón people a lesson during his time at the Cute Kitten Club. He taught them the right people to kill, keep, and leave them alone. Fry and Irina met Bai Luo's requirements for Atón civilians. Supernatural spell, Ring of Darkness. Helbo cast a supernatural spell from the Conjuration Department. It was similar to the Life Guardian spell in the Fairy Blessing, but instead of preventing instant death, it teleported the siblings to a specific location in the event of a threat. This was Leon's dream, and everyone was bound by Leon's laws. Therefore, Helbo's move was more about protecting their spirits than simply their bodies. This, Fry and Irina had clearly never seen such incredible power. While the resurrection of the lizardmen and corpses had surprised the siblings, Helbo's spell was undoubtedly even more astonishing. That lavender light, and the black halos on their wrists. What kind of power is this? Fry was astonished. Irina was incredibly curious, even yearning. If I could possess such power, perhaps I could protect my brother too. That's all right, Helber explained, not knowing their thoughts and not bothering to guess. The Ring of Darkness is a spell designed to protect your consciousness. Also, you don't have to worry about death, Helber. Everything that happened here is just a nightmare for you. What? Fry didn't understand. Helber said, you are not in reality. This is a dream created by that master. You have my mark. Your consciousness will not be destroyed after death, Helber. When this is over, you will awaken to the sound of the dawn bells of the ancient capital. Helber's words were incomprehensible to Fry and Irina. In truth, most children of miracles could never comprehend Leon's power. It was too strange, too mysterious. A world-spanning nightmare, the night of the blood moon. Even among miracles, this ability to blend illusion and reality is truly rare. Lulu, after rescuing the people, Hellbow contacted Lulu the cat. How is it going over there? Kill. Ha, kill you all. A flood of negative emotions, accompanied by screams and roars, filled Hellbow's mind, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. The Atón people were divided into two groups, each with their own responsibilities. The nightmare monsters were tasked with clearing out the remnants of those mistakes. Goblins, originally of animal origin, still have a relatively weak understanding of humanity. Their only principle is not to treat humans as food. However, killing and brutally slaughtering enemies. Despite their adorable appearance, goblins are still beasts, merciless. Beast-type troops often lack humanity. Without human guidance, they can easily run wild. Goblins, behemoths, and dragons fall into this category. She's gone berserk so quickly. Hellbow quickly sensed Lulu's condition. The ginseng fruit's effects are taking effect. Lulu in this nightmare world is probably even harder to deal with than me. Lulu, greedy world pollution. 45%. Oh my, Hellbow hadn't taken Lulu's earlier promise of independent action seriously. But now it seemed the power of greedy world had taken a serious toll on her mind. Mr. Leon said the critical point for greedy world pollution was 60%. But Lulu is practically losing her mind at only 45%. It seems greedy world's influence on beasts is much greater than humans, Hellbow muttered to himself, summoning a magic panel to record his thoughts and data. The specific solution is none of my business. I'll just keep recording as usual. The power of greedy world was a force that even Leon himself had to suppress with all his might, barely suppressing his murderous intent. Although the fairies like Lulu had gained immense power, Hellbow hadn't. But if goblins are repeatedly stained with blood and take the lives of others, they will quickly be corrupted by the power of greed, becoming beasts who know only killing. You two, follow me. Don't run around. Hellbow planned to find Cat Lulu and kill her, sending her will home. Therefore, to better strengthen his spirit, Bai Luo assigned the nightmare monsters a task, to clean up the debris. To further strengthen his spirit, Bai Luo assigned the Blood Moon Hunters a task. They were to monitor the polluted species, watching them die at the hands of hunters after their revenge. Moreover, if any goblins went berserk, they would be the ones to deal with them personally. Just like Cat Lulu, once she went berserk, not even Hellbow could stop her. To prevent them from slaughtering innocent people, Hellbow had to eliminate Cat Lulu in time. Otherwise, once this will return to Cat Lulu's body, Cat Lulu would be left with 99% chaos, a loss that would outweigh the gain. Oh, I almost forgot, there are also these lizardmen. Hellbow raised his staff, and purple-black energy surged from him, disappearing in an instant. Dead, finally dead, the 4 zombies were finally dispatched by the lizardmen. Ordinary creatures, lacking even the most basic protection of a miracle, naturally couldn't threaten the miracle people. Resistance, protection, and gift. These are the 3 passive abilities of miracle units, regardless of their status, simply varying in type. Don't let your guard down. That necromancer hasn't appeared yet. We've only killed his summons, so there's no way. The lizardman captain said this when he suddenly felt a chilling presence and quickly turned around. Who's over there? A fleeting purple light vanished, and the lizardman captain, still looking surprised, slowly collapsed. Plop, plop, the 4 lizardmen died under Hellbow's single finger before they even caught a glimpse of his face. This, Fry witnessed Hellbow's power firsthand. Dead, dead, he simply raised his hand, and the lizardmen he had considered invincible were dead. Incredible. So strong. Too strong. It's not the ultimate finger of death, Hellbow grumbled. I used finger of sleep. They're just asleep. Hellbow, a tall, burly man stepped out from behind Hellbow, grumbling somewhat unhappily. Where are the enemies? Where are the enemies? Sorry, Tiger, I couldn't help myself. Hellbow was traveling with Silly Tiger, along with the Ilona siblings and Inya. The 5 of them were a team. A curse witch, a healing witch, a mage, a knight, plus Silly Tiger, the tank, and the giant monster Cat Lulu, a perfect 5-person dungeon raiding party. But now, it seems Cat Lulu has become an enemy. Don't criticize Leon. He even has to control himself. What can he do if the other monsters go berserk? Forget the monsters themselves. If the Blood Moon Hunters become overly obsessed with killing, they too could be tainted by the power of greed and undergo a bestial transformation. transforming into nightmare monsters. How are they still alive? Helbo, Silly Tiger suddenly rushed out, leaping at the fallen lizardman with astonishing speed. I'll help you kill them. Hey, Helbo felt a gust of wind rush past him. Silly Tiger, stop it. Whoosh, in his haste, Helbo couldn't cast his spell in time, but Ilona, standing beside him, seemed to have anticipated Silly Tiger's move and immediately blocked it. Extraordinary, Avalon 8 fighting techniques, heavenly binding standard, blood red energy ropes bound Silly Tiger from behind, but Ilona's power was insufficient to restrain him. Ilona? Why are you tying me up? Silly Tiger, restrained, didn't resist. He was a dull person, but he listened to Helbo and the others. Inya, did Tiger kill anyone? Yes, Inya nodded, her silver-white mask on. On the way here, I killed a few scoundrels who tried to bully women. This was a nightmare realm. Nearly 100,000 people in the ancient capital were randomly assigned to different blood moon dreams. But some people are inherently evil. Even in this apocalyptic environment, they'll still unleash their ruthless claws upon the weak. They all deserve to die, Brother Helbo, Inya commented. She hated rapists the most, so she'd killed several, not just Silly Tiger. You killed them too. Helbo was speechless. He sighed. No wonder Silly Tiger's eyes gleamed with blood. He became so impulsive. The Atonians' true rivals were the returning troops from the Thorns, the very enemy they were gaining experience from. This, Inya was puzzled. Is it such a big deal? I feel fine. That's because you have a strong affinity with a greedy power. Helbo didn't blame Inya. After all, no one could remain indifferent to such a situation. If they could truly ignore it and wait for the nightmare monsters to arrive and clean up the mess as required by the mission, then they weren't Atonians. Don't let Silly Tiger take action again, Helbo said. Inya, you can do this, right? Next, let's kill people, so Silly Tiger and the others can absorb less of the greedy power. No problem. Inya had no problem with killing. She was a fanatical devotee of Bai Luo, and for her master, she didn't mind being a human. Well, Janano was the exact opposite of Inya, unable to bring herself to kill. Lulu's, I'll do it, Ilona, Helbo said. You can't kill anymore either. Helbo warned Ilona that it wasn't that he was stronger than the other, but that Helbo and Inya were highly compatible with a greedy power, just like Sheila, so she could kill at will. To put it bluntly, only those with a disregard for life could achieve great success with a greedy power. Alright then, Ilona and Helbo were close friends who had shared hardships, and he understood the meaning of brotherhood. Also, Inya, Helbo said, let me deliver the final blow. When the Thorn army arrives, you deal with them more often to gain combat experience. I understand. Inya was soft-spoken around her own people. Like Janano, she wasn't a strong-willed person. Tiger, didn't you hear me? Come back. These lizardmen aren't enemies. Don't attack them. Helbo looked at Silly Tiger, who nodded repeatedly. Chew. Ilona took away the Skybeam standard, and Silly Tiger came running back. Why can't we kill them, Tiger? Some people can't be killed. Helbo felt helpless telling Silly Tiger this. Silly Tiger's judgment was limited, and forcing him to understand was a bit awkward. You'll learn how to judge things later. For now, just listen to us. After all, they were people of miracle, and who knew who was behind the lizardman? Helbo didn't have the courage to act on his own. Silly Tiger acted because he was a reckless man. Even if they did, Bai Luo would simply treat it as a child accidentally breaking someone else's property. As a parent, Bai Luo would choose to apologize or do something else depending on the other person's attitude. The Lord of Darkness doesn't know what's going on. We'll capture them first. Your Majesty will decide whether to repatriate or imprison them. Don't worry, Tiger. If my estimation is correct, the Thorn army should have already begun its movement, Helbo said. Taking the ancient capital won't be a problem for us. The real challenge is how to hold the city against the onslaught of the Thorn army. That's your chance to show yourselves before His Majesty. Of course, despite this, Helbo felt that the Thorn army was not that easy to deal with. Among them, Inya and Silly Tiger had also participated in the Battle of Sigrian. But Sigrian, what was that? A group of frenzied deep-sea creatures. They had no fighting power at all. Throughout the entire battle, Sig's side hadn't used a single ultimate skill. Secret, Herbo was a hero-level being, and he knew the vast difference between a hero with a secret and one without. General Mei, in Hundred Flower Valley, Mixiang swiftly broke through the vast fragrant barrier. Please wait a moment, The fragrant fairies were the extraordinary level troops responsible for maintaining the barrier surrounding the 100-Flower Valley camp and were the primary personnel responsible for maintaining and renovating the valley's environment. I have an urgent matter. Mixiang produced General Winter's badge. Where's Lady Tulip? Yes, take me there. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Mixiang hurried towards the 100-Flower military base. Lady Tulip isn't in the valley, Sister Mixiang. Before Mixiang could find Tulip, an oriental beauty in a snow-white dress approached. Her name was Luo Shui, an ancestor from the Eastern Empire. Under Earl Thorn were 4 powerful officials: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. General Winter was the oldest of these, and he served as the instructor and teacher of Spring Queen, Summer Fist Saint, and Desolate Autumn. They were all discovered and brought up by General Winter. As for Tulip, she served under the Spring Queen, a powerful, king-level miracle child. Similarly, she was personally trained by General Winter. Where's she gone? Mixiang asked anxiously. Seeing this, Luo Shui hurriedly said sternly, she sensed movement in the ancient capital and has already led her troops out. What? Mixiang exclaimed in surprise. But Teacher Lixu told us to hold our troops for now. General Winter was only a master, but his position under Earl of Thorns was exceptional. Just like his uncle in Arden, he was a founding father. This, Luo Shui said hurriedly. What should we do then? Luo Shui had no talent for leading troops in battle. She was a hero-level warrior. However, she devoted all her energy to training herself and comprehending the power of the 4 seasons, and had not learned any tactics or military techniques. How many are left in the camp? Thorn Guards, Winter Riders, Scarlet Sisters, Sunward Aspirants, and Poison Ivy Whippers, 300 each, and the Transcendent-level Fragrance Fairies and Flower Swordsmen, Luo Shui said. Without General Winter's order, Lady Tulip wouldn't dare mobilize the Transcendent troops. Only 200 Transcendents, Mixiang said. It seems Lady Tulip is very confident in her own strength. Perhaps she's just bringing them along to broaden their horizons, but heroes, set off with her. Logically, a mere ancient city couldn't possibly have so many powerful beings. Villages, townships, towns, small cities, medium-sized cities, large cities, capitals, royal cities, and imperial capitals. This is how the Miracle Lords categorize different levels of settlements on the Miracle Land, with villages being the lowest and imperial capitals being the highest. Of course, the highest level of mortal settlements is a large city, like Coral City. While the ancient capital has the word capital in its name, it's at most a large city, and a city like that, with a hero-level defender, is more than adequate. 7 heroes, plus a master and a king, were definitely exceptionally well received. All the teachers from Beihu Academy, except me, went. Beihu Valley was actually Earl Thorn's training camp, or rather, a military academy, specifically training miracle soldiers for the Thorn territory. Are they all gone? Most of those remaining here were extraordinary or transcendent level. There were only a handful of hero-level warriors, a mere 7, and they could all be identified by plant code names: peony, white rose, black rose, carnation, red spider lily, succulent, and clover. Where's Xian? Mixiang asked immediately. I'm still here, Xian, another master besides Mei Xiang, asked. Mei Xiang, what's wrong with you? Something's happening in the ancient capital. Should Tulip go there? Teacher hopes the ancient capital will be conquered. What? Xian was puzzled, but quickly understood General Dong's intentions. Teacher, are you planning to take that step, to rely on this external force? Shui Yi, you stay here. Mei Xiang, we'll go and bring Tulip back immediately. General Dong was trying to overcome his past trauma, which was a good thing. Their Thorn nation needed the wisdom and strength of Li Zushan Xianzhe. With him, the Lord of Thorns wouldn't lose the upper hands in their battles with the other Lords of Miracles. Therefore, they couldn't let Tulip act on her own. A dreamlike barrier, transforming reality into illusion. At that moment, outside the northern edge of the ancient capital, a woman clad in gold and silver armor, with numerous military emblems on her chest, standing majestically like a general, stood outside the hazy mist. Such a powerful force, Tulip placed her hands on it, closed her eyes, then opened them again. At least master level, but the possibility of king level isn't ruled out. All troops, listen, Tulip commanded the 1,000 miracle soldiers behind her. Without my order, you absolutely cannot enter this fog. Yes, Tulip clenched her fists and stepped decisively inside. No matter who you are, the ancient capital belongs to my lord. The kingdom's marshal, Tulip, will never hand it over to you. It had 7,000 words, but because it felt out of place, I've decided to put it after the ancient capital. So today, there are only 5,200 words. Sorry, everyone, I broke my promise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Declaration of War. My child, I can't find her. I haven't even looked for her again. Why do you say I can't find her? I can keep looking. I will. My child, my child. The old woman sat in the dim room, her eyes dull and her face withered. She was the same old woman Bai Luo had met earlier and described as dead. Her lost child was one of the 7 missing women. The old woman was a commoner, dependent on her daughter for survival. The evil deeds of the scribe family would be covered up by the entire ancient capital, so it was impossible for the old woman to find her daughter. Bang! Roar! There was a loud noise outside, a terrifying sound constantly coming from the old woman, but she was oblivious. She's still alive, she's still alive, I can feel it, every night, she cries in my ear. Somehow, the old woman felt her daughter was still alive, trapped in a pitch-black box, crying out to her in agony. She called out Mom, and in agony, she told the old woman, Mom, save me, I can't save you, I'm sorry, I can't save you. The old woman's tears had dried up, and even with the immense grief, she could hardly shed another tear. If she could, the old woman would give up everything to save her child. She would even trade places with her daughter, letting her bear the pain, hoping only that her child could live in peace and happiness. Anyone, save my daughter, I'll give you anything, the old woman prayed and wailed in her heart over and over again. Anything, revenge for revenge, grievance for grievance, blood for blood, life for life. Leon's voice echoed in the old woman's ears. Is this an illusion? No, the old woman's eyes lit up. It's not an illusion. There's a voice, someone is talking, but what should she do? How could she avenge herself? Could she save her daughter? Blood and life, the old woman faintly sensed the voice's owner, the whisper of a demon. But it didn't matter. As long as she could get revenge, she was willing to accept any price. Give me strength, let me find my child. Death. Suddenly, the old woman understood. The living can't gain strength, only the dead can, she muttered. She lowered her head, looking at her withered hands, then at a pair of scissors on the table. Yes, of course, the old woman stepped towards the table. Life and soul, if you want it, take it all, take it all. The streetlight from the window shone in, casting the old woman's shadow on the wall. She raised her hands and pointed the sharp scissors at her throat. Puff, bright red blood sprayed half of the wall. Roar, the next moment, the shadow twisted wildly, then, with a shrill roar, smashed through the house and hurtled towards somewhere at an astonishing speed. Dad, where are you? Are you playing hide and seek with Emily again? In the castle-like villa, Emily hugged her doll and jumped happily. Daddy, don't hide. Emily spotted you. The blonde girl's smile was angelic. It was hard to imagine that this delicate, doll-like angel could actually be a twisted, distorted, murderous demon. You're so deceptive, relying on this face and this voice to gain sympathy. Emily, holding the doll, saw the woman walking out from the back of the hallway. Sheila, clad in a black trench coat, her long, silver-white hair cascading over her shoulders, shimmered with a captivating brilliance in the moonlight. The power of miracles transcends the mundane. And this naturally includes Sheila's beauty and charm, a dazzling beauty that no mortal could resist. So beautiful, sister, your hair is so beautiful, Emily said with an incredibly gentle expression, but Sheila could clearly hear her inner thoughts. How could this bitch have such beautiful hair? It's even prettier than my doll's hair. That's her. Cut her head off, Emily said. And then, the hand caressing the doll's hair suddenly tightened. Emily continued to smile, but if Sheila wasn't there, she would have ripped the doll's hair off, thrown it to the ground, and trampled on it. Cheap is cheap, it's so ugly. Compared to her hair, this doll's hair, that lowly commoner's hair, is disgusting. Sister, do you want to play with me? Sheila found the girl's ethereal voice and innocent invitation amusing. Is my hair beautiful? Emily was a little surprised, because Sheila's words hit home. It's beautiful. Sister's hair is the most beautiful I've ever seen. How about playing a game with me? Sheila had no sympathy for Emily. She wanted to give this devilish monster a punishment worse than death. Sheila would show no mercy to such a demon. Okay, what game? Emily feigned interest, but deep down, she was fuming with impatience. This is so annoying. What game is this? Where's Dad? Come over here and chop this bitch's head off. Are you looking for your dad? Sheila said. He's playing games with me, too. You'll see him when you get here. Really? Emily replied. That's weird. Why would Dad play games with her? Come on, to hell. The shadows beneath Sheila's feet animated, leaping towards her like countless tentacles. Caw. Emily, a mere mortal, couldn't react, but the puppet in her arms let out an eerie laugh. Huh? Sheila was surprised. Emily suddenly burst out laughing. You're trying to hurt me. Heh. No way. I have this puppet Dad gave me. No one can hurt me. Supernatural power. Without hesitation, Sheila immediately liberated her hero. She was also a little surprised to encounter a strange, living supernatural unit here. Bang! The puppet's power was immense, its speed as lightning. It was so small that a single leap resembled a bouncing basketball. An ordinary person would have been beheaded before they could even see anything. However, the living puppet's opponent was Sheila, a heroic powerhouse with the power of liberation. Boom! Purple, black, and white, a trio of miraculous power surged out from Sheila like a storm, instantly engulfing the entire corridor. Bang! 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 The glass shattered. Outside, there was no silver moon, only corpses scattered across the ground, and countless zombies gnawed at them. Haha, the corpses of the old woman and Atón and his father, transformed into zombies, sniffed the air like zombies. Suddenly, they both caught the scent of their children. Their white eyes simultaneously raised, looking at Emily, and roared at her in unison. Roar! The old woman's tentacles danced, grasping the edge of the third floor and swiftly scaling to within 10 meters of Emily. As for the skeleton knight, he leaped to his feet, simultaneously brandishing his 3 skeletal swords, slashing at the glass window, as if to chop it and Emily into pulp. Ah! Emily screamed in terror. The living puppet couldn't react in time, completely pinned down by Sheila, unable to escape. Bang! 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 The skeleton knight swung his weapon relentlessly. But the lavender membrane kept Emily contained. It was a protective spell cast by Sheila. Roar! The skeleton knight roared angrily at Emily beneath the light barrier, glaring at Sheila with disapproval, as if questioning her defense of such a sinner. Back off! You're not allowed to kill her, Sheila shouted, her invisible power of greed instantly bringing the 2 contaminated beings, not even ordinary miracle citizens, to their knees. Leon was her older brother, and with such a sister con, Sheila's power in the greedy realm was second only to Leon. Of course, Sheila couldn't truly protect Emily. I can't let her die so easily. Sheila read the remaining information in the Scrot family dungeon. The countless screams and wails filled Sheila with a deep hatred for the father and daughter. If she couldn't torture them properly, she would be utterly miserable. Her heart was filled with anxiety, and only by making them feel the same pain could Sheila relieve her hatred. Bang! However, the living puppet's strength was indeed impressive. It was fast. Although far inferior to Sheila's, its small size and agility in such a confined space made Sheila waste considerable time running around. So annoying, it took Sheila about 10 seconds to control the shadows beneath her feet and restrain the living puppet. Get down! Supernatural spell, divine form binding. A surge of powerful miraculous power erupted, and the flying living puppet suddenly stopped. Snap! Sheila grabbed the puppet's head and ripped off its limbs, leaving only a small piece of its body, which continued to twist and struggle. Debuff skills were not effective against miracle units. However, Sheila didn't intend to control them directly. As long as she had her hands free, she could crush this strange little creature in a matter of minutes. Huh? Sheila intended to destroy the living puppet, but her miraculous power sensed the emotional fluctuations within it. What's going on? Sheila asked, a little surprised. She carefully sensed the puppet's condition, then her eyes widened. This, surprise, no, horror. No wonder it possesses extraordinary miraculous powers, yet its combat effectiveness is even inferior to that of an extraordinary person. This puppet wasn't a living being, it was a soul-type miracle soldier, a supernatural curse soldier created by the Lord of the White Birch Tree by forcibly inserting the souls of 7 girls into it. Sheila's witch form was called the Beast Spirit Witch, which meant she was extremely sensitive to souls and spirits. Just like now, the moment Sheila touched the living puppet, She sensed the soul fluctuations within it. They were in agony, utter agony. To describe their feelings, it was like cramming one person into a suitcase. They were already suffocating, yet they forced a second, third, and fourth person into it. What if they couldn't fit? Chop off their hands and feet and force them in. Still no good? Crush them into pulp and dump everything in at once, filling it up. Mad, what a mad trick! To truly create a weapon, one must completely shatter the souls and then reassemble them into a complete one. But the 7 girls inside were still alive, enduring this purgatory-like torture. Does this method of creating a miraculous soldier really have potential? If it's just for numbers, then just make a living body. Why stuff it with souls? On the other hand, since you've stuffed souls in, you must treat them well. This half-hearted approach gave Sheila the impression that the birch tree wasn't primarily creating soldiers, but simply enjoying the process of transformation. Crack, 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 Sheila pinched the living puppet, trying to break it. While a bit cruel, for the girls, this might be a relief. Wu meanwhile, an old woman nearby pleaded with Sheila. Unlike Rode, the old woman wasn't dead, merely having a nightmare. She would awaken in reality at dawn tomorrow. You want to save them? Sheila's personality was cold, but not without emotion. If possible, she would offer whatever help and rescue she could. Bai Luo had taught her not to meddle in other people's affairs, but even when faced with danger, she couldn't back down, she had to stand firm. Now, Sheila wanted to save the souls of the innocent girls within the dolls. Even if she didn't have the ability, Sheila truly had the desire to bring them true peace, rather than a cruel shattering of their souls. Sheila, at that moment, time suddenly stopped, and Bai Luo's voice echoed in Sheila's ears. That's beyond your ability, I'm sorry. Sheila lowered her head. What nonsense, Bai Luo said. I mean, it's within my ability. Huh? Sheila exclaimed. Brother Bai Luo, are you willing to save them? In ancient times, there were those who deserved death, and there were also innocent people who didn't. Just like the 4 girls brutally murdered by old Morty, their spirits remained intact, preserved in Leon's dreams. At dawn, they would awaken in their original locations. As for old Morty, he couldn't wake up. For people like him, dying in Leon's dreams was truly dead. Now, I have to try. The souls of the 7 girls weren't simply spirits, they were more like manufactured ghosts. Among the miracle armies, there's a very special phenomenon called reincarnation, where one species transforms into another. This isn't evolution or mutation, but rather the separation of the soul. The tree elves employ this method, collecting the soul energy floating in the air and fusing it with their life force to give birth to tree elf children. In fact, Bai Luo had Leon collect the spirits of the innocent people who died unjustly in the ancient capital. Spirits are essentially the same thing as souls, just with different names. Most miracles capable of creating soul-type armies have conducted research on the soul level. Bai Luo couldn't recover a simply dissipated soul. But these girls, however, were more like living beings that continued to exist in another form. They were no longer simply souls, but derivatives of miracles. To save them, we must fight the Lord of the White Birch Tree for these girls' souls. Shiro was now a hero-level hero, and a miracle girl with whom he was very close. Just like Helbo's confrontation with King Aole, Bai Luo would also confront the Lord of the Birch Tree through Shira. But won't that expose us? Even without this incident, the Lord of the Birch Tree would have sensed the situation here after his men were poached. So Bai Luo couldn't hide it, and didn't intend to. Don't worry, Bai Luo and the Iron Eagle Kingdom were already hostile forces. He had already offended the Iron Eagle King and Earl of Thorns, so offending the Lord of the Birch Tree wouldn't hurt either. As the saying goes, in the martial arts world, a lot of debts are better than nothing. Of course, the main reason was that Bai Luo didn't fear the Lord of the Birch Tree. A lower-level Lord of Miracles commanded mostly living soldiers, and they were foolish old idiots who outnumbered their quality. Not to mention others, with Leon around, Bai Luo had no chance of defeating the Lord of the Birch Tree. Even if he did send troops, he had Lilith and Shirley. 2 miracle masters, with combat power even more formidable than Leon's. They were confident they could stop him even if the Lord of the Birch Tree's miracle master arrived in person. Once we conquer the ancient capital, we'll be his neighbors, Bai Luo said. We can't show weakness to a man like him, let alone compromise. We must attack with thunderous force from the outset, letting him know we're not to be trifled with. Are you planning to release Wang Wei? No, Bai Luo naturally couldn't expose Wang Wei to the Lord of the White Birch Tree. All he had to do now was snatch his soul from him. There's no need to use Wang Wei to deal with him. This miracle, without loyalty, is like dimensional resources, ownerless. Bai Luo said, I want it, but he can't keep it. How should I do it? Grab it. Bai Luo had Zilla hold the living puppet tightly, then simultaneously infused it with the life force of the tree elf and the newly acquired power of the yellow spring from the ancient tales. Gala la la la, the living puppet screamed frantically. And to the west of the ancient capital, an ancient castle sat amidst an endless plain. Bang! The man savoring his delicious dinner put down his knife and fork. He wiped his mouth elegantly and said in a deep voice with a hint of dissatisfaction, disturbing others while they eat is extremely rude. A person's cheeks are most delicious when they are desperate, yet still desperately defend themselves. The Birch Lord smiled. But the guests are more important than the food. I forgive you, unknown king. The Birch Lord raised his head. He was handsome, a man in his 30s with an elegant demeanor, like a learned scholar or professor. Are you eating people? Bai Luo's consciousness connected with his. They both saw each other and felt their identities, the Lord of Miracles. No, no, no. The Birch Lord raised a finger and closed his eyes, as if listening to a beautiful piece of music. This is art, an elegant enjoyment, madman. Bai Luo couldn't understand the man's thoughts. This also meant that Atón and the birch tree were destined to be enemies. The Lords of Miracles each have their own personalities, some kind, some evil, some mad, some innocent. Those with similar personalities will form alliances, while those with conflicting personalities are destined to be enemies. Are you trying to steal from me? The Lord of the Birch Tree sensed Bai Luo's intention and shook his head with a smile. Their essence is in my hands, you can't take it away. Really? Bai Luo said, will you come with me? We are willing to serve you. As soon as he finished speaking, girls in white flew out from behind the Lord of the Birch Tree, and their words of allegiance echoed throughout the ancient castle. Who made these little toys? The Birch Lord noticed that they weren't his miracle people. Living beings and spirits are two completely different military systems. The former can be created at will, while the latter require true loyalty. However, the girls were murdered, their souls trapped within living puppets. They couldn't possibly be loyal to the Birch Lord. But they weren't made by the Birch Lord himself. How could this Grot family, a mere mortal, be worthy of the Birch Lord's personal handiwork? Puppeteers skilled in creating living puppets are plentiful in the Birch territory. It seems, Bai Luo said, that you took something you shouldn't have. Yes, you're right. The Birch Lord didn't show the anger Bai Luo had expected. It seems they are indeed yours. Then take them. What's yours? Take it. What's not? Keep it. The Birch Lord said. So who are you? The new Miracle Lord? Have we met before? You look familiar. However, Bai Luo didn't say anything more. The Lord of the Birch Tree is not Queen Cain, whose heart is pure, but this man is no ordinary madman. Genius and madness are only half a step apart. My uncle once said of the Lord of the Birch Tree, he is a madman, but also an extremely insane, perverted genius. In the past, he has killed all kinds of people in 99 different, yet all extremely cruel, ways to satisfy his own desires. My uncle said, not as a Lord of Miracles, but as an ordinary person, he committed such evil deeds, earning the terrifying nickname the Silent Killer. Silent, he said, because the Lord of the Birch Tree is so calm in everything he does. Killing, kidnapping, torturing, assaulting, torturing. He always remains impassive, unmoved. After completing his task, he walks away as if nothing had happened, turning back with a casual smile as he passes his next prey. Have you met the Lord of the Birch Tree? Long Gixiang asked Bai Luo, who nodded. Just met. What do you think? Just like my uncle said, Bai Luo said. Very dangerous? Bai Luo's first impression of the Lord of the Birch Tree was not that of a crazed, screaming killer, but rather a calm and wise man. The fact that he had committed 99 crimes without being discovered only showed that he had a nearly perfect plan. With such meticulous planning, Bai Luo had to be wary of living next to someone like him. Master is amazing, Yasha said. Two Lords of Miracles at once, too strong. Basic tactics, all basic tactics. Bai Luo had a bad impression of the Lord of the Birch Tree, but the cheerful voice of the little Yasha comforted him. We're still missing the Lord of Darkness. I wonder what's going on. After saying this, Bai Luo contacted Shirley and Lilith, instructing them to closely monitor the perimeter of the ancient capital to guard against the Lord of the Birch Tree's involvement. With Queen Cain, we must adopt a flattering attitude and be as humble as possible, but with the Lord of the Birch Tree, Bai Luo had his own bottom line. He and the other party were not on the same page, and never would be. If he dares to come, I will destroy him. Wu. In the Scrot family villa, Sheila watched 7 ghostly figures dancing in the air. They had chosen to follow Bai Luo. Although they had not obtained the power of miracles, they had already qualified to become Bai Luo's miracle subjects. Their souls have been tainted. Sheila sensed these souls, discovering that they still lingered a trace of foolish and evil thoughts. They were not dream avatars, coming here to complete a dungeon, and even if they died, they would not be harmed at all. The true soul was here, and if it was tainted, and there was no change. It seems a bit troublesome. Suddenly, Sheila looked at Emily, who was protected by the light barrier. Bai Luo and Sheila's conversation lasted only a moment. In reality, the skeleton knight continued to slash frantically at the light barrier, and Emily within continued to scream in fear. Repay grievances, revenge. Sheila spread her wings, and the power of dreams instantly enveloped Emily and Eggert Scrot, who had long been trapped in her shadow. Take what is yours, pull out her hair, just as she pulled out yours. These are my eyes, my skin, my teeth. 7 dreams, and right here, Emily swapped places with the girls she had killed. Strapped to the operating table, awake, unable to fall unconscious, she watched helplessly as a heinous act was being perpetrated upon her. The blood-curdling screams continued. Beside the operating table, Eggert was strapped to a chair, watching his beloved daughter receive the retribution of the evil spirit. Woo. 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 But Eggert clearly had no time to worry about his daughter. Directly in front of him, a twisted monster crawled towards him. It was none other than the tainted creature transformed from the old woman driven mad by the torture of losing her daughter. There were also skeletal knights, and even more parents whose families had been shattered by him. Dozens, hundreds. This meant that what awaited Eggert next was destined to be a torment no less horrific than his daughter's. What a terrifying domain! A white mist enveloped the ancient capital. Tulip walked the streets, only to find that the entire world seemed to be isolated and fragmented into hundreds, then thousands. With every few steps, she noticed a shift in her surroundings. The environment remained the same, the buildings remained the same. But the people crying before her were replaced by another the next moment, and the cycle repeated itself. Of course, this was because Tulip had reached the level of a king. Deceiving a king with only the miraculous power of a domain would be incredibly difficult. It wasn't a lack of energy, but a lack of depth. Only the power of a king could truly challenge a king. Someone's breaking in. In the cemetery, Leon sensed Tulip's entrance. Tulip didn't display her king-level strength, her miracle power restrained. This prevented even Leon, the miracle's own being, from indirectly noticing her situation. Mortal, no, Leon said. You can walk freely in my domain, a child of miracle, unaffected by the domain. The other party must be at least hero level. Because only heroes have the resistance to king-level domains, and king-level domains can't interfere with them. Boom, the fog had transformed into vortex, its meaning clear. Are you inviting me? Tulip frowned. Very well, I'd like to see where you come from. Faced with this provocative act, Tulip chose to take the risk. The king's power was sufficient to handle any situation. They were extremely capable of surviving. Even if they couldn't defeat them, Tulip could escape in time, which was far better than letting the extraordinary and transcendent armies in. Tulip took a step forward and found herself in the ancient capital's cemetery. Tulip is the dean of the 100 Flower Valley Military Academy. After General Dong retired, she trained talents for Count Thorn. Being a native of the ancient capital herself, she's naturally familiar with the place. Papa, a crisp slapping sound emanated from behind Tulip, and the woman quickly turned around to see Leon. Who are you? The man was remarkably young. No more than 17 or 18 years old. He wore a black windbreaker and white gloves, and gently clapped his hands, signaling his presence and not needing to look around. You're quite powerful. My nightmare realm has only a minor effect on you. Seeing the intruder up close, Leon suddenly realized, so that's how it is. You're a king-level powerhouse. No wonder, did you summon this realm? Tulip demanded. Why are you attacking the ancient capital? Don't you know this is the territory of our lord, Count Thorn? Count Thorn was merely a title, not simply a title of count, like Count Dracula. Even after becoming immensely powerful, the title remained with him, a witness to history. What a poor attitude. Leon wasn't angry, he casually sat down on a gravestone. Leon had no respect for these scum of the ancient capital, their tombstones. You're a king, A son of a high-ranking miracle. What rank do you hold under Earl Thorn? Is it high enough? Leon felt embarrassed to kill someone too lowly. He had to save face. Small fish and shrimp needed to be fed to the people of Atón. As for Leon, he naturally had to face the strongest enemies, to demonstrate his value and status in Bai Luo's hands. Who are you, Tulip? Noticing Leon's irrelevant response, drew the sword from her waist. Who are you serving under? Which Lord of Miracles are you a subject of? You launched this surprise attack without declaring your claim to the ancient capital internationally, and you're even attacking ordinary people. What do you want to do? However, Leon couldn't possibly tell Tulip his identity. Are you cowards who don't even dare to reveal your name? Tulip's words were slightly provocative, making her feel uncomfortable. How? Leon raised his hand. Seeing this, Tulip quickly took precautions. It seems that you are also quite rubbish. However, a voice came from behind Tulip, and at the same time, a hand fell on her shoulder. When, the woman immediately swung her sword behind her, but found that Leon took a step back and dodged her attack with ease. So fast, and when did he get behind me? Tulip did not pursue, because Leon was obviously not serious and was just playing with her. Otherwise, with just that one blow, Tulip would have been forced into a liberated state. Miracle soldiers are protected by various laws. It's just that their power is too great, so on weekdays, they can only maintain an unliberated heroic state at most and hide their true bodies. Just like Tulip now, her mortal appearance is actually just a special illusion. If Tulip in the heroic state is killed, then her liberated state will be revealed, like a second life. Oh my, it's so dangerous. I almost got hit by you. These teasing words made Tulip, who had always held a high position, extremely uncomfortable. Begonia could serve as a powerful captain under Grand Duke Messia of the Fairy Eagle, while she was only at the master level. Tulip was even more powerful than Begonia, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was a general under Earl Thorn. You said I was trash. What did trash mean? Tulip looked at Leon in confusion. Why? Leon didn't betray his murderous intent, and Tulip couldn't attack him again for the time being. She could only continue to communicate with him and, by the way, get some words out of him. Literally, although Leon had a disregard for life, he was a very elegant man. Because of his perfect temperament, Bai Luo had always trained him as a butler, steward, gentleman, and nobleman. Of course, Leon's elegance and that of the Lord of the Birch Tree were two completely different styles. The latter's smile was chilling, while Leon's smile, it was condescending, the kind of strong looking down on the weak, not taking her seriously at all, mocking and mocking. This city is full of filth, and you, as its administrators, have turned it into a living hell. Leon, the rulers here are all trash. You are also a ruler. It seems that you are no different from them. Nonsense. Tulip knew the situation in the ancient capital, but the problem here was much more complicated than Leon said. You don't understand anything at all. Do you think you can do whatever you want after taking the ancient capital? Ridiculous. Even if you get this city, the relationship here is complicated. The Lord of the Birch Tree and the Lord of Darkness are both eyeing this place covetously. If you really want the city, Tulip, you can let your master negotiate with my majesty through diplomacy. It's just a piece of territory. In the eyes of such a big man, it's nothing at all. This is indeed the case. The territory is useless. If someone wants to take over the ancient capital, Earl of Thorn will probably give it to him directly. But Earl of Thorn is one of the 7 kings of the Iron Eagle, and he is responsible for the alliance with his every word and deed. It's okay if it's a real deal, but giving it away for free is definitely impossible. This is also the biggest drawback of the alliance. If Bai Luo joins the Azure Duchy, then Bai Luo's territory will become a public property. If he wants to cede or trade, he needs the approval of other alliance members before it can be implemented. If Bai Luo wants to obtain the ancient capital through diplomacy, the only way is to make peace with the Iron Eagle Kingdom. Moreover, it takes too long. If it really drags on until that time, the Sacred Covenant will be here. Did you bring the army? What? Leon's sudden words made Tulip confused. I'm a little disappointed. Bai Luo gave Leon 2 tasks. One was to capture the ancient capital and cleanse it. Leon said that he had almost completed it. Thousands of zombies killed almost all the people who should be killed in the city. There is no need to worry about the ancient capital becoming a dead place after it is captured. Bai Luo's demand for the ancient capital has never been for those who live in the inner city and the upper city, but for the refugees in the lower city and even outside the city. Slaves and refugees are the majority of the population that Bai Luo is about to obtain. I won't attack you for the time being. After Leon finished speaking, he opened a vortex of fog leading to the outside of the ancient capital. Go and bring the army here. Bai Luo wanted the Atón people to see the strength of the Thorn army, their extraordinary, and heroic power. Only in this way can they accumulate experience against the enemy and avoid suffering in the future. After all, once the sacred covenant is signed, Atón will usher in a long period of stable development. Unable to launch a war for a long time, the Atón people are afraid that they will even lose their goals. Therefore, Bai Luo must give the children a direction for progress and give them enough motivation. Are you kidding? Tulip felt insulted. She didn't care who Leon was right now. Since you launched the war of aggression first, according to the sacred covenant, the territory of Thorns may deploy heroic level and higher forces, no matter who you are. Tulip's knight's sword suddenly blazed with a golden light. Get out of the ancient capital. Boom. The golden light shot up into the sky, and Leon, along with half of the cemetery behind him, was reduced to ash by the force. However, it wasn't over yet. The golden energy continued forward, spanning nearly 20 kilometers, piercing through house after house until it landed on the distant sea, creating a golden mushroom cloud. Greatest secret, golden judgment. After the golden light dissipated, a huge chasm remained in the southern part of the ancient capital. The shocking scene terrified countless nightmare monsters and blood moon hunters who were watching this place, or happened to be in the same dream. Wow, who created this? Helbo, accompanied by Irina and her siblings, raised his staff, and they all teleported to the rooftops. Fry stared in horror at the shattered city and the mushroom cloud rising from the distant sea. Such a terrifying power, his worldview was completely overturned, and his definition of power was elevated to the skies by Tulip's single strike. Not only him, but all the people of Atón felt the pressure from Tulip. You want to fight? Standing at the edge of the shattered cemetery, Tulip's face was extremely solemn. Yes, the kingdom marshal Tulip. Tulip lowered her knight's sword, her expression solemn and stern. Here. I officially declare war on you. Chapter 211, People of the Thorn, Fearless. It's earth-shattering. Ilona stood beside Fry. Like the utterly stunned siblings, this was his first time witnessing such a devastating sight. The still rising mushroom cloud sent shudders down the spines of everyone present, and indeed, the entire ancient capital's Atonians. Fear? No, excitement. They were filled with genuine joy at encountering such a formidable foe. As expected, it's like this again. Helbo had seen the power of the red mirage crab. The sight of it unleashing hundreds of nuclear blasts at once had an unimaginable impact on Helbo. You don't look surprised at all, Helbo. Ilona looked at Helbo, then at Ine and Silly Tiger. Have you ever faced an enemy like this before? Silly Tiger was a fool. Even the most terrifying thing would have left him with a puzzled expression. But Ine remained calm, suggesting they had seen it all before. We've fought a giant sea monster before. No, it should be called a sea demon, a master level 1, Helbo said. Let's forget about that. We can't fight an opponent like that. If we encounter one, just turn around and run. Don't waste this opportunity for real combat. Let's go. Helbo led the way. According to the plan, we'll wait in the northern part of the city. Mr. Leon will release our opponent. Then, it'll be up to us to figure out how many monsters we can defeat. Where's Lulu? She's gone mad. Helbo had a close connection with Lulu the cat, but Lulu had gone berserk. Should we stop her? No need. Helbo smiled. We can't defeat her even if we go. Now it all depended on Leon. Could he perfectly control this blood moon dream, allowing the spirits of those Lulu the cat mistakenly killed to return safely to their bodies at dawn? And of course, there was Bai Luo, who had come here to overlook the battle of the ancient capital precisely for this very purpose. Boom. The ancient capital cemetery had largely vanished, leaving only a vast crater and a cloud of smoke and dust that obscured the sky. Tulip stood at the edge of the ruins, her grip on her sword tightening slightly. What's going on? This strange, incongruous feeling. Snap, 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 snap. Applause echoed from the smoke and dust. Leon praised, a casual strike, and you possess such power. Most of the people I brought with me are no match for you. Snap. Leon raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In a flash, Tulip reappeared in the cemetery, the ruins and shattered city vanishing without a trace. A dreamlike realm, a dream within a dream. How many realms have you opened? However, Tulip didn't pay much attention to it. Miracle Land was teeming with powerful beings, many of whom had developed their realms to the limit. Tulip had also encountered even stranger powers. The foolish old feast, the Lord of the Birch Tree, was one of them. She had battled those lunatics of Resting Ridge countless times. Tulip was accustomed to all sorts of strange illusions. But that wasn't the problem. "Who are you?" Tulip pointed her sword at Leon. "How did you dodge my sword?" The ultimate secret technique refers to a supreme energy-based move. While ordinary heroes may possess secret techniques, the power they can unleash is far superior to the ultimate secret technique unleashed by Tulip, wielding the power of a king-level miracle. No matter who Leon was, even if he was a legendary, it was unacceptable for him to take her sword head-on. Logically, Leon should have blocked it. Even if he had taken the blow, he should have revealed his heroic stance. It's impossible for him to act so nonchalantly, without even a hint of change. Strange. So strange. Could he be a legendary? Tulip, no, it can't be a legend. Even the sacred covenant aside, a legend wouldn't have been able to attack. If he truly were a legend, Tulip said, I would have sensed the aura of King's might from him. King's might, that's something only miracle lords, miracle bodies, and high-ranking miracle children possess. Miracle lords can wield King's might. The miracle's true form, like Wang Wei itself, instilled fear and terror in the heart of the people with its mere presence. However, the miracle master in the miracle's true form could conceal Wang Wei. Legendary level warriors and above couldn't do that. Tulip hadn't considered the miracle's true form and the miracle master. That was impossible. How could they, both so high and mighty, condescend to visit a small place like the ancient capital? If a miracle truly arrived, it would have to be personally hosted by Earl Thorn. Tulip's rank was too low, making her unworthy of a one-on-one confrontation with a miracle. How can we avoid it? Leon shook his head slightly. Didn't you see? Tulip was a supremely proud genius. She wasn't very old. She had been following Earl Thorn since she was 6, a mere 30 years earlier. Yet, she had already achieved the king level and even glimpsed a hint of legendary power. This meant that Tulip had the makings of a legendary warrior. How conceited, Tulip, your domain is only capable of limiting you to the hero level at best. Miracle power is limited, Tulip, with such a large area, even without my intervention, you'll be exhausted in half an hour at most and at my mercy. Miracle dwellers have limited energy, so they usually restrain themselves to avoid leaking miracle power. But Leon, for example, unleashed a domain that covered the entire ancient capital. Unless he was a legendary, his miracle power was so immense that he could fight for days and nights and still remain vigorous. Everyone below the king level lived frugally, so who would dare to unleash miracle power so recklessly? The implication was that Tulip didn't even need to defeat Leon, she could outlast him by simply outlasting him. Really, Leon, I think I can hold out longer. Miracles lack everything else, but miracle power. Let alone a mere half an hour. Leon said he could easily sustain it for hundreds of millions of years if he chose. Meow, smell of the living. 3 enormous nightmare monsters descended from the sky, ushering in a new blood moon dream for Leon. This was their home turf. Their tangled black fur and enormous blood-red eyes gleamed, their mouths wide open, a viscous, blood-like venom dripping down their throats. They stared at Tulip, their excitement and joy at finding prey clear. They were none other than the 3 titans of the Atón cat family, Mao Lingling, Mao Yi, and Mao Error. What is this? Tulip had never seen anything like this tainted creature before. Contaminated creature, she's mine. Can she talk? A vast black curtain enveloped her head. Tulip stared at the massive creature charging towards her. Its strength was not as formidable as its size suggested. Transcendent level, you dare to challenge me? You're very brave. Unfortunately, before Tulip could strike down the 3 adorable cats, Leon shifted his dream again. Will you attack Transcendent and Extraordinary? A king, aren't you afraid of being laughed at, on the battlefield? If you dare to attack me, be prepared to be killed. Huh? Leon's face changed slightly. Originally, he considered his identity as a miracle, so he didn't want to fight Tulip. While he wasn't afraid of being accused of bullying, he really didn't like this one-sided fight. But now, Tulip said something that intrigued him. I didn't want to attack you, but now that you say that, Leon shoved his right hand into his pocket and shook his left. Then I'll play with you. Tulip gritted her teeth. Are you saying that the gap between you and me is the same as theirs, Transcendent and King, she, and Leon? How ridiculous. No, Leon shook his head. What I mean is, the gap between them and you is at least traceable, while the gap between you and me is boundless. Really, Tulip nearly exploded with rage. Who do you think you are, a miracle king? If you are a miracle king, Tulip shouted, charging at Leon. Then I am the queen of the far north. Where is Tulip? North of the ancient capital, beyond the mist. Mixiang and Xiaoyan hurried over. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Did she go in? Mixiang sighed. That guy, still so reckless, rushing in without even knowing the enemy. After all, it's that Tulip, the genius your majesty unexpectedly found. Xiaoyan was already accustomed to Tulip's recklessness. Without it, she wouldn't be Tulip. But isn't that a bit too self-righteous? The people under the Lord of Miracles generally have good relationships, especially those belonging to the same miracle, who are as close as family. Of course, even family members have their conflicts and dislike each other. That's perfectly normal. But at least they won't make the wrong choices on major issues. We must go in, just like now, Xiaoyan said. The fact they dared to send people here shows they don't care about the sacred covenant, but there's no one in this world who doesn't fear the Holy Empire. Xiaoyan analyzed. They're likely a new Lord of Miracles. Do you remember the news that came from overseas? Are you talking about that Principality of Atón? Has a new kingdom of miracles truly emerged on the sea? Miracles are extremely rare, with only one appearing every few decades. The last Lord of Miracles to appear in the entire land of miracles was the Labyrinth Master of the Starry Night Kingdom, known as the Demon King. The one before that was my lord, the one before that was the Labyrinth Demon King, and this time, it's the Principality of Atón. Atón. Xiaoyan and Mei Xiong exchanged a glance, each seeing the fear in the other's eyes. No way? Could this Atón be? If it's really them, then Tulip is in danger. Tiang had a grudge against Atón. Although Earl Thorn stayed at home and didn't care about anything, his subordinates had committed grave crimes against the Atón clan. Back when Xiaoyan and Mixiang were still young, a merchant under Earl Thorn took a fancy to an incredibly lovely girl. He made a move on her, but was beaten and driven away by several adventurers associated with her. The merchant secretly resented them, and seeking revenge, he reported the incident to a certain miracle child. Then, the miracle child led his men and captured a mortal. 19 heroes, a miraculous adventuring group that, while mortal, accomplished divine feats. The adventuring group was disbanded at the time. After years of wandering, some of the members decided to return home to visit their families, including my senior sister's father and uncle. This meant that the adventuring group's capable fighters were absent. It was during this period that the miracle child, unaware of their situation, not only captured my senior sister's father but also publicly executed him, killing him in front of my uncle and my senior sister. Were you at court at that time? Yes, Xiaoyan said. I've never seen His Majesty so angry. Earl Thorn had been tricked by the miracle child. Although he chose to reclaim the other party's miraculous power and exile them, this did not change the hatred between him and the Atón clan. It was innocent, helpless. But karma circulates. Even if the fault lies with Earl Thorn, revenge must still be taken. However, it's not just this incident. Earl Thorn's soldiers had once invaded the Atón clan's secluded village and committed heinous crimes against them. So it's not just the death of my senior sister's father 15 years ago, but also the hatred for the Atón's destruction of the village 12 years ago. They're here for revenge. Why are they looking for us? Mixiang said. Did that idiot go to the Holy Land? If they want revenge, shouldn't they go after him? There's no way they can escape. Xiaoyan, they'll go after the real culprit, but will pay the price just the same. Mixiang knew that the miracle war was actually quite bizarre. Some kings would even go to war over a single word. Now, this was a vengeance over the theft of a family. How could they just brush it off? Blood for blood, life for life. Mixiang and Xiaoyan understood the meaning of this sentence. The Atón people had returned, and they had returned for revenge. Bai Luo did not personally take action, because among the dead were the parents of Shara and Leon, the parents of Knowles and Phyra, and even Maya and Chester. Bai Luo could not interfere with this blood feud. They had to avenge it themselves. Tulip cannot be left to fight alone. Mixiang said this, looking towards the mist ahead. Xiaoyan also said, let's go together, please allow us to go together. The instructors of Beihu Valley Academy were heroic warriors under the command of Earl Thorn, and they were also classmates who had grown up with Tulip. The Atón people came for revenge, and only blood could wash away this resentment. You have to understand, Xiaoyan turned around and said, if it really is the Atón clan, we may not be able to come back. then die together. It is my honor to die with the two teachers. We have to protect His Majesty's flower princess, said a woman holding a clover-like umbrella-shaped plant in her hand. If we can sacrifice for His Majesty, even if this life is short, we will be satisfied. Okay, Xiaoyan knew that she could not persuade them. Her only request was that the extraordinary and extraordinary people could not enter. As for the others, let's go. Xiaoyan released the power of miracles and shook off the fog in front of her. Let's go together to meet those 18 people. Even if the hatred is as deep as the sea, we must tell them that the people of Thorn have nothing to fear. Chapter 212 Fragrant Fairy. P.S. The flowers under the command of the Earl of Thorns that appear at the beginning of this chapter aren't from Blue Star, they're simply similar names. For example, this flower resembles a lotus, so for ease of reading and understanding, it's called a lotus, but it's not a true lotus. They're going in, beyond the mist, 200 fragrant fairies and 200 flower swordsmen, accompanied by thousands of Thorn extraordinary troops, watch the master and the hero take their own lives. We can't let the adults fight alone. A fragrant fairy, holding a lotus, stepped forward. Her name was Water Lotus. Although she was still only a transcendent level fragrant fairy, that was because she arrived late, having only acquired the power of miracles 2 or 3 years ago. Angelica, Laurel, Ylang, Jasmine, and Lemon Bee, Shui Furin said, everyone, set up a fragrant barrier. Even if we can't match the master of this realm, we must create a safe retreat for them. Begin. Yes. Secret technique, lotus platform boundary flower blooms. Shui Furin was the first to raise her hand, holding high her lotus. Behind her, the other fragrant fairies, who had also chosen the lotus element, released a stream of flowers of various colors. White lotus, red lotus, blue lotus, purple lotus, black lotus, golden lotus. Countless lotuses continuously formed in the air, composed entirely of miraculous power. Leveraging the combined strength of nearly 50 transcendental fragrant fairies, they created an invisible, miraculous barrier, resembling a lotus bud, along the edge of the ancient capital. This bud was a riot of color, embodying a myriad of attributes: water, fire, earth, storm, thunder, darkness, light. This nearly all-attribute defense automatically selects one or more attributes based on the enemy's strength. With sufficient miraculous power, this move is a strategically great defensive secret technique, a different name for a secret technique in magic. If the Fist Saint were here, he would surely cause the Lotus Terrace barrier to bloom. The Fist Saint's name is Xiaotuangyu. Like Luo Shui, he is an ancestor of the Northern Continent and the Eastern Empire, a master of boxing and martial arts. Although a secret technique, the Lotus Terrace barrier is divided into different levels based on the user's power. The first level consists of a layer of 4 petals, each stacked in an interlaced pattern. These massive petals, resembling a small mountain, envelop a city within a thick layer of defense. At its highest level, the 12th level, only one person under Earl Thorn could wield it, the sub-generation Fist Saint Xiaotuangyu. However, the fragrant fairies present were too weak. They were only able to create buds, which was a feat. Their miraculous power couldn't sustain such a high-level transformation, requiring them to be at least at the heroic level. Everyone, replenish your miraculous power first. Shui Furin, having expended a significant amount of miraculous power, untied the sachet from her waist, picked up a pink petal, and held it in her mouth. The lotus-type fragrant fairies behind Shui Furin followed suit, holding the petal in their mouths and rapidly replenishing their miraculous power. This wasn't the power of the lotus-type fragrant fairies, but rather the strategic reserves of Earl Thorn. The petals contained energy from another dimension, the dimension of life, mined by Earl Thorn's spore artisans and root fruit workers through the endless root system. The fragrant fairies were transcendent level troops, but their miraculous power was limited. Once their miraculous power was depleted, and their spellcasting advantage was gone, they became nothing more than powerful soldiers. Therefore, each fragrant fairy will, based on their own attributes, receive 4 seasons petals, which can fully replenish their energy 10 times at any time. 4 seasons petals. Introduction. The miracle material mined by the Earl of Thorns from the life dimension, was created by General Winter and was split into the shape of flower petals. Type. Divided into 4 categories based on the different flowers: spring, summer, autumn and winter. Each can only replenish its own attributes. Effect. Can replenish the entire miracle power of a transcendent level soldier. As for the higher level hero level, 4 seasons petals are too inefficient, so they use flower bouquets, and the higher level ones use solar terms fruits. Flower bouquet. Introduction. The miracle power mined by the Earl of Thorns from the original ecological dimension, was created by the Queen of Spring and transformed into the shape of a flower bouquet. Type. There are 12 types of December flower bouquets. Effect. Replenishes all miraculous power at a heroic level. Solar period fruit. Description. This is a miraculous material mined by Earl Thorn from the ancient origin dimension, created by Xiaotuangayu and brought to reality in the form of fruit. Varieties. 24 types, each extremely rare, even the Earl's stock is limited. Effect. Replenishes all miraculous power at a master level. Ahead, the ancient capital's lotus barrier was fully erected, barely blocking the swirling mist and preventing its leakage. What is that? In the distant mountains and wilderness, some of the mountain dwellers gazed at the light from afar. Beautiful. Look over there. What is that? Is this a miracle? The mortals surrounding the ancient capital witnessed this scene, a sight that upended their worldview. Beyond the ancient capital wasn't Leon's blood moon dream, this was reality, and this also meant that the fragrant fairies were manifesting their divine power. Giant flowers have enveloped the city. Some of those with weaker mental abilities were already kneeling on the ground, silently praying towards the ancient capital. God, have you come to save us? Most people in the eastern Iron Eagle region believe in the Starry Night Holy Blood cult. Unfortunately, Teletor wouldn't care about a small place like the ancient capital, nor would she have much interest in mortals. What if mortals saw it? It doesn't matter. In 10 years at most, they'll forget what happened today. Human lifespans are limited, and there are no cameras or other such things here. Relying solely on word of mouth, without any evidence, a story can become folklore in just a few years. And if it spreads even slightly further, it could become a fairy tale tomorrow. Next, Shui Furin looked at the woman behind her. Laurel, transcendent, song of praise to flowers. Upon receiving the command, Laurel clasped her fingers together and began to sing. Behind Laurel, 10 fragrant fairies began to harmonize, joining their leader, Laurel, in singing a melodious and beautiful melody. With the fragrant fairies as their source, flowers blossomed one after another, spreading toward the ancient capital ahead. Suddenly, a miraculous wind swept across the entire river valley plain north of the ancient capital, and flowers blossomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a boundless sea of flowers, each blossom shimmered beneath the night sky, transcendent, oath resonance. Dozens of fragrant fairies, 2 in each, held hands. Miraculous power connected their consciousnesses, transforming each other's miraculous powers, making them even more powerful. I am the master of the bees, I am the master of the sea of butterflies. Another group of fragrant fairies exuded an enchanting fragrance. Suddenly, countless bees and butterflies awakened from the darkness, swarming in from all directions. Influenced by the miraculous power of the fragrant fairies, they transformed into giant butterflies and bees, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. These chapters have too many characters. Let me take a break and think carefully. Chapter 213 The Rampaging Inya, the Terrifying Evil Energy. Flower Knights, tramp, with a measured march, over 200 transcendent troops deployed north of the ancient capital. Each of them was a transcendent warrior capable of rivaling over 1,000 mortals. Even if converted into ordinary level troops, they would number at least over 100. In other words, the Flower Knight's combat power was equivalent to a full 20,000 units of ordinary miracle troops. Flower Blessing, spoke a stern-looking young man named Guanghu. We are with you. The Flower Knights wore armor, though not uniformly. Furthermore, unlike the Fragrance Fairies, the Flower Knights were all male and divided into 4 categories based on the color of their armor: spring blue, summer red, autumn gold, and winter white. Representing the flowers of the 4 seasons, they wore floral armor of 4 different colors. They excelled in sword combat, harnessing miracle power to harness their body's potential while simultaneously enveloping them in energy. Their speed, strength, and astonishing destructive power made them second only to the 4 transcendent troops of the Avalon system in melee combat. This battle cannot be lost. 250 Flower Knights simultaneously drew their swords, holding them straight before their eyes, their gazes filled with the determination to die. I only wish to fight until the last flower withers, to die to prove our resolve, the Flower Knights replied in unison, each one eager for the coming war from the bottom of their hearts. The ethos of the Thorn Army is quite good. Bai Luo took it all in. Looking at the Flower Knights and the Fragrant Fairies, He had a rough idea of the Earl of Thorn's military leadership. After the mistakes made back then, Long Xiang said, Lixu has strengthened his ideological education. It seems even that person was manipulated. The Holy Empire, Bai Luo said, Prince Elector, the revenge for the massacre of the village will be settled sooner or later. Then why attack the ancient capital, Your Majesty, Ghost Princess, since someone is deliberately provoking trouble, trying to stir up hatred between us and the Earl of Thorn and ignite war? Wouldn't we be playing into their trap if we continue this way? Ghost Princess and Bai Luo were in tune with each other, and through this connection, she knew the truth of what had happened. The deaths of senior sister and Inya's father were caused by another person, the Elector. The current head of the Holy Empire, he single-handedly controlled the Central Empire after the Great Holy Emperor's retirement, dominating the world as the master of the five senses. This matter, Long Xiang said, Saros should have told Your Majesty about it, right? Yes, Bai Luo learned the truth from his uncle after marrying senior sister. So you knew about this? Wang Quan seemed to understand. You launched this war of aggression. Aggression? Bai Luo said. No, it's not aggression, it's revenge, uncle. It was the Earl of Thorn who killed them, at a village. Bai Luo defined the events of that year. It was also the Earl's men who massacred them, Your Majesty. At least that's the case now, Bai Luo said. Wang Quan, do you understand what I mean? Waging war requires a reason. Your Majesty simply wants the ancient capital and the Thorn territory. Wang Quan understood completely. From the very beginning, you defined the Earl of Thorn as your enemy. No matter what he does, you will be his enemy. Was the Elector plotting against Bai Luo? Isn't that just right? Earl Thorn's men killed my uncle and massacred the village of Atón, a perfect excuse for dispatching troops. The real enemy is someone else. Senior sister, upon learning the truth, didn't express any opinion. To her, Earl Thorn and the Elector were the same. What are you going to do, Xia Luo? Nothing, Bai Luo. All I know is that we need the ancient capital, and we need the territory of Thorn. Atón needs the city, a foothold. That's enough. War for profit. Is there a purer reason for war than this? Atón, after all, is still too weak, Bai Luo said. If we were strong enough, we could attack anyone we wanted, even without a legitimate reason. Who would be able to stop us? As for the Elector, once Bai Luo had accumulated enough strength, he would expose the truth of that year. That would be another excuse to dispatch troops against the Elector. Bai Luo would never let the true mastermind go. But he was too powerful, and Atón had to temporarily conceal his hatred. Once Bai Luo had the wherewithal to challenge the five senses miracle, blood debts would be repaid with blood, and he couldn't escape. But the Thorn army is indeed difficult to deal with, Bai Luo said. Those few who came in possessed high-quality miraculous power. Compared to them, my children are still too immature. Your Majesty, are you worried? Gui's question was not without reason. These children were truly too young. There are too few Atón people, and even fewer who can be trusted, Bai Luo said. This generation didn't enjoy a proper childhood. That's my fault. I'm not worried about the Atón clan and the tree elves. I'm worried about whether Helbo and the others can withstand the pressure of war, no matter how powerful they become, Bai Luo said. They are still children. It's not appropriate to start a war now, but the opportunity is fleeting. Once the sacred covenant is signed, Bai Luo will have no chance to attack the ancient capital. Moreover, the Principality of Atón cannot be a weak and incompetent nation. It must be courageous and aggressive. A nation that clings to defense and waits for others to attack it will eventually perish. Only by proactively attacking and continuously expanding territory can a great empire be established, and only then can the people of the kingdom be protected from being looked down upon and bullied. This was Bai Luo's second reason for his aggressive invasion of the ancient capital, training his troops. Therefore, Bai Luo didn't launch this war in the name of revenge against the Thorns. If that were the case, how could the Atonians remain so calm, even laughing and joking? A war of revenge, a blood feud, Bai Luo would use it against the Electors. The ancient capital. Honestly, it wasn't worthy of the Atonians' caution. Now, let me see how the children have grown over the past few months. Bai Luo sat on his throne, overlooking the ancient capital and the endless blood moon dream. His will was so strong that he could focus his attention on every single person, every corner, standing firm, and daring to look down on the world. Honestly, Bai Luo liked Helbo's assessment of the Atonians. Stop, in the courtyard, Helbo led Ilona, Inya, Silly Tiger, Janano, and the Fry siblings. What's wrong? Inya asked, puzzled. Ilona, perceiving her friend's subtext, asked, "Have we encountered the enemy?" "Here, right up ahead." Ilona glanced ahead, and sure enough, a figure was approaching from the Morty family garden. "It seems this realm has completely divided us all." A woman, dressed in a pitch-black dress and approximately 27 or 28, held a glass of red wine in her right hand, her left clasped beneath her breasts, her entire being a queen in black. "Are you the invaders who broke into the ancient capital? Although you look older, I can tell you're still children, right? 14 or 15? 13 or 14, sending a bunch of children into battle," Black Rose said. "Isn't your king going too far?" Black Rose was one of the 7 hero-level figures in the ancient capital and a professor at the 100 Flower Valley Military Academy. She was quite old, but not human, a descendant of miracles from the brilliant principality. Honestly, in terms of pure seniority, Tulip, Mixiang, Xian, and even the 3 pillars of spring, summer, and autumn were no match for her. After all, she was the second person saved by Earl of Thorn, after General Winter. "Big sister," Helbo's gaze grew colder. "Are you judging our master?" "How?" Black Rose swirled her glass and gulped down the contents. "I've lived for 500 years and seen dozens of masters of miracles. Honestly, I hate sending children into battle." "Go home," Black Rose said. "The battlefield shouldn't be a place for children. At least, wait a few more years." Black Rose's words weren't just mocking, she genuinely felt pity for Helbo and the others present. However, someone, upon hearing Black Rose's words, felt a surge of violence. "What do you know?" Helbo said nothing, but Ine suddenly spoke. At the same time, the girl raised her wand, and a green light flashed, illuminating the dark courtyard and back garden. "Huh?" Black Rose tried to resist, but suddenly sensed something and dodged the green beam. Hoo-la-la! A green light descended upon the garden behind Black Rose. In an instant, the entire garden withered and withered, rapidly aging. "Has the battle begun?" From above, Bai Luo saw Inya attacking Black Rose, but the green light surprised him. "This move, this new energy? What is this? Why is it filled with so much negativity?" Looking at Inya again, she seemed vaguely strange, like a nightmare monster whose will had been corrupted. Inya has a high compatibility with Leon's power, but now, Bai Luo somewhat agreed with Black Rose's words. "It seems that it's too early to send Inya and the others to the battlefield. The Atón clan is different from Inya and the others. They are precocious and have received military training since childhood. They have also experienced many battles and are far more experienced than them. After this battle, the enlistment age must be changed to 15 years old and above." "How rude, little girl." In the garden, Black Rose was startled by Inya's sudden attack. "You didn't even say a word before attacking." "I shouldn't show any hostility, right? Instant death tricks." Black Rose frowned, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. "This green energy is filled with unimaginable negative emotions, such as strong murderous intent, jealousy, anger, hatred, bloodlust, possessiveness, destructive desire." Not only Black Rose, but even Janano stared at Inya in shock. "Inya, where did you learn this magic?" "Teacher, it seems I've never." "What do you mean by adults and children? Are you saying we should be protected?" Inya seemed oblivious to Janano's words. She glared at Black Rose, finding her words foolish and ridiculous. Inya had lived for over a decade, but from childhood until she met Bai Luo, she had never been protected. Her parents hated her, and the villagers took pleasure in bullying her. And back then, she was just a child, only 4 or 5 years old. Children should be protected? Bullshit. In such a chaotic world, even children need to learn to fend for themselves. Even in the Principality of Atón, Inya feared she would fail to demonstrate her worth and be abandoned. "I'm not qualified to fight on the battlefield yet." Inya's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Are you looking down on me?" "Die!" The wand emitted another burst of green light, this time with even greater power and range than before. Why look down on her? Taking to the battlefield was the meaning of her existence, the way she demonstrated her worth to Bai Luo. Only by killing more and becoming stronger could she climb the ladder, ultimately reaching Bai Luo's side and earning his favor. "I've become more powerful," Inya angrily declared. "I'm no longer trash, even more powerful." Black Rose was surprised, but she waved her hand, causing a multitude of black roses to bloom around her, blocking the strange green light. Boom, clatter. Numerous roses withered. "Black Rose, the power increases dramatically with murderous intent." "What a sinister trick, Inya," Helbo demanded. "Is this magic you?" "This is a magic I invented," a power I gained after witnessing Lord Leon's blood moon. Inya had initially thought she wouldn't dare to use this unreversible evil-killing curse lightly, so even though she had mastered the theoretical foundation, she didn't dare to use it. But here, after killing several people and being fueled by Leon's greed, Inya's humanity was completely unchecked. As expected, Inya said, "I'm talented," the killing curse unleashed, but Inya realized it wasn't a big deal at all. "See? Your Majesty." "Inya, a new magic. How is it?" No. "This spell is powerful, isn't it?" Inya let out a strange laugh. "It consumes only 1/10 of the energy of similar spells, and the remaining 90% is fully offset by murderous intent and rage, low energy consumption, high power. Once struck, unless the opponent possesses an instant death resistance equal to or greater than Inya's, they can only resist with a vast amount of miraculous power. Don't worry, I'll teach you when we get back." Inya's heartbeat raced. "Now, let me show you the power of this spell again." "Go to hell." Green flames burned in Inya's eyes. She laughed and waved her wand. Hypocritical garbage, secret technique, fell blast. A shocking green flame transformed into a raging tsunami, hurling itself at the black rose before her. "Inya, get out of the way, stupid tiger." Alona was swift, pulling Junano away the instant Helb opened his mouth, while Helb protected the Fry siblings. "But silly tiger." My hand, one of silly tiger's arms, tainted by fell energy, was festering. "Tiger." Junano rushed forward, casting spell removal on the tainted arm, but it had no effect. "No use." Alona was surprised. As spell removal was a power granted to witches by Lilith. How could this be? Suddenly, Junano had an idea. This magic is irreversible. When a companion was harmed by magic, spell removal would surely reverse any effects. It was the power used to protect the children. But now, this spell was ineffective against fell contamination. This could only mean one thing: fell energy is irreversible. Once released, no one can remove it except Lilith herself. Swish, without hesitation, Alona severed Silly Tiger's right arm with a single sword. Though the big fool felt pain, his expression remained unchanged. He didn't blame Inya, but rather expressed a hint of concern for her. "What's wrong with Sister Inya? Why are you so terrifying?" Looking back into the garden, Inya's eyes flashed with a green-white light. The young woman, like a madman, waved her wand relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of fell energy that enveloped the black rose. "Doesn't this power discriminate between friend and foe?" Bai Luo looked at the idiot tiger, whose arm was broken. Even though it was just an incarnation of the blood moon, its death wouldn't matter. But the fact that Inya's power affected her companions shocked Bai Luo deeply. Such a dangerous move. "Fortunately, we discovered it early, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Lilith, who was guarding against a lord of the birch tree with Shirley, felt a surge of fury. Boom, green flames surged, and fell energy tens of thousands times greater than Inya's surged from Lilith's body. "What's this?" The green light appeared suddenly, but faded just as quickly. Almost instantly, Lilith mastered this energy, yet its sheer power still left her heart pounding. "What kind of power is this?" Lilith asked. "Inya? Did Inya invent a whole new system of fairy magic? The child of miracles created a certain power, and the miracle body itself, the source of this power, also evolved and advanced." If Lilith had previously been a warrior wielding a spear and wooden shield, now, her weapon had become a massive cannon. Lilith's miracle power remained unchanged, but the fell energy had granted her an extremely powerful means of destruction. The Lilith of a second ago and her current methods of dealing with enemies were worlds apart. This was the power of the child of miracles. A single successful research effort had dramatically transformed Lilith's destructive power. This energy is powerful, but how insane is it? That Inya, will she be in trouble? Lilith loved Inya. She had a profound magical talent, but fell energy was too sinister. As the miracle body, Lilith understood this energy beyond anyone else, but it was this deep understanding that revealed its terrifying power. If Lilith were allowed to unleash her full power now, the entire land of miracles would be plunged into a desperate situation because of her. "Lilith, I understand, Your Majesty." Lilith had already learned that Silly Tiger's blood moon avatar had been affected by Inya and lost an arm. "In the name of the Lord of Miracles, I command you, fell power, not to harm my lord's people. At the very least, ensure that this power does not harm our own people again." Other research and prohibitions would have to wait until after the ancient city, when Bai Luo would discuss them with Inya. Inya's experience is completely useless. Bai Luo couldn't allow Ina's original body to absorb such memories. This child, it seems, will require careful care when we return. Bai Luo had already decided to keep Inya with him for a period of time after the battle in the ancient city. In fact, this was the fundamental purpose of the training in the ancient city, to allow Bai Luo to discover the children's physical and mental problems, flaws, and shortcomings, and then find ways to improve and protect them. Chapter 214 Hawkeye Liamihawk. Die. Inya was completely unaware that she had hurt her companions. She looked frantic, completely different from her usual timid self. Black Rose's words had irritated her, bringing back very bad memories. Ever since arriving on Atón Island and being rescued by Bai Luo, Inya had worked hard every day, studying magic desperately. Even though she was gifted, she still worked day and night. This was because Inya was afraid that she would become just like everyone else and be forgotten by Bai Luo. Although life in Atón was wonderful, just as Hubo had said to her before her mission, Inya didn't want such a life. Delicious food, a warm house, these were all things Inya had always dreamed of. But now, Inya wanted Bai Luo's attention even more. Even if it meant simple food and living in a shabby house, as long as she had Bai Luo's care and love, Inya wouldn't care even if it meant a prison cell. Heroic level, is this what a hero level is? Nothing special, Inya spoke naturally, delivering the line only a villain could muster. She waved her wand, summoning skulls swirled in green flames from the air. Extraordinary, fallen evil souls, bang, bang, bang. The skulls sped at Black Rose with incredible speed, like cannonballs, landing in the garden. A terrifying green fell energy seemed to engulf everything. This green flame, no, it's not fire, it's more like some kind of flowing gas. Black Rose controlled a wisp of fell energy. Given her abilities, this little fell energy wasn't enough to harm her. But you used so many moves, your miraculous power must have been severely depleted, right? Hey, ha. However, Inya laughed. Black Rose's words about severely depleted made her laugh wildly. My fell power isn't some trashy ability. Extraordinary, fell power return, what? Under Black Rose's stunned gaze, the still burning flames surged towards Inya. They burrowed into Inya's body, leaving crack-like bright green circuits on her exposed skin, such as her neck and wrists. Miracle power has increased. Black Rose could sense that Inya's fell energy was even greater than before, as if it had been recharged. In her centuries of life, Black Rose had never heard of such a technique that could restore miraculous power in battle. Ho ha. Inya's voice was pleasant, but now it sounded frantic and strange. See? This is my fell energy. Anything destroyed with this energy, the explosive energy it explodes after burning, is a part of me. Fell energy melts stone and earth, drawing from them its trapped energy. This power fuels Inya, allowing her to continue fighting, growing stronger with each battle. Until the entire city is ablaze with my fell energy, Inya said, opening her arms as if to embrace the entire world's fell flames. I am the most dazzling in my master's eyes. Bang! Suddenly, as Inya showed off her work, a beam of crimson light shot out from the dirt on either side. With astonishing speed, it pierced Inya's heart like a chain. Puff, what? Inya felt a sharp pain in her heart. She stared at the Black Rose in front of her in shock. It's over. Black Rose raised her hand, and the crimson beam retracted into the dirt, disappearing. Ouch! Inya clutched her chest, blood gushing out, causing her immense pain. You bastard! A sneak attack is despicable, but all's fair in war. Your demonic power is powerful, but your combat experience is too inexperienced. Your straightforward spells are too easy to see through. Black Rose, I don't know why you've become like this, but I'm sorry. You're too dangerous. Even though you're just a child, I have to take action, asshole. I'm going to kill you. Inya was furious. It wasn't because she was afraid of death, but because of Black Rose. She had lost the chance to continue her performance in front of Bai Luo. She couldn't leave like this. She didn't want to leave like this. It wasn't enough, not at all. She needed more power. She needed to get Bai Luo's attention again. Damn it. Inya was unwilling to accept this, but she could feel her life force rapidly draining away. The red beam, like her death ray, also had an instant death effect. Inya, are you alright? Hellbow appeared before Inya, and Junano also approached, casting a healing spell. The heart is broken, unhealable, Junano concluded. Thankfully, some of my passives are working, preventing Inya from dying immediately. It's no use, Black Rose said, My blood of thorns can penetrate a person's heart and infuse it with a lethal poison. It's been able to last this long thanks to that strange green energy, but this is its limit. No. Ilona, deeply concerned for her companion, asked her sister, can it be saved? No, Janano said, Ina's heart can't be restored, but it can be rebuilt. Black Rose was stunned. She didn't understand the concept of rebuilding a heart. Blood of thorns would absolutely destroy the victim's heart, leaving it impossible to recover, but Janano's magic simply ripped it out, discarded it, and rebuilt a new one. If the surrounding blood vessels were also contaminated with a toxin, then those vessels would be discarded too. We could recreate a new one. In extreme cases, Janano could even reshape Ina's body, completely replacing it. What a bizarre power! Black Rose was stunned as she watched Ina regain his feet. Could this be possible? Ridiculous. Was she dreaming? This kind of bug-like power was too incredible. I can't let you get in their way. Halebo stood in front of Black Rose, his heroic aura making even Black Rose hesitate for a moment. Sorry, I seemed to lose control just now. The heart is the source of fell energy, and with its destruction, Ina regained consciousness. And Tiger, I'm sorry, Ina apologized to the foolish Tiger. The latter touched the back of his head with his reshaped hand and said with a smirk, it's okay, it doesn't hurt at all, sorry. No one knew the pain of being contaminated by fell energy better than Ina. Ina blamed herself for attacking her companions. At the same time, Ina hated her own weakness, for having been killed instantly. I've embarrassed His Majesty, Ina glared at Black Rose. But my defeat wasn't due to my fell energy being weak, it was simply my weakness. Don't underestimate yourself, Ina, Halebo said. To be able to create that kind of energy is truly remarkable. Created? Black Rose was surprised. You created that energy, a living saint who hadn't yet awakened? If it were anyone else, Black Rose might have chosen to let them go, but with such great potential, Black Rose was determined. We must kill them here. The murderous intent in your eyes. Do you want to kill us? Halebo asked. Do you feel threatened? Black Rose didn't know about the Blood Moon dream. She assumed the people present were their true selves. But you're just a hero, Halebo said. You're not qualified to keep us all. Not qualified? Black Rose wasn't enraged, but simply smiled a mocking smile at the ignorance. How? Black Rose said, transcendent level power can only reach this level, which is pretty much the limit, but you should know this, right? Black Rose said, ordinary, extraordinary, even transcendent, are ultimately just miracle soldiers, never truly unique. Only by reaching the hero level can one truly find their place. However, the hero level is also the limit for most miracle children. Master and King, that's the realm only those with exceptional talent can reach. Black Rose didn't mention herself, she was only at the hero level. Her inability to break through wasn't due to her lack of talent, but rather to Earl of Thorns. Of course, Black Rose never blamed Earl of Thorns, she was content with her current life teaching students at the academy. The peaceful days have been shattered, Black Rose, no matter who wins or loses this battle, the flames of war will never cease. Your master is different from my majesty, Black Rose said. You claim you invented fell energy. Perhaps you've misunderstood something. Miracles are manifestations of the Lord of Miracles' mind. If he lacked the capacity to match fell energy, such power wouldn't be yours. What do you mean? Ina forced herself to stand, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. Do you know why I can't break through to a higher realm? Black Rose said, looking at her hands. With my talent, if conditions allowed, I would have broken through to the king level long ago, but unfortunately, the king's path I've chosen doesn't align with my master's ideals. Black Rose, only by conquering cities and slaying countless lives can I break through to a higher realm. However, the Earl of Thorns was a homebody, afraid to even step out of the house. This has kept Black Rose stuck at the hero level for decades, unable to advance. You mean, Master? Master likes my fell energy. Only when the Lord of Miracles subconsciously likes and is willing to accept it can the people of miracles gain the corresponding power. On the contrary, even the most insane will eventually be turned into a well-behaved pet. Just like religion and people, believing in righteous religious teachings will eventually turn people into righteous people. The same is true for the Lord of Miracles. The evil will make his people evil, and the righteous will make his people as righteous as him. Is that so? Master likes the evil energy I created. Ina really wanted to say something to Bai Luo, to ask him if that was true. I let the master see it. I've been watching you, Ina. Master. Bai Luo's voice rang in Ina's ears, and the girl, who was originally pale with pain, seemed to be immersed in a pink world. You've done well, Inya, Bai Luo, but don't let the fell energy control you. I love you, not the fell energy. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. Inya clasped her hands in rapt attention, muttering to herself like a prayer, I won't let it control me anymore. Watch, Master. Please witness Inya's growth. Hellbow, please move aside. With Bai Luo's power, Inya felt as if she had been freed from her restraints. The last trace of fear in her heart vanished completely. In its place, a final confusion and doubt about the fell energy finally dawned on her. Hellbow looked back, only to see wisps of green energy surge towards Inya. Unlike the previous violent energy, the fell energy now transformed into an incredibly pure life force as it approached Inya, continuously repairing her damaged heart. Heroes liberated, Inya's body began to transform. Her skin became pale and smooth, and conch-like horns appeared on either side of her forehead. The hunter's suit that had once covered her body quickly melted away, replaced by a long, black-purple dress. Devil's daughter, with a slender and graceful figure, her extremely long purple nails curved like red spider lilies. Dark green fell energy shimmered on her dress, and her bare jade feet slowly descended from midair. Whoosh, the jade feet tapped lightly, and endless fell energy spread across the earth in all directions, like cracks in the ground. Did you break through? Black Rose exclaimed in disbelief amid the green storm. Breakthrough in battle. As expected, you have the potential to become a living saint. You must not be held back. Wow, Bai Luo had truly not expected Inya to break through in battle. This child, Long Gixiang said, Your Majesty, your luck is beyond my comprehension. Not bad. Bai Luo knew Inya was far from a living saint, she was still too young. Even Long Gixiang, in his youth, was merely gifted, not a living saint. But, Shiro rested his head on his fist. It seems Inya is the type who needs praise, a pat on the head? The energy of love? The smile of his elder brother, full of motivation. Roar, Shiro understood. He seemed to have discovered Inya's true training, no, his cultivation method. Inya, Hellbow could also master the hero's liberation, but he was more concerned about Inya's current state. Fell energy is very strange and has a strong influence on human nature. If it becomes stronger, will Inya also be corrupted by it? I'm sorry to have worried you. Inya's expression was calm. I'm fine. Fell energy can control people, but I won't be controlled by it again. After all, Shiro was watching her. If Shiro saw that crazy attitude again, Inya would never dare to approach Shiro again. What right did a mad woman have to stay by my lord's side? Inya could answer clearly that she would never let such a woman get close to Shiro. Therefore, Inya must not become like that. I'll use you. Inya stared at Black Rose. Come and let my lord witness my growth. How? Black Rose shook her head, but still chose to fight. Even heroes have strong and weak levels. You're a newcomer. Do you think you can be my opponent? Hero liberation. Half-demon master. Hellbow held a staff. The Blood Moon Hunter costume disappeared, and he put on a dark and loose wizard uniform. The second hero, Brother Hellbow, though Inya wasn't as ferocious as before, the influence of the fell energy remained. This is my battle. What's the point of losing? Hellbow, Your Majesty, do you want to see how she defeated you? Give the enemy due respect. Inya, Hellbow, we'll attack together, for victory. Hellbow's words were sharp, leaving Inya with no flaws. You plan the battle, I'll follow your lead. It should have been done long ago. Hellbow, watch your step. I don't know what a red beam is, but it's powerful. 2 against 1. Black Rose, however, showed no signs of nervousness, her combat experience far too rich. Then let me play with you, little ones. In the pitch-black city, buildings crumbled and flames burned, reducing it to ruins. A multitude of bizarre monsters hunted the inhabitants of the ancient capital. Nobles, Mixiang walked in the middle of the road, 2 swords at her waist, hesitating whether to draw them. Forget it. They were already destined to die. There's no point saving them. As General Dong's disciple, Mixiang knew no bounds about his imprisonment and humiliation. She had long wanted to kill the people of the ancient capital. Bang! A massive shadow soared into the sky, leaping through the tall buildings, its massive fists dragging nobles from their homes one by one. Boom! Scarlet hair flowed with dust like blood, and 6 eyes dotted its face. This was a terrifying giant ape. It seemed to notice Mixiang, raised its hand, and violently pressed the struggling and wailing figure into the street. Puff puff puff, its palm crushed, leaving only the shattered street and a mess of flesh. Roar, the goblins, completely corrupted by the power of greed, transformed into monstrous nightmarish monsters. They had gone mad, completely lost their mind. Can you please stop yelling at me? Mixiang's eyes were dull. Honestly, my tone is quite harsh, a bit stinky. Don't worry, I won't stand in your way, Mixiang said, moving aside, making way. So, Mixiang said, can you please not attack me? Whoosh, the massive fist came crashing down on her head without a word. Puff, however, the fist tore through the middle in midair, splitting in two, just missing Mixiang's body and landing on either side of her. Well, I'm looking for someone. Her name is Tulip, and she's a clueless idiot who only knows how to sprint. By the way, let me reiterate, Mixiang said, I won't interfere with your killing. I'm just passing through. Whoosh, from the left, the giant ape's fist swept across at astonishing speed. Crash, however, just as it reached Mixiang, the fist suddenly broke in two, leaving only a severed wrist that vanished from her side in an instant. The immense momentum of the broken fist sent it flying towards Mixiang. With a roar, a tall building collapsed in an instant. Roar, the giant ape felt the pain, but the agony only intensified its fury. A staggering blood-red energy erupted from its body, instantly healing its shattered arms and fists amidst the writhing flesh. Can you please not do this? Mixiang's dress rustled in the storm. She wore a pure white, curved hem inner garment, a pale pink robe over it. I really won't get in your way. Boom, the giant ape completely ignored Mixiang's words. A powerful miraculous force surged through it, and then, brimming with bloody force, it pounced upon the seemingly frail woman before it. But in the next moment, its body dismembered and fragmented in the darkness, dissolving into nothingness. Not even a drop of blood remained, its body completely reduced to ashes. Don't worry, my sword is swift, you shouldn't feel any pain. Mixiang remained in the same posture, her sword undrawn. Then, Mixiang tried to move forward, but just as she lifted her foot, she had to lower it again. Boom. Boom. Roar. Woo. Sorry, I'm not very good at counting, but there are just so many, right, including you. Mixiang looked at Silver Moon Catface and exclaimed, hero level, super powerful. Alright, Mixiang raised her hands, I surrender, I surrender. Please let me go. Please, meow. At Cat Lulu's command, all the nightmare monsters simultaneously pounced on Mixiang, causing Mixiang to express a subtle expression. Is it because we don't speak the same language? Oh, I see, meow. Meow meow meow, completely lost, two women, both with black hair, one with a princess hairstyle, resembling a lady from a noble family, the other with a simple ponytail, a capable and heroic young woman. The princess hairstyle woman's code name under Earl Thorn is Higanbana, the other is Sakura. They used rooftops as their landing point and quickly shuttled through the ancient capital. This is a special dream realm. The moment we enter, it throws us into different realms. Higanbana's powers lean toward magic. She's well versed in realms, and after years of dedicated practice, she's mastered the basics of their use. So how do we get out? This realm isn't solid. If we can find its weak point, we can escape, or journey to another dream. Where's the weak point? Over there, Higanbana pointed. The next moment, Sakura frowned. Stop, there's someone ahead. Atop the spacious roof, paved with red bricks and sloping to the sides, two figures waited, as if anticipating their arrival. Who are you? Sakura demanded, standing in front of Higanbana. Did you create this fog? Is this how Leon assigns his opponents? A cold, arrogant voice echoed, and Sakura quickly looked at the person. A black tricorn hat, a wisp of white down feather adorning the corner, and long, silvery white hair, tied back with a half-loose bun, appeared. And then there was the appearance. Be careful. Sakura saw the other person's look, a look of indifference and disdain. She's very strange. What? I can't fathom her strength at all. No, I do, but it doesn't make sense. Sakura perceived the other person as only of extraordinary strength, yet her inexplicable confidence and aura made her feel as if she were facing one of the four pillars. No, perhaps even the four pillars couldn't match her aura. Lord Flower God. Sakura realized that the other person's aura was only comparable to that of the flower gods at Earl Thorn's side. Are you kidding? Higanbana was stunned. She knew Sakura well enough to understand her subtext, but how could it be possible? But Sakura never lied, her judgment was always accurate. But if she truly was a powerhouse like the flower god, wouldn't they be doomed if they faced each other? Gurgle, Meanwhile, Inya, though outwardly calm and composed, was actually panicking. It's worth noting that while Inya might be a bit naive, she wasn't truly stupid. Bai Luo had always taught Inya to recognize the gap between her foe and her own. If she encountered an opponent far superior to her, she shouldn't hesitate, but run. These two guys, Inya's back was covered in cold sweat. Super strong. Her perceptive eyesight was a gift. She could see the distance between herself and her opponent at a glance. It was precisely because of this ability that Inya knew she had absolutely no chance of defeating either Sakura or Higanbana. What should I do? What should I do? Should I fight them? You can't win, you bastards. Fortunately, Inya's acting was beyond measure. She portrayed her sister Isifia so perfectly, so convincingly that even Bai Luo had to rely on miraculous powers to distinguish them. It was truly divine. Looks like they were two formidable opponents, Aleya said with aplomb. Inya was just showing off, but she was truly impressive. HMPH, Inya said dismissively, too weak. Sakura and Higanbana's gazes immediately fell on Inya, making her feel uneasy. But she still said calmly, you go ahead, Aleya. Inya, I can't beat you, but that's okay, I still have sister Aleya. It's you, Aleya, puff. Aleya was naturally aware of Inya's situation, but she doted on her sister just as much as Bai Luo did, so she was willing to play this role-playing game with Inya. Do I need to call out Pika Pika when I go on stage? Whatever, she was aloof, a senior sister, impeccable. This also made Sakura and Higanbana breathe a sigh of relief. There was no way Inya was putting them under inexplicable pressure. It was mainly because her attributes didn't match her aura, giving the impression of a clone, not the real person. As for Aleya, honestly, they couldn't even tell what level of miracle soldier she was. This is even stranger, Sakura said to Higanbana. I can't even sense the level of miracle power. If Aleya hadn't stood before them, the two women would have thought there was nothing there, only air. The other person wore a black hunter's uniform, a white bandage covering his eyes, making him seem blind. But there were no such things as blind people in the miracle world. They must be some special type of soldier, so they were blindfolded. It seems my queen doesn't want to fight you, Aleya smiled gently. Then let me challenge you to a duel. Fight. Sakura and Higanbana immediately assumed a fighting stance. Want to fight? The two women noticed the cross sword behind Aleya. They had seen ordinary cross swords before, but nothing this massive was new. Bang! Aleya grasped the cross sword's hilt, and instantly, a murderous aura enveloped them. This woman, are you kidding me? A living saint, trembling, fear, their hearts pounding. They had only experienced this level of sharpness and terror in their teacher, Ritsusetsuzen Sensei. Unlike the oppression posed by the Lord of Miracles and the miracles themselves, living saints, especially those skilled in swordsmanship and slashing, unleash a deadly threat once they draw their swords, a threat unmatched by ordinary miracle troops. However, Aleya chose not to draw the cross sword she carried. She said somewhat awkwardly, it seems not the type I was waiting for. Well, let me look for it. Aleya felt around, then pulled out a small cross from her pocket. Ah, I have it. I'm so glad it was copied, huh? Inya watched Aleya's actions, already anticipating the ensuing scene. Hawkeye Aleya Mihawk, you can call me that. It's a tribute. Aleya was unconcerned, but their exchange left Sakura and Higanbana baffled. What do you mean? Swish, Aleya removed the cross, revealing an exquisite blade no longer than her index finger. I'm sorry, but I really can't find a smaller sword. Chapter 215, Yaobian Rose Dragon. Wrong chapter, it's chapter 213, Fell Flame. Dark green fell energies continuously exploded in the courtyard. They were enchanted with an auto-tracking spell, requiring no aiming. Whenever Inya threw one, it would lock onto Black Rose. Quite impressive, Black Rose was indeed experienced. The moment the fell flame left Inya's hand, she had already sensed the flaw in this move. Numerous crimson beams pierced the earth, like strands of steel, surging out and retracting at a speed undetectable even by the naked eye. Puff, 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 heart, lungs, brain, spine. These beams were at cunning angles, each one deadly. I certainly can't dodge, Inya said nonchalantly. But with just a few dozen of these, your lethality is useless to me. You can't kill me. Inya didn't dodge, but let the beams pierce through her body. Transcendent, life feedback. The fell energy transformed into pale, life-giving light, and at the same time, Inya's body began to collapse. Damaged eyes, no more. If the heart is damaged, simply burn it with fell energy. Even if the brain is pierced, it doesn't matter, the fell energy will burn it and then regenerate it. Although she's a witch, Inya now acts more like a tank, with an astonishing recovery that even Black Rose marvels at. What a powerful ability. In the center of the courtyard, countless crimson metal beams woven into a spiderweb, resembling collapsed skyscrapers. Through these intertwined vermilion beams, a woman in a black dress stepped on the tilting blood of thorns, looking down at Inya from above. Not only can she transform external objects into miraculous power through burning, but she can also use this energy to repair herself. Seeing that Inya was not afraid of her fatal piercing, Black Rose said, "Looks like I have to be more serious. It can replenish mana and health. It's simply the perfect miraculous energy. But every ability has its limit. Inya can withstand her blood of thorns, so what about the secret?" Bang! Black Rose plucked a nearby blood thorn from the soil. A stream of blood red light condensed, eventually transforming into a crimson spear tangled with thorns. Secret technique, thorn forest piercing the sky. Black Rose plunged the bloodthorn spear into the earth, and instantly, the entire mansion began to shake. "You'll die." Almost instantly, Inya retreated. Puff, puff, puff. Simultaneously, countless crimson spears pierced the earth and stretched toward the sky. "No, tiger. Run," Ilona shouted, and Junano quickly summoned a broom and soared into the air. Wow! Silly Tiger grabbed Fran and her siblings in his arms. His massive arms, as strong as stone pillars, nearly enveloped them, leaving only their heads and feet exposed. Bang! Silly Tiger leaped, his immense strength seeming to transform him into the Incredible Hulk. This leap must have been at least 20 meters high and 100 meters long. The brother and sister burst into tears of fear. There was no way anyone could withstand being soared 20 meters into the air in a single second, then plummeted to the ground like a parabola. It was simply too intense. Swish, 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 10, 100, 1,000. In an instant, the entire Morty family villa was transformed into a forest of crimson thorn spears. The spears ranged in size, some barely thicker than embroidery needles, their weapons unseen. The larger ones towered like bell towers, awe-inspiring to Ilona and Junano, who watched from afar. However, they dared not linger for long and immediately contacted Leon, preparing to depart. "Is this the ultimate move?" Inya, perched elegantly on a broom in the air, said. "The difference is too great. Had that attack been a direct hit, with such a staggering influx of lethal factors, Inya doubted his fell energy would have had enough time to recover. Fell energy's resilience wasn't invincible. It had two weaknesses, its immense consumption and its limited recovery rate, independent of the amount of fell energy. If the opponent could inflict a fatal wound before he could repair himself, Inya would also die. Hula what? Inya stared in astonishment at the forest of spears that filled the ground, which vanished in an instant. Most ordinary people's secret arts can't be controlled, but mine. Black Rose opened her palm towards Inya in the air. "I can control it, Galila." An endless stream of vermilion spears, as large as towers and as small as needles, erupted. Fell shield, it's useless. Black Rose stood still. She raised her other hand, and more thorn spears surged towards Inya. "Isn't it strange that my blood thorns didn't hit you? I just summoned them. Now I'm entering the true secret art, blood thorns, infinite death spears." Unlike ordinary secret arts, Black Rose has lived for so long that her understanding of the power of miracles far surpasses that of ordinary heroes. These bloodthorn spears are not disposable items, but can be continuously retrieved and used over and over again. The purpose of Thorn Forest is to summon thousands of bloodthorn spears. But after summoning them, Black Rose could retract them and fire them again. It didn't matter if they were blocked. Retract them and fire again. Even if they shattered, they would transform into blood and flow back into Black Rose's body, piercing Inya once again. Furthermore, each of them possessed the power of guaranteed height and death. While their destructive power was limited, their single-target lethality was undoubtedly greater than that of even the most powerful of techniques. Just like now, Inya was completely trapped. These red beam spears were seemingly endless, and even more terrifying. They could bend and flex in midair, attacking Inya from all directions like beams, leaving her no room to dodge. Unable to defend, dodge, or escape. "It's over," Black Rose said, confident of victory, releasing her grip. The two blood-red vortexes continued their assault on Inya, automatically recovering the fallen thorn blood spears. As for Black Rose, She constructed a throne of blood behind her, admiring Ina's dying struggle like a queen. What about you? Black Rose sipped her wine and looked at Helbo. Are you still not making a move? She had already subdued Ina, effortlessly, very simply. But Helbo hadn't made a single move, which puzzled Black Rose. However, Black Rose paid no heed to two newcomers to the heroic rank, barely mastering their secret techniques. Me, Helbo said, don't you sense it? I've been making a move all along. What? Black Rose was puzzled, but a sudden wave of unease welled up in her heart. Helbo smiled at Ina, and the girl understood his meaning. Looks like we've won. Secret technique, body separation. This, Black Rose was puzzled, but the next moment, the girl's pupils narrowed. She couldn't move. Black Rose remained in her drinking position, her entire body still fixed. The girl wasn't under any spell like immobilization, her body was fine, and her mind was perfectly stable. It wasn't an illusion. But she couldn't move, not even a little. Ha. Why do you think I took so many of your attacks? In the air, Ina watched the stilled thorn blood spear. She shouted to Helbo, deal with her, brother Helbo. Stop it, Ina, Helbo said. It's good enough that we can control her. If we attack her, even the slightest fluctuation of miraculous power could give her an opening. Spirit-body separation. Spirit refers to the spirit, or consciousness. Body refers to the physical body. Severing the connection between consciousness and body, allowing a person to remain conscious but unable to control their body, this was Helbo's only heroic level technique. If used against a Beyonder, this single move would allow Helbo to strip a person of their spirit, resulting in their death. Unfortunately, they were facing Black Rose. Black Rose's miraculous power was too strong, with countless passive abilities. If she hadn't actively absorbed a large amount of thorn blood into her body, allowing Helbo to exploit the opportunity, he would have been powerless against Black Rose. Foolishness, the power of foolishness. As expected, Black Rose sensed a multitude of tiny, writhing white maggots within her body. Damn it, although she couldn't actively destroy them, the miraculous power within her body was automatically defending against them. In no more than 30 seconds, they would be completely incinerated. You too, Black Rose was furious, for she was truly unable to move. She needed external force, preferably someone to attack her, or even touch her. Spirit separation wasn't a very powerful sealing technique. Besides its short duration, it also had numerous flaws. The most awkward one was that if anyone came within 1 meter of her, the secret technique would automatically dissolve. So, even if attacked, Black Rose still had a distance of 1 meter to react. And don't forget, there's hero release. Helbo hadn't forgotten that Black Rose hadn't used the hero release. If they attacked her now, destroying her original form first would reveal her true form. By destroying the true form first, they could revert to their human form and fight again. This was the hero level, a very, very difficult task. Everyone had to be killed twice. Experience is all that matters, Helbo said. You haven't mastered powerful enough moves. Even though you can draw immense energy from fell energy, your output is limited. You can't hit me. This is the tragedy of heroes who haven't mastered the secrets. Facing Black Rose, they are practically helpless. I'll give her a bath of fell energy. Ina's fell energy is highly corrosive. While it won't kill Black Rose, it will certainly make her wail in agony. The intense pain will interrupt my astral separation. Helbo shook his head. Never mind, let's call it a draw. Damn it, Ina said, but she knew Helbo was right. They didn't have a move that could inflict fatal damage on Black Rose. Don't be sad, Helbo, with his high emotional intelligence, couldn't let this end like this. Ina, do you understand the situation? She's unable to move, huh? Ina, a pure woman, didn't understand Helbo's meaning. Helbo walked to Ina with some embarrassment and said to her softly, victory's not just about fighting. Don't you know magic? Change her into a maid outfit. If it's really too late, you can add a pair of cat ears. Oh, Ina looked at Helbo in surprise. If it was an ordinary girl, she would definitely not do such a thing. But now as an extraordinary time, Ina thinks it is feasible. After listening to Helbo's words, Ina seemed to have opened the door to a new world and suddenly realized it. Leave it to me, then. Ina waved the magic wand in his hand, and then pointed at Black Rose in the distance, changing magic. Black Rose guessed that the two were doing some sinister plan. Suddenly, Black Rose felt a slight chill under her body, as if something was missing. Before Black Rose could react, Ina's voice came. A bit surprising. You're not the queen, but this style is a bit too pure, isn't it? In Ina's hands, a simple piece of pure white cloth was held high by the girl, dancing it back and forth as if to show off. You two little brats, Black Rose blushed. She had regained her freedom, her spirit-body separation dissolved almost instantly as Ina cast the spell. But now, the woman's face was filled with shame and anger. She covered her skirt with one hand, tightly gripped the thorn blood spear with the other, and crushed it with brute force, her rage reaching its peak. Hey, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't order it. Hellbow had only asked Ina to change Black Rose's clothes, perhaps into a maid outfit or a bunny girl outfit. But the girl misunderstood his intention and actually took Black Rose's clothes off. Ina, what are you doing? Hellbow quickly turned his head away. He was a stoic, and women would only hinder his mission. But that didn't mean Hellbow was shameless or unblushing. But it really smells good. Ina couldn't smell it like Hanta, but miracle women like Black Rose possessed a natural, flower-like fragrance. Even their sweat would have intoxicated a mortal, let alone Black Rose's most important secret. That scent was a blessing for Ina. A man would have been driven mad. Kill you, I absolutely will. Underwear, to some extent, reveals a person's true nature. Despite her aloof and imposing exterior, Black Rose was deeply reserved, a fact unknown even to her closest companions. Now that her secrets were public, Black Rose completely lost her mind. She glared at Ina and Hellbow, as if she wanted to devour them alive. Boom! A massive black shadow and bloody light emanated from Black Rose's body. Ina's expression changed slightly, and then her eyes widened. Hellbow, standing beside her, kept raising his head, sweat pouring down his face. Oh, damn, Hellbow felt he had picked the wrong opponent. Absolutely the wrong one. Ferocious blood-red eyes, scales shimmering with starlight amidst the pitch black. Red flames emanated from her body, transforming into Black Rose petals in the air. Thorns, like perfect peaks, coiled around her limbs, blossoming into roses as vast as houses. Well, Ina swallowed, forcing a smile. I'll return your body to you. Will you forgive me? Roar, a dragon, a black dragon. A black dragon 150 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters. However, unlike ordinary black dragons, her body seemed sculpted from obsidian crystals, and each obsidian scale shone with starlight. Hero unleashed, transformation rose dragon, bang, with a single kick, no miraculous power was needed. The overwhelming force not only crumbled the courtyard but also reduced the entire Morty family mansion to rubble. Little brats, Black Rose unleashed her true form, glaring at Hellbow and Ina, who were like ants. I'm going to kill you. Boom boom boom, a flood of black beams burst forth from her body, sweeping across the sky and earth. The sheer force of the beams completely defied Hellbow and Ina's definition of a hero. Isn't this guy too strong? Is he truly a hero? Unbeknownst to them, Black Rose was incredibly talented. If it weren't for the Earl of Thorns, even if she couldn't match Sea Dragon Princess in 80 years, she possessed the blood of the Dragon Clan. A king would surely be no match. It really has nothing to do with me, Hellbow cried out in indignation. This wasn't his plan. This wasn't his plan. But truth be told, they had indeed won. Even if Black Rose had killed them, she would soon realize she had only killed two puppets. In other words, the humiliation had already been inflicted. She had won the battle, but lost face. Okay, I've decided. Ina barely dodged Black Rose's attack, the girl declared firmly. I'll take this as a trophy and present it to His Majesty. The thought of Ina holding her own underwear and declaring, this is my trophy, to some distinguished Lord of Miracles, who then asked whose it belonged to, and Ina replied, Black Rose's. Shut up. Shut up. Beneath the obsidian dragon's body, Black Roses will nearly fainted from shame. Ina high above, Bai Luo covered his face, unsure how to respond. Oniheim, Wang Quan, and Yesha were looking at him with strange eyes. While he knew they understood that this wasn't his intention, Ina had had enough. It seems the fight between these two children has ended. Wang Quan had no intention of rescuing them. As the incarnation of the Blood Moon Hunter, his death wouldn't matter. Furthermore, Hellbow was decisive, choosing to give up resistance and embrace death, and Ina did the same. As for Ilona and the others, they had already fled. Realizing she was no match for Black Rose, she prayed to Leon, opened the dream portal, and left the dream. Bang! Just as she was about to destroy Hellbow and Ina, Black Rose sensed a massive creature flying towards her. She quickly leaped into the air, dodging the swift advance. Bang, 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 a dark figure landed, not standing, but being thrown. Who is it? Black Rose began to speak, when Hulbo exclaimed, Lulu. It was a silver-haired, pink-striped cat monster, 20 or 30 meters tall, 70 or 80 meters long, now covered in wounds and near death. Bang! Spatial fragments rained down, and everyone looked in the direction of Lulu's flight. The fog shattered, and space resembled shattered glass shattered by a stone. Behind it, on the dark streets, the corpses of nightmare monsters transformed by the goblins were scattered everywhere. I've been meowing for ages, why can't anyone understand me, huh? Mixiang noticed the Yahan Rose dragon before her. Black Rose? You were forced to unleash your heroic power. Are the enemies that strong? Black Rose didn't want to answer. The enemy wasn't strong, and she could have won even without unleashing her power. But how could she bring herself to say that her body had been forcibly taken as a trophy? A new enemy, Inya had been prepared to face the consequences, but the sight of a new enemy piqued her interest. Lulu, are you okay? Hulbo knew he was only an avatar, but seeing Cat Lulu so severely injured, he was still filled with worry and anxiety. Little, be careful. Cat Lulu's voice was soft, and she could only speak through the contract link. This woman is very strong, not on the same dimension as the others. Lulu? Cat Lulu transformed into a small kitten and lay in Hulbo's arms. Even though the heroes' liberated bodies were destroyed, they wouldn't die, they still had a second life. But Cat Lulu's spirit was damaged, and even with a second body, she couldn't handle it. Are you talking to her? You smell like her. Do you know her? Mixiang's voice chilled Hulbo's spine. His pupils shrank as he saw that Mixiang had suddenly moved between him and Inya. When? How did she get here? Inya and Hulbo simultaneously retreated, but then something strange happened. What? Although they had already separated, the distance between them and Mixiang remained unchanged. It was as if they had just jumped in the distance, nothing had changed. It's useless, Mixiang muttered to herself. Between 1 and 2, there are countless invisible numbers, but no matter which one, they can't get before 1 or after 2. What do you mean? Inya had no idea what Mixiang was saying. Hulbo had some vague suspicions, but he was more shocked by Mixiang's miraculous power. It was immense, incredibly vast. Comparing the numbers, if Inya's was 800, then Hulbo's was 1,500. And Mixiang's was at least over 100,000. A nearly 100-fold difference? Unimaginable. Even if miracle power was just MP, it didn't mean the opponent's output was 100 times his own. However, if Hulbo didn't understand the significance of such a disparity, he'd be truly foolish. Master, at least a master-level expert, a master who wields domain power is simply beyond Hulbo and Inya's reach. The gap between a hero and a master is far greater than that between a transcendent and a hero. Damn it, Inya reflexively aimed his wand at Mixiang, fell energy, boom, an unimaginable, invisible pressure descended upon Inya and Hulbo. Inya stared in horror at the fell energy radiating from the wand's tip. They trembled. How is this possible? The fell energy dissipated automatically, as if it had never existed. It was incredibly eerie. I can't move, with a single glance. The two heroes were like being struck by a profound level of spiritual separation, unable to even move a finger. The gap, Hulbo said, is too big. Finally, I've met two people who can talk. Mixiang didn't attack Hulbo and Inya, relieved. I've been meowing, barking, wurfing, and croaking all along the way, but no one answered me. Mixiang, they're my prey. I'm just asking for directions, not trying to steal monsters. Black Rose, as she spoke, Mixiang saw the white cloth clutched by Inya. What is this? Why does it smell like Black Rose? Is it yours, sister? Black Rose gasped in shock, but before she could stop it, the sound of space shattering could be heard again. Wow! Sakura and Higanbana shattered the misty space and flew backwards towards Black Rose. How did you get so hurt? Black Rose blossomed arose in the air, catching the two women. Black Rose, step back a little. Seeing this, Mixiang temporarily let go of Hulbo and Inya. She cast her gaze over there, where Mixiang sensed a vast, indescribable sword force. Hey! Are you all alright? Black Rose asked. Sakura, enduring the excruciating pain, spoke. Sister Rose, hurry, change back. That woman is coming. That woman, Weird, monster, Sakura said. Higanbana finally had a chance to breathe. We're not from the same dimension as you. Ah, don't say that. Aaliyah slowly emerged from the misty space, followed by Inya. Having witnessed a crushing defeat, Tianhun was now incredibly confident. I have General Aaliyah, what's there to fear? I was just playing a game with you, but I've really stopped, Aaliyah said. Though her eyes were closed, how could the world's greatest blind swordsman fail to sense Black Rose's enormous dragon form? Then, Aaliyah detected the presence of Hulbo and Inya, the fallen cat Lulu, and countless dead fairies from another dream. Are you bullying my child? Aaliyah frowned. She sheathed her small cross sword and removed the massive cross from her back. Actually, I'm best at chopping huge things. Bang! The cross sword remained unsheathed, sheared in place, as Aaliyah swung it fiercely. The next moment, a deafening, earth-shaking sword energy, at least several kilometers wide, hurtled towards Black Rose at astonishing speed. It carried the power of countless laws, any one of which could injure Black Rose, but combined, with such a range and speed. I can't dodge. Black Rose tried to evade, but her massive size was the greatest weakness of the beast type, a sitting duck. Swish, the earth cracked, the city crumbled. Thousands of houses were severed, the cut surfaces imperceptibly smooth. Whoosh whoosh, Black Rose reverted to her human form, startled by Aaliyah's sword energy and breaking into cold sweat. In front of the woman, Mixiang, holding two swords, faced Aaliyah from a distance. You blocked my sword, that's not a sword, Mei Xiong said. You can swing such a slash without drawing the sheath. You are very strong, I just know a little bit. Aaliyah still chose not to draw the cross sword. She just held it horizontally in front of her. How about it? Do you want to play? Chapter 216, Dimensional Boundary. I wouldn't dare play around with you. Mixiang's eyes flickered slightly. This technique, similar to the Bai Luo family's reconnaissance technique, was also a way to investigate an opponent's attributes. However, this ability had a limitation. The difference in strength between the two parties couldn't be too great. It was fine for the same level, but if there was more than one level difference, a flood of question marks would appear, and only basic information could be obtained. A large skull would be placed on the target, telling the children, if you can't defeat them, run away. Sister Black Rose, you don't mind if I fight her? As you wish. Black Rose cradled Sakura and Higanbana in her arms. While she was practically invincible at her level, easily taking on 7 or 8 hero levels alone, a master, especially one like Aaliyah, who mastered numerous mysteries and domains, was no match for her. I'll take you to treatment. Black Rose didn't sulk with Inya and Hulbo. She conjured new underwear, gave Inya a fierce glare, and fled with the two women. A master-level battle, a battle that would destroy everything in the universe, was best avoided. Little ones, the same goes for you, Aaliyah said. Her eyes were blindfolded, so they couldn't see clearly, but Helber and the others could still sense her intention. We'll leave right away, Sister Aaliyah. Aaliyah lived in the church in Harbor Town and was a counselor for the children, helping them solve their problems. She was very popular among the children. While Helber should have called her teacher, everyone else just called her Sister Aaliyah out of habit, finding it more approachable. Don't go too far, Aaliyah said. It's a master-level battle, so it's good for you to see it in advance. Okay, with permission. Helber quickly led the retreat, leaving enough space for his own safety. The Queen's words. Aaliyah wanted to ask Inya to leave as well, but Tianhun was still there. Aaliyah specifically asked, are you planning to continue watching? Too weak. Inya was sweating profusely. She wanted to leave too, but since she had played the role of the sister, she had to play it to the end and couldn't give up halfway. I just spotted this guy, barely passable. Luckily, Aaliyah understood and gave Inya a way out. Take care of him quickly, then rejoin me. With that, Inya decisively turned and calmly walked away. Mixiang paused for words. What's with this guy? Mixiang's energy was largely confined to her own domain, devoted to calculations. Less than 5% of her intelligence remained, which explains her somewhat silly and naive speech. But even with that remaining 5%, Mixiang still possessed strategic and calculating abilities far beyond those of an average person. She clearly doesn't possess any miraculous powers, but her eyes and aura give her the air of a great figure. Mixiang shook her head, not dwelling on Inya's acting, which had fooled even a master. She focused her attention on Aaliyah. To be honest, Mixiang hadn't experienced master-to-master combat much. At most, it was a sparring match between companions, and this was her first time engaging in real combat. Let's test it out first, Mixiang thought, tightening her grip on her sword. Secret technique, snowy night flower, HL wind whipped, snowflakes drifted, and amidst the pure white, a faint pink blossomed against the 12th lunar month, a winter blossom blooming. Suddenly, a petal fell, drifting in the wind. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Bang! Mixiang and Inya crossed paths, unable to see when she appeared or how she ended up behind her. What kind of speed is that? Herbo and Inya felt as if their eyes blinked, and then, separated by over 1,000 meters, they collided. 1 kilometer per second? No, faster than that. Herbo realized that Mixiang must have used a technique similar to shrinking the Earth into an inch, or perhaps stop time, moving at high speed within a certain time domain. Mixiang slowly turned, and at the same moment, the surrounding buildings, gardens, and protruding rocks turned to dust and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Inya's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? She couldn't see Mixiang because she'd used a space-time secret technique, which was normal. But the entire villa was reduced to ash before everyone's eyes. They truly had no idea. No way. Herbo was also shocked. Like you, I can't see, but I think I understand. Herbo sensed the sword's intent. Those buildings had been slashed by Mixiang. But it wasn't a single slash, but an unimaginable number of strikes against every particle, every speck of dust. To put it simply, the houses were being dismembered by Mixiang, down to the atomic nucleus. Inya was at a loss for words, but Herbo was certain, it must be some kind of ability. A master's physical fitness was no different from a peak hero's. Brute force alone couldn't possibly deliver so many sword thrusts. It must be some special ability, a system of power that Herbo and Inya couldn't comprehend. Sure enough, this move won't work on you. Mixiang raised her sword, but instead of swinging, she thrust forward. What about this move? Secret technique, boundary severance tree, blossoming plum blossoms on the top. With a crack, the space ahead cracked like glass, yet remained intact. Blue-black cracks spread at an alarming speed, extending across the sky, the earth, and the world ahead. The cracks resembled a thriving tree, extending countless branches, each one a Mixiang sword. And it wasn't just a sword, it embodied the principle of boundary severance, a force similar to the law of instant death that could tear apart everything, forcibly severing and separating it. Because it had been boundary severed, the wounds could neither heal nor heal. What is that thing? Inya faintly saw the night sky and stars through the blue-black cracks. She had a feeling that if touched by it, the fate would be far more horrific than that of the blood of thorns. Fortunately, its number was small, no match for the blood of economy. This was a silver lining. That's the power of boundary severance. It's mentioned in the book my teacher gave me. It's the type of dimension. Herbo led Inya back to Inya's side. Beyond that was another dream realm, but they could only go so far. Any further and it would be difficult to watch the masters battle. The power of boundary severance, it's like a rift in space, Herbo explained. It's connected to a dimension called the Zero Realm. It sucks everything it touches in and crushes it. Oh, I see. Inya didn't understand, but she seemed quite impressed. Your Majesty, I'm sure you wouldn't take such a move seriously, right? Inya had said earlier that Mixiang was too weak, and she wouldn't even bother to fight her. Inya was stunned for a moment, then scratched her cheek. My sister isn't here, so it's me. Sister Inya, isn't she the queen? But this is too similar. They were both shocked, but then they realized that Isifir wasn't participating in the battle this time. But it must be said that Inya's imitation of her senior sister was truly excellent. Whoosh! Inya swung her unsheathed cross sword, a massive storm of sword energy instantly destroying all the branches of the boundary severing tree. Secret technique, boundary severing tree, Moriyama crown. However, Mixiang didn't retreat, instead thrusting her right sword forward. Galala, a multitude of boundary severing branch swords burst forth once again. If the previous spatial rifts consisted of only a few dozen branches, this time, the speed was even greater and the number was even greater, almost exceeding 100. Too simple, Inya saw through Mixiang's sword technique. It's powerful, but you can't move with this move, right? A black light blossomed behind Mixiang, a small black hole-like spatial tunnel emerging from which Ilya's terrifying sword energy emerged. I don't need to move. Whoosh, whoosh, in the sky, the boundary-severing branch swords suddenly bend, deflecting several times at astonishing speed. They pass over Mixiang's head and shoulders, like beams of refracted light, firmly blocking the sword energy behind them. automatic attack, automatic defense, automatic tracking. However, the boundary-severing branch sword couldn't completely block Aaliyah's sword energy. During the stalemate, the sword energy inched closer to Mixiang's lower back. Can't block it, Mixiang was genuinely surprised. It's just a simple swing, but the special dimensional power contained in this sword is a bit like the justice of the order dimension, with a hint of the holy dimension. Chirp, 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 more and more boundary-severing branch swords began to fill the gap, completely dissipating the sword energy. How bizarre, Mixiang didn't know how to comment on Aaliyah. You're clearly the miracle girl of the foolish dimension, so why are you using moves from the justice and holy order dimension? Bang! Aaliyah didn't answer Mixiang's request. She lifted the massive cross, exerted her strength, and lunged towards the opponent. Unfortunately, while speeding, Aaliyah suddenly swung the cross, shattering all the boundary-breaking branch swords coming from all directions. Secret technique, boundary-breaking tree, dominate the world, Galila. Dimensional cracks appeared around Aaliyah, spreading across the entire ruined villa. Oh my god, Inya was stunned. How many boundary-breaking rifts are there? All created by that woman. With a single blow, Mei Kai slashed dozens of spatial cracks. Moriyama Mian slashed hundreds. Dominate the world, Mei Xiong gently swung her sword, and in an instant, thousands of them appeared. Stop these tedious tests, they're pointless. Aaliyah raised the cross sword, pointing the scabbard to the left. Then, like a pendulum, it traced a parabola upwards, finally plunging into the earth. Boom, an invisible field expanded in all directions, centered around Aaliyah. In an instant, all the boundary-breaking branch swords vanished. Field skill, seal, Aaliyah has sealed this space and time. From now on, all acceleration, slowdown, and stoppage, as well as all teleportation, coordinate displacement, and spatial division, will be completely ineffective. Seal. This field seals not only time and space, but also all elements, even matter and power. Prohibiting all phenomena. This is one of the fields Aaliyah controls. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The Last Enemy. Using her domain now, Mixiang smiled, lowering her sword. Looks like I've won. This woman is so strong. Black Rose, who was treating Sakura and Higanbana's injuries, saw Liaya cast her sealing domain. She raises her hand and it's a domain. A sure kill move, and she used it just like that. Cough cough cough. Sakura spat out a trace of black blood. She's a living saint, not on the same level as us. An ordinary person can only cultivate a few domains in their lifetime, but a living saint, a superhuman being, can cultivate dozens, even hundreds, of secrets and domain techniques, and still see no limit to their abilities. Domains aren't about who has more, Black Rose said. Mixiang only has one domain, but she's been developing it for nearly 20 years. That woman is powerful, but I can tell she's only 27 or 28 at that age. Even a living saint has a limit to her strength. Let's begin. Mixiang raised her sword, her right sword pointing to the sky, her left at Liaya. Realm release, easy to count space. Buzz, an invisible wave suddenly swept outward. Hailbo, Inya, and the others in the distance felt as if they were being scanned by something. It was a strange and eerie scene. What's going on? Inya's hair shuddered, and the miraculous power within him surged like boiling water. It was a warning from the miraculous power to Inya. Danger. Why did you choose to release your realm? Does Mixiang think she can't defeat her? Higanbana also touched the realm, a spiritual realm known as the Other Shore Dimension. However, her miraculous power was far from enough to summon that other shore in reality. There are three main types of realm skills: containment, liberation, and opening. The essence of a realm is an illusory dimension independent of reality, devoid of laws other than those of that dimension. Realm Gate. This is the realm skill of Morgan's master-level frenzy-type unit, the Mirage Red Crab. The Red Mirage Crab's body connects to a core dimension, containing a vast amount of fission rock formed by high pressure. By opening a portal to another dimension, the Red Mirage Crab's nuclear cannon summons this fission rock from the core dimension into reality, causing it to explode. This is the principle behind the Red Mirage Crab's nuclear cannon. Otherwise, the power of 100 nuclear cannon rounds would take 10 minutes to fire. With such a vast amount of energy, how could the red mirage crab itself possess such a vast miraculous power? However, by passing through the domain gate, the red mirage crab only expended its miraculous power for the moment of opening the gate. The power of the subsequent nuclear cannon fire was irrelevant to the red mirage crab. This is a summoning domain skill, harnessing the power of another world, another dimension, to crush powerful enemies. Domain containment. This domain skill involves masters employing special means to forcibly capture an enemy within a specific dimension. A dimension is a condensation of vast laws. Any foreign object that intrudes is like a drop of water into a frying pan, instantly exploding. The laws of the entire dimension will attack and suppress invaders. To resist, the enemy must either leave the dimension or use their own miraculous power to resist. The former is fine, but the latter can instantly consume a large amount of the opponent's miraculous power, expanding their advantage. However, the cost of domain containment is enormous. Inya is a master, protected by miraculous power. To capture her entirely and transport her to another dimension is like Lilith using transmigration to turn a master into a sheep. Therefore, domain gate and domain containment are like opposites. Domain gate captures objects from the dimension and brings them into reality. Domain containment captures objects from reality and brings them into the dimension. However, domain containment usually does not directly capture miraculous units like Inya due to the high cost and low cost effectiveness. Domain release. Select a portion of the dimension and directly cover it in reality, along with the enemy. Now, the domain known as the easy counting space has unfolded. Nothing has changed around her, but Inya perceives that all matter within a 10-kilometer radius centered on Mixiang has undergone a qualitative change. Numbers, endless numbers, were replacing these things. The earth, the sky, the air, the water, the stones, the soil, the plants, the animals, everything was transforming from imaginary to real. However, this transformation was invisible to ordinary people, even to the naked eye. Inya saw it, yet also didn't see it. This was because she cared little for this shift in numbers. Neither real nor imaginary could affect her. Fixed position, energy balance, unchanging form, invulnerable to physical attacks, resistance to elemental laws, dimensional resistance, force negation, invulnerability to negative effects, invulnerability to mental interference, anti-spatial manipulation, temporal perception, coercive counterattack, target tracking, stealth detection, increased mystery, enhanced spiritual sense. The power of miracles had already transformed Inya, transforming her into a vast collection of laws. To put it in a metaphorical way, a myriad of laws enveloped Ilya's body. For any power to act upon her, the prerequisite was to destroy these passives, blessings, and blessings. However, destroying the law's protections would consume a vast amount of miracle power, placing a heavy burden on Mixiang. Your Yishu domain has limited effect on me. Inya appeared remarkably calm. To put it bluntly, domain liberation merely grants a significant boost to oneself, offering no benefit to the enemy. It doesn't matter. As long as I can control a part of you, that's enough. Following Mixiang's voice, tiny specks of starlight appeared at her feet. They were flowers, countless pink and white crystals resembling plum blossoms blooming. In the blink of an eye, the entire land was covered in imaginary plum blossoms. I can't move. Hey Erbo, Inya, and Inya simultaneously realized they were locked in. This block wasn't some force suppressing them, but rather that no matter how far forward or backward, they couldn't move an inch. There was no point moving their feet, there was no escape. Spatial manipulation, no, Hey Erbo replied to Inya, it's a higher level than spatial manipulation. Hey Erbo and Inya also possessed spatial skills, but they were merely skills. Simply put, I teleport from here to there, that's called a skill. Space-related secret techniques are no longer just skills, but rather the art of controlling space, allowing one to travel freely anywhere, reaching the very essence of space. However, it's clear that Erbo and Inya aren't miracle children mastering space. They're power systems. The former draws on dreamy stars and the deprivation of human consciousness, while the latter draws on fairy magic and fail spells. Mixiang's domain, the easy number space, isn't simply space, it imbues it with properties, imaginary and real space. Between 1 and 2, there are numerous numbers. Besides real numbers, there are even things called imaginary numbers that don't exist in the physical universe. So that's it, Inya understood. Her considerable talent immediately grasped the key to their first encounter. Sister Aliyah's massive slash wasn't blocked by her, but sent into the imaginary space. It could send enemy attacks into the imaginary space, digitizing them and completely vanishing them. With this ability, no matter how widespread the enemy's attack, as long as Mixiang can deflect the force striking her, she remains invincible. The boundary rupture that seemed to shatter space before, Herbo said, was her digitizing a portion of space. It's like a black hole. Matter that originally existed there suddenly vanishes, causing the surrounding space to compensate, but it's constantly being drained, ultimately forming a boundary rupture. Listening to Herbo and Ina's heated exchange, Inya felt like she'd joined the wrong group. Inya, is this the difference between a poor student and a top student? How did they connect so many things from such a small encounter? Domain skill, emptiness makes reality. Mixiang wielded the sword in her right hand, gently waving it. Before everyone's eyes, thousands of swords appeared simultaneously. These swords weren't physical, but they weren't illusions either. They were real, at least within Mixiang's domain. Bang, bang, bang. Aliyah retreated hastily, using her cross to block some of the attacks, but more flew over her head and past her. Did it hit? Inya had just begun to speak when Herbo exclaimed, "Sister Aliyah, be careful, behind you." Aliyah didn't look back, but she felt a stab in her back. The sword shadow that had been flying past was swallowed by the edge of the domain, but then, as if space were folding, it shot back with even greater speed as soon as it entered. Is the space sealed? Aliyah tried to perform a teleportation move, but found herself under a similar sealed state. That's what it is, your domain? Aliyah's perception revealed strange symbols floating across the land, like hexagrams, each space representing a meaning, energy, number, element, direction, season, time. At this moment, they were located in various places, slowly rotating around Mixiang like a compass. Little trick, bang! Aliyah stepped forward, forcibly crushing the shackles of imaginary numbers. She's moving within Mixiang's domain. Sakura and Higanbana watched in disbelief as Aliyah repeatedly dodged the imaginary sword. This wasn't a question of strength anymore, but rather dominance, a devastation. Breaking through the domain by force, is that even possible? The two women simultaneously looked at Black Rose, who said, as long as the power of miracles is immense enough, the domain's constraints won't be affected, but she didn't do it that way. She saw through Mixiang's easy numbers. Black Rose, then use your own miracle power to shape the landing point and force movement. In other words, if one must be followed by two, and there's a 3 before it, then crush the 3 and forcefully create a 2 in front. How is that possible? The miraculous worldview contains countless dimensions, and the easy number dimension is just one of them. However, it's incredibly complex, and only geniuses with an unparalleled mastery of numbers can grasp its mysteries. Just like Higanbana and Sakura, they too had sought instruction from Mixiang, but neither could master it. Forget about understanding it, even just getting started wasn't possible. Her abilities surpassed Mixiang's, Black Rose concluded, but this certainly isn't her first time with this. Even a living saint couldn't master an unfamiliar subject instantly. But Aliyah had done it. The only explanation was that she had previously encountered, even studied, the Yi numbers. It's useless, Mixiang's voice echoed. Using miraculous power like that will tire you to death. Boom. Aliyah swung her sword at Mixiang, but Mixiang simply pointed her left sword forward, dispelling the blow. The left-hand sword was an imaginary sword, capable of casting all tangible things into imaginary space. The right-hand sword was a real sword, capable of transforming the imaginary into reality. Domain skill, destiny has ended. With that, Mixiang raised her sword once more and swung it down. Puff. Aliyah's footsteps fell, but the next moment, Aliyah's figure was in front of Mixiang, her skirt ripped, blood splattering. How could that be? Herbo clearly remembered that the spatial displacement between the two sides had been blocked, making it impossible for either to move. Imaginary transport. Aliyah was struck by Mixiang, but her expression remained unmoved. Did you dematerialize the space between us? Why didn't you dodge? Mixiang noticed the cross-sword in Aliyah's hand, still unsheathed. Whoosh, bang. Aliyah, completely ignoring her injuries, swung the cross-sword downwards, forcing Mixiang to cross her swords to block Aliyah's attack. Because there's no need, Aliyah, I want to test your lethality, to see how powerful a master can be. To other Atenians, the ancient capital could be considered a battlefield. But Aliyah, she simply saw it as a testing ground, and herself as the test subject. Of course, The term test subject wasn't meant as a derogatory term, it was that Inya hoped to use herself to help Bai Luo gain more data. For example, now, Inya could have dodged Mixiang's sword, but she took it anyway. She wanted to know how much damage she would suffer. And the result was less than 1%, Inya exclaimed in disbelief, the first shock she'd felt in ages. Am I too strong, or is she too weak? The damage is too minimal. If Inya were digitized, then that strike would have taken only 1% of her health. In other words, to completely slay Inya, it would require at least 100 instances of that same domain skill. But is that even possible? If the two engaged in a formal battle, constantly dodging and defending, how long would it take to inflict 100 wounds on each other? Hours? A day? Days and nights? But what kind of war could last that long? It would have ended long ago. We must try again. Swish. Inya no longer hesitated. She gripped the hilt of her sword, then, maintaining her stalemate with Mixiang, she pulled back and unsheathed the massive cross sword. Domain gate, God said, let there be light. Oh no, Mixiang instinctively swung her sword of reality, returning the space that had been swallowed by the imaginary dimension. However, Ilya's target wasn't Mixiang at all. Bang! The cross sword struck the scabbard in midair, leaving golden cracks streaking across it. Bang! The golden light transformed into particles, resembling the Big Bang. Mixiang attempted to use the sword of emptiness to obliterate them, but their sheer number and speed were too astonishing. Chirp, chirp, for a moment, Mixiang felt as if she were engulfed in a sea of gold, blind and untouchable. Sparks of fire scorched her dress beneath the light particles. Mixiang gritted her teeth, but ultimately chose to give up and withstood Ilya's blow. Be careful, Black Rose stepped in front of the two women, raising her hand and forming a barrier of pitch-black flames. Indiscriminate. Attack our own people. Elsewhere, Helbo and Inya instinctively covered their faces with their hands. But they soon discovered that the light was warm and had no killing power. Furthermore, it was actually healing the wounds of Lulu, Helbo's cat, in his arms. What a miraculous move. Is this Sister Ilya's territorial skill? Even though they were in the Blood Moon Kingdom, Inya had managed to unleash a radiant territorial skill, demonstrating her true strength. Retreat. Black Rose hurriedly led the two women away from the battlefield. Unlike Helbo and the others, their death was real. Observing the battle from here would be overly reckless. Sister Inya, we too. Helbo wanted to tell Inya to retreat, but when he turned around, she was nowhere to be seen. Oh my god, she's already running away? So fast. Whoa, the sword slashed through Mixiang's chest, wounding her like Inya. Using a territorial skill as a flashbang? How extravagant. Mixiang, noticing Ilya's pause, turned and asked, what are you testing? A surprising result. Inya had clearly used all her strength in that strike, but even so, Mixiang's injuries were limited. Judging by her health, no more than 0.2%. Inya was only a Blood Moon hunter, not her true form, while Mixiang was. Both at the master level, Ilya's health and miraculous power were only 30% of their peak. In comparison, Mixiang's damage was relatively reasonable. Retreat. Inya acted decisively and retreated, leaving Mixiang stunned. Although the two engaged in combat and exchanged blows, both Mixiang and Inya knew neither was truly fighting. Where are you going? Seeing Inya retreat into the distance, Mixiang shifted, her domain expanding forward, centered around her. Bang! What? Mixiang stared in horror at Inya before her. With a casual sword strike, she shattered her domain. Little Leon, throw her out. Okay, Leon, who was playing with Tulip, ducked to avoid a sword sweep, then activated his misty domain, forcibly ejecting Mixiang from the ancient capital dream. What's going on? Mixiang was about to resume her pursuit when her surroundings suddenly shifted. She looked at the Thorn army before her and realized they had already left the misty ancient city. General Mixiang, Sister Mixiang, are you alright? Mixiang ignored the inquiries of the Fragrance Fairy and the Flower Knight. She gazed at the ancient city behind her with a worried look on her face. Not good. That woman isn't the mastermind behind this operation. What? Everyone was puzzled, not understanding Mixiang's incoherent words. Anyone stronger than a master is a king, Mixiang muttered to herself. Or perhaps a legendary, whatever it was, she had to inform General Dong. If a legendary-level powerhouse truly invaded the Thorn territory, it would be a terrorist attack worthy of international proportions. They're conducting an experiment, teacher. General Dong had appeared behind Mixiang at some point. The woman quickly spoke. You said experiments? Yes, that woman did say something similar. As expected, General Dong remained calm. He had his own plans and preparations. It's almost time. If my estimations are correct, the fog should be dispersing. New heroes are inferior to established heroes. Without secrets, they're no match for their opponents. Masters can unleash their own unique domain abilities, making them invincible to heroes and easily defeated. Masters possess far greater vitality than heroes. Without more powerful units, a master versus master battle would likely drag on for days and nights. Bai Luo held a small booklet filled with crucial intelligence gathered during the Battle of the Ancient Capital. Most of it came from Helbo and Alia, who hadn't forgotten to record it for Bai Luo during the battle. The others, like Norse, Zira, Elsa, and Diana, were absorbed in the battle, engaging the master-level Xian. Of course, they were no match for Xian. Alia was the only capable force of the Atón people in this battle. The others were mostly there to experience a miraculous battle. However, to Bai Luo's surprise, Elsa single-handedly held off Xian. While Elsa's crystal recrystal was merely an ultimate skill, under the favor of the miracle body, she gained access to a vast array of one-time domain skills. By the way, Fia, Lilith, and Shirley, how many domain skills did they give Elsa? Through crystal recrystal, Elsa sealed all the domain skills granted by the miracle body within crystal recrystal. These domain skills, impervious to harm, were like bombs. Furthermore, since they came from the miracle body, the domain skills were so pure that even Xian was forced to hide from the bombardment, feeling utterly awful. If such power were used in reality, Bai Luo said, even if there were 100 ancient capitals, they would be flattened by her. But Bai Luo contacted Leon. Stop playing around, get serious, it's your turn to win this game. Are they done? In a misty dream, Leon, who was battling Tulip, heard Bai Luo's voice and nodded slightly. Leon, as you command. Opportunity. Leon was stunned. Tulip seized this hard-won opportunity and aimed her sword at his neck. What? Tulip looked at Leon in surprise. He put his middle finger together and clamped her sword between them. The sword stopped in front of Leon's neck, unable to move forward. It was just 2 fingers, how could it have such power? Impossible. Tulip made a decisive move, dropping her sword and retreating in fear, keeping a distance from Leon. Who the hell are you? 2, how did you do that with just 2 fingers, huh? Leon casually swung the 4 Seasons flower sword at Tulip, then stood with his hands behind his back. Game over. Leon's eyes changed, no longer playful. He was ready to take action himself. From now on, you only have one enemy left, me. Chapter 218 Elsa's Money Power. The mist dissipated, the vast expanse of white gradually vanishing, replaced by wisps of red light. This red light was ominous and oppressive. Tulip faintly heard something wailing and roaring. Dong dong, the bells of the ancient capital rang out, a low, mournful metallic sound echoing in everyone's ears, whether in reality or in dreams. What an ominous moonlight, all dreams merged, and a woman in a long, floral dress wielded a rainbow crystal sword. Behind her stood the panting Elsa, Diana, and the others. It's the signal to retreat. Can we still fight? This guy is too tough. I'll stay. You go over there. Elsa spread her hands, and crystals floated in her palms. She stood between Xian and the Atón people. It was hard to believe that over 200 Atón people had just been fighting this woman. Fortunately, Elsa acted early, otherwise our side would have suffered heavy casualties. There was no way. This woman's power was too terrifying. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, the 7 colors transformed in an endless variety in her hands, each combination giving rise to new power, more magical than magic. Tulip. Xian sensed the tulip's presence. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, an immense, miraculous force emerged from Xian's perception. King. Or even legend. No, we can't let Tulip take on such a monster alone. Xian immediately attempted to retreat, but Elsa had already grasped a crystal in her hand, ready to crush it. You're not going anywhere. I won't let you get in Leon's way. Leon? Is that his name? Xian frowned, and at that moment, the retreating Atón people suddenly erupted in a series of exclamations. What's going on? Elsa didn't dare look back, fearing Xian's conspiracy. There's no time to waste here. Xian, a figure sprinted from behind Elsa, passing her almost instantly. So fast, Elsa thought to herself, this wasn't good. Just as she was about to turn around, she discovered the enemy had no intention of attacking her, but was simply trying to reunite with Xian. Mixiang, Xian, who's fighting them over there, teacher? Xian was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in delight, teacher has taken action? Great, he told us to find Tulip, Mixiang said. The enemy is very strong, overwhelming. Teacher told us to team up with Tulip, 2 peak grandmasters and 1 king, almost the equivalent of 3 kings against 1 person. With such power, even against a legendary, as long as he didn't achieve his 3rd awakening, the 3 of them could hold their own for a while, at least for 10 minutes, without any pressure. Are you ignoring me? Elsa was furious. She grabbed Jing's Jing. Crack, field skill, thunder frontier, boom, the sky churned, thunder roared, and blue-white elemental dragons descended from the sky. They were gigantic, circling around Elsa, ready to take her orders. What's wrong with her? Mixiang was a little surprised. I didn't sense master-level miracle power from her, but it's definitely a domain skill. That's not right. Why isn't there any dimensional fluctuation when she uses it? She's rich, huh? Mixiang was puzzled. Rich? Does that mean it's a power? Yes, Xian, it's the strongest power. I don't understand it, but it sounds very powerful. Mixiang wasn't much of a joker, and Xian didn't explain. But these words revealed Elsa's crystal-clear nature. The sisters doted on Elsa, gifting her with many domain skills. Elsa, when safe, slowly sealed and stored them, unleashing them in battle. This was because miracle power came from the miracle entities, and the miracle entities had issued orders to their powers, not to harm the Atón people, and to protect Elsa. I can't escape, Mixiang said. Go find Tulip first, okay? Xian and Mixiang had such a tacit understanding that no further explanation was needed. She raised the rainbow sword in her hand, and a yellow light burst forth. Boom, 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 along the coast, the sea roiled, and a swarm of polluted species swarmed out. They were bizarre, twisted, and hideous, roaring and screaming as they surged towards the ancient capital. How many were there? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? No one knew. There were simply too many. Like a tsunami, the wave surged, but before the ones in front could reach shore, the sea behind them began to boil again, with more polluted species swimming towards them, as if attracted by some delicious treat, tempting them to converge on the ancient capital. What are you trying to do? Tulip had assumed they simply wanted to conquer the ancient capital, and that Leon would spare its inhabitants. But now, with the blood moon shining brightly, the monsters were coming. This foolish pollution is beyond anyone's control, Tulip demanded. If these numbers were allowed to reach shore, not only the ancient capital, but the entire land would be overturned. Was Leon trying to destroy the Thorn territory? Earl Thorn would have to dispatch a vast army of miracle soldiers to clean up the tidal wave of polluted species. But that was only superficial. The blood of pollution had already been sown. From now on, any plant growing in this oil will surely stink and rot, and the people who live here will surely become twisted, mad, and beset by misfortune. Doesn't he look so foolish? What Marshal? He's the Kingdom Marshal, Tulip exclaimed angrily. After all this fighting, you don't even know my name. Of course I do. Leon, Rose, Tulip. My name is Tulip. If you don't know, don't be so confident. Tulip suddenly understood. You don't want them to attack the ancient capital. You want to destroy them. The Thorn army. Leon's target was the Thorn army. Don't even think about it. Tulip clenched the 4 Seasons flower sword in her hand and slashed at Leon. Ding! The sword clashed with her nails. Leon didn't turn back, but as if he had predicted the sword's trajectory, he blocked its path. Galila, how is that possible? Tulip stared at the shattered 4 Seasons flower sword in shock. It was the king's sword, forged by the flower god from the core of a certain dimension. But now, it was cracked. Could it be? Tulip had a vague, horrifying suspicion. No, you can't be, Tulip. A flash of light flashed, and Xian appeared beside her. What's wrong with you? Is this guy your opponent? He's also a wealthy man, 2 masters, 1 king. Leon recognized Xian. You're here, so that means there's only 1 master left over there, right? You know quite a lot. Xian lowered her rainbow sword and gestured with her hands in front of her. It's not convenient to fight here. Let's go to my world, domain containment, shaking road to heaven. Stop it, Xian, Tulip blurted out, but it was too late. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Xian's mouth. Her pupils trembled violently, and her hand pressed against her heart. This was the most extreme pain Xian had ever felt in her life. What's going on? Why is this happening? Unable to capture Leon into the rainbow dimension, Xian's entire body was trembling. The miracle power was nearly half consumed, and the remaining power was also rioting wildly. You want to take me? At this time, Leon's voice slowly came. Where are you taking me? I have something to do today. I have to finish writing the ancient capital chapter within 3 days. Chapter 219. Leon, can beat women. How could his miraculous power be so immense? Xian trembled, her entire body trembling as if it were about to burst. It hurts, my whole body hurts. Honestly, in her tens of thousands of years of life, she'd never experienced anything like this. Did you just do something to me? Leon felt someone attack him, but he couldn't sense the specifics. Leon sensed within himself a faint surge of power he hadn't felt before. Rainbow power. Leon was baffled, but he knew of the eight-legged divine horse's rainbow power. The new ability that had emerged within him was identical to its own. But why did he possess rainbow power? What is he? Xian, barely recovering, asked Tulip. Like me, he's also a dimension lord, but this is too vast, isn't it? What dimension could be this vast? A dimension lord who has awakened 3 times, rivaling even legendary powerhouses. Xian spoke in a way Leon couldn't understand. This piqued Leon's interest, but he didn't ask directly. He planned to capture Xian first. You're special. Leon saw Xian possessing an immense amount of miraculous power. If measured by volume, Xian's miraculous power was over 10 times that of Tulip. Incredible. But Xian was merely a master, while Tulip was a king. 10 times the miraculous power of a king. Are you sure you're truly a master? The false king, Tulip. The true master, Xian. Lord of Dimensions, is this the only thing that gives her such immense miraculous power? Xian's miraculous power couldn't compare to Leon's, the difference between the two being like the difference between a speck of dust and the universe. I see, Leon said. You were trying to use your domain skill to transport me to your world, weren't you? Ha 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 ha. Leon laughed, as if he'd just encountered the funniest thing in the world. Transporting the miraculous body, did she even realize what that meant? The essence of miraculous containment was to consume one's own miraculous power, capturing an enemy into another dimension, and then using that dimension's vast laws to attack them. However, the miraculous power consumed to capture an enemy was almost half, if not at least a third, of the opponent's miraculous power. In other words, if Leon had 100 miracle powers, Xian would have to expend 30-60 to capture him. But how much miracle power did Leon possess? Infinite. Xian's previous actions were as if she were trying to lift an infinite universe with a brute force. He's not the Lord of Dimensions, Tulip recalled, recalling Leon's effortless shattering of the 4 Seasons flower sword. My sword shattered when it touched him. Xian, do you know what this means? Xian was stunned for a moment, then instinctively retreated behind Tulip, staring at Leon with utter horror. Miracle. Miracle itself, that gaze was like a little rabbit encountering a wolf, prey encountering a hunter, food encountering a hungry refugee. Hey, Xian was startled by Leon. She shielded herself with her hands, like a little girl confronting a bad guy. What do you want to do? Are you afraid of me? Why? Leon didn't understand, but he sensed a deep sense of fear in Xian. But strangely, Leon didn't think he could control Xian, nor was he her natural enemy. The Lord of Dimensions, afraid of miracles. Leon almost instantly came to a conclusion. Interesting, so what is the Lord of Dimensions? Xian, calm down. You're no longer a rootless Lord of Dimensions. Tulip knew that Xian's fear was caused by the psychological trauma of the past. With my lord here, you will no longer be suppressed by other miracles. Yes, Xian calmed her inner trembling and mustered the courage to face Leon. You're right. I am now a miracle subject of His Majesty. Even if the miracle itself comes, I must fight, but what's wrong with him? Miracle itself? Huh? Miracle itself? Xian roared inwardly. To attack an ancient capital, you send a miracle itself? What kind of idiot would do that? Are you sure you're not launching an all-out war, just attacking a small ancient capital? Back when Xian was the Lord of Dimensions, what kind of existence was the miracle itself? That monster terrified the entire world, A single one capable of forcing dimensional masters like them to flee for their lives. Xian had only encountered one true miracle in her life, the flower god of Earlthorn. The flower god was incredibly gentle, a thoughtful miracle creature. But Xian could never forget how even that incredibly gentle flower god had captured and crushed countless dimension lords. Almost all dimension lords feared miracles, and fleeing upon encountering them had become a natural instinct. Xian, have you ever fought a true miracle? Tulip's experience was relatively inexperienced, but Xian, a dimension lord with tens of thousands of years of experience, possessed vast experience. What? Are you kidding? Xian replied, if I'd encountered a miracle lord before, I'd have been captured long ago. If it hadn't been the flower god who captured me, I'm afraid I'd have been eaten by someone else. For example, Xian suggested that if Leon had captured a dimension lord, even if he wasn't devoured, he'd likely have been reduced to a ruthless, brutal victim, subject to brutal bullying. I mean, have you ever fought the flower god? The flower god could crush me, Xian said, speechless. What kind of fight? A fight where you're killed instantly? How could that be called a fight? It's a ravage, a massacre. Under Earlthorn, only the four pillars of the state, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, had truly clashed with the flower god. Only they understood the horror of battling the miracle itself. Well, the results were in. Tulip and Xian had no experience fighting the miracle itself. This was their first time. Women, after all, are always a little nervous the first time. I heard it hurts. What are you doing here? A figure attacked from behind Leon, two sharp swords twirling in Mei Xiong's hands. Secret technique, temple outside Linghan. Without hesitation, Mei Xiong unleashed a secret technique at Leon, then passed him and arrived in front of Tulip and Xian. You killed him? Xian's eyes widened, bewildered. Hiss, Tulip's mouth opened, speechless. What's wrong? He's a big shot, can't I cut him down? Bang! Mixiang's words were barely finished when she suddenly looked down, only to see the sharp sword in her hand suddenly shatter. What's going on? Why is my sword? Bang! Mixiang felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, and then her body flew backward like a cannonball, collapsing several buildings before regaining its balance. Mixiang, damn it! Xian immediately rushed towards Mixiang, while Tulip held her sword across her body, staring intently at Leon. Cough, cough, cough. Mixiang stood up again. Her master-level miracle power gave her an astonishing vitality. Even an attack from the miracle itself couldn't easily break her. I'm fine. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Mixiang shook the sword in her hand, reshaping it. Who is he? That kick just now was just a simple attack, but I couldn't dodge it. It was like I was locked in. Mixiang had never experienced such a strange feeling before, as if she were fighting a being of higher power than herself. He's the miracle realm? What? Mixiang paused, as if puzzled. The miracle realm? Even Mixiang, who is usually calm, widened her eyes at this moment, a look of inexplicable fear on her face. Are you serious? A miracle? The miracle realm in person? Holy shit. Holy shit. Mixiang quickly straightened her posture and head behind Tulip, which left Xian speechless. Mixiang, you're not the Lord of Dimensions. What does this have to do with being the Lord of Dimensions? Mixiang, teacher said, if you encounter the miracle realm, don't hesitate, turn around and run. However, the situation at this time was not one that could be easily avoided. We can't run. Mixiang gripped her broken sword tightly, her eyes fierce. Then we have no choice but to fight. Sister, when you say that, can you please get in front of me? Xian was at a loss for words. Why do you seem even more panicked than I am? What can I do? I've never fought a Lord of Miracles, Mixiang scoffed. And you're the Lord of Dimensions, a woman who's lived for tens of thousands of years. Xian, please change years to years. Thank you. Shut up, everyone. Tulip couldn't take it anymore. The two women were like ducks. Are you trying to provoke miracle? Mixiang, yes, you'll get chopped down. Right, Xian, he won't eat us in a rage, will he? Miracles can be eaten. That's what Xian had been taught since childhood. Mixiang, on the other hand, had been indoctrinated with the idea that miracles are invincible and run away if you see one. She was already half cowarded before the fight even began. Fortunately, there was Tulip. The reckless are fearless. Two masters, one king. Leon shoved his right hand into his pocket and waved his left. This battle is different from the previous ones. We don't have anyone to protect. The Sigrian naval battle had seen the emergence of 3 masters and 1 king. Of course, those masters and kings were no match for the 3 women before him. The frenzy race was vastly outmatched by the heroic spirits and the god-human race. If the ugly ghostly god were to encounter Tulip, he'd likely be completely defeated. Even if Mixiang and Xiaoyan were to face off, they'd likely force a draw against the rubbish king. If these 3 were to join the fray, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. Miracles were powerful, but Leon's damage output was limited. Even in a one-on-one fight, it would take Leon 1 to 3 minutes to eliminate master-level Mixiang and Xiaoyan. However, this required Leon to unleash a hero-level miracle. Like a unit, miracles could be unleashed multiple times. Furthermore, if the 3 simply attempted to escape, Leon wouldn't be able to capture 3 above masters at once. The miracle's true form attacked the 3 of us, Tulip said coldly. If word gets out, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Using such power against 3 masters and kings who aren't even miracles is, frankly, quite shameful. This battle, unlike the Sigrian War, would soon spread. You've been looking over there. Tulip noticed Leon's gaze. It seems you care deeply about your people. In that case, if you fight the 3 of us, and we don't go there, and you don't go either, how's that? Not so good. Leon simply ignored Tulip's advice and turned to reunite with the Atón people. You can't get through, Tulip commanded, and Xiaoyan immediately took action. Domain unleashed, 7 Rainbow Gate, a massive curtain of light, shimmering with 7 colors, descended from the sky, severing Leon's path to the north of the ancient capital and blocking his path. Even if you're a miracle body, the amount of miraculous power you can unleash is limited. I'm sure you've sensed my miraculous power before, Xiaoyan said boldly. Of course I can't defeat you, but I'm confident I can hold you off for 10 minutes, or do you plan to defeat me first, which would be faster, huh? Leon had originally not intended to confront the 3 women, but now, he changed his mind. Even if I go over there, I won't encounter many strong opponents. Fighting you would be worth my trip to this ancient capital. Excellent. The 3 women breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Leon's stay. But aren't you too complacent? Leon changed the subject. He glanced at the rainbow gate behind him, raised his left hand, and gently stroked it. Bang! The rainbow gate shattered. Xiaoyan hurriedly activated her miraculous power, but found it was impossible to repair. How is that possible? I'm leaving. No one can stay. Leon stepped towards Xiaoyan. This woman possessed the greatest miraculous power, and he planned to suppress her first before dealing with the other 2. Don't be so arrogant. Tulip looked at Mixiang and Xiaoyan. Use all your strength. Boom. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot up into the sky, a surge of miraculous power surging. The surrounding environment was transformed by the 3 women's liberation, heroic liberation. Fairy Rainbow Sky Archer Princess, Xiaoyan's clothing transformed, strips of silken feathers wrapped around her body. Her dress was a milky white like the inside of a shell, but depending on the angle, it reflected a rainbow of light. The woman's appearance had matured, and her figure had become more curvaceous. However, the rainbow white dress was too wide, obscuring most of her beauty. The once proud weapon was now only a slight bulge, hidden beneath the smooth and soft clothing. Heroic liberation, great cold plum white dragon girl, 2 white jade dragon horns, like branches, appeared on Mixiang's forehead. Her elegant, form-fitting dress was replaced by the slightly transparent winter cicada clothing. Each layer of the cicada clothing was extremely thin, almost transparent. But Mixiang wore not 1, but dozens, perhaps even hundreds. Like a woman diving into water, the pure white dress appeared and disappeared, drifting with the current, yet perfectly protecting her skin and her beauty, evoking a multitude of reverie. Hero liberation, marshal of the 100-flower nation, golden armor, silver chain mail, and 2 azure arm guards that looked as if carved from crystal. Unlike Xiaoyan and Mixiang, Tulip's liberation wasn't so much a reflection of womanly beauty as it was a masculine one, a general fighting on the battlefield to defend his country. Not an inch of skin was exposed, even her head was completely concealed by a helmet. Tulip didn't need to seduce others with her beauty. As a warrior, she relied solely on her sword and honest combat to gain recognition and glory. That last one was disappointing. Leon shook his head. He had no interest in women, but that didn't stop him from judging her. Just like his sister, Sheila, Leon would offer her expert advice on how to win Bai Luo's favor. But Tulip, Leon said, had no understanding of human nature. If it were in my Arden, a guy like that would never have the chance to earn Brother Bai Luo's favor, would he? Your eyes are disgusting. Tulip felt Leon look down on her, which made the woman furious. Mixiang, attack from the left. Xian, you take advantage of the situation, I'll hold him off. Together, Tulip, fight for the glory of our Lord. Bang! Leon raised his left hand and easily blocked Tulip's full-strength attack with a single finger. Too weak. Bang! The sword shattered, sending Tulip flying backwards. Meanwhile, Mixiang and Xian were already approaching. How? Leon's expression remained calm. He grabbed Xian's neck and, ignoring Mixiang's swordsmanship, kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying. Within 3 minutes, Leon, ignoring Xian's protests, pinned her to the ground, his face grim and terrifying. I'll finish you off. Boom! Elsewhere, the polluted species surged toward the ancient capital like a tide, but as they neared, they skirted around it. Their target was the Flower Knights and Fragrance Fairies to the north of the ancient capital. Leon intended to drastically deplete the miraculous power of these miraculous troops. Here they come, Shui Furin commanded the troops. Thorny Guards. Form a formation. The Thorn Guards, both male and female, raised their arms, revealing what looked like sprouts sprouting from their forearms. Chirp, 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 they launched green seed-like objects high into the sky. 500 extraordinary level troops launched their attacks simultaneously, creating a spectacular spectacle. Bang, bang, from the earth, thorny venomous snakes erupted, thousands upon thousands, each over 20 meters tall. The constantly writhing form, like an unbridgeable chasm, blocked the path of the polluted species. Poison Ivy Lasher, guard the thorn forest behind and hold them back. The Poison Ivy Lasher are a group of ascetics, divided into 2 categories, Poison Ivy Sisters and Poison Ivy Ascetics. They wear thin, off-white clothing and wear crowns of thorns, a unique instrument of torture. Both men and women bleed, a symbol of their constant self-sufficiency. This is a berserker class, where the deeper the damage, the greater the power. Only miracle children with astonishing mental fortitude choose this class for their career change. Once their ascetic training is complete, they advance to the Transcendent class, the Redeemer, representing the very top of the Transcendent class. Winter Cavalry and Crimson Squires, split into 5 teams, and flank the left and right wings, while the front army charges. Shui Furin, the central army stands by, ready to provide support. The Winter Cavalry are extraordinary troops capable of manipulating ice and snow, while the Crimson Squires, also known as Crimson Swordsmen, are the Flower Knights pre-advanced state. They excel in swordsmanship and can cast special spells, making them ordinary yet versatile beings. Furin, should we remove the Lotus platform barrier? We can't, Shui Furin said. They're not entering now because the barrier is blocking them. But if we withdraw, even a small number of contaminated species that get in will bring devastating disaster to this city. They won't do that, will they? If everyone dies, what's the point of this city? Alright then. Shui Furin also felt that the people of the ancient capital didn't need excessive protection. She wasn't the type to prioritize the people. Fragrant Fairy, listen to my command. Change the Lotus platform's form to a soaring barrier. Open 7 petals and set up 7 layers of barriers. Yes, the Fragrant Fairies summoned their miraculous power and attacked simultaneously. The Lotus platform that originally enveloped the ancient capital and was sparkling with colorful rays of light suddenly turned upside down. Suddenly, it was as if a lotus pedestal had been erected, its petals facing the incoming polluted species, while its base faced the Thorn army. Expand, Shui Furin spread her arms, and the lotus pedestal barrier instantly expanded eastward and westward, stretching over 20 kilometers, making it virtually impossible for the polluted species to cross from either side. As for the barrier overhead, it towered into the clouds, making it impossible for them to fly over. Chapter 220 The Gap in Dimensions. Defend, Water Lotus shouted, and all the Thorn troops fell into unison. The followers released energy, forming a shield, a solid wall-like barrier that impeded the tainted species from advancing. The Lasher and the Winter Soldier also attacked. The Flower Knights led the attack, while the Fragrance Fairies, capable of healing and increasing damage, provided perfect support. Unsurprisingly, the tainted species' surge of power collapsed upon contact with the Thorn army. So weak, how weak, they're just ordinary spawn, not a unit, there's just more of them, too many, the tainted species continued to pour forth. Even though the Thorn army could defeat 10 times as many enemies with a single ounce of strength, such numbers were still a terrifying sight. The tainted species continued to run, their resonance resonating as if all of Hilun were trembling. My crystal recrystal. Elsa was stunned. Mixiang had fled. But Elsa had no energy to care about Mixiang. She stared at the white-haired old man before her, clutching the crystal recrystal he had been about to release. Such a dangerous thing, young girl, it's best not to throw it away, General Dong said, casually opening a dimensional rift and throwing all the crystal recrystals into it. I can't sense it anymore. Elsa had only lost control of the crystal recrystals, but now, it was gone. What did you do to my crystal recrystals? Elsa ignored General Dong's words and demanded, impossible. No one can control them. How did you do it? These crystal recrystals were planted by the miracle body. In other words, the miraculous power within them embodies their will, and it's impossible for anyone to steal them. I merely severed your connection to them, but I have no power to interfere with the power within. General Dong noticed the miraculous power left behind by the miracle body himself. Young girl, you seem to be favored by the Lord of Miracles? Just to let you play a game here, he even gave you the miraculous power. He saw through it. General Dong saw through the Atonians present. They were all fake, mere projections, not the real thing. Sever my connection with Jing Zheijing. Elsa suddenly understood, a learned expression on her pretty face. That means if Jing Zheijing's seal is broken and the energy within is released, you won't be able to control it, right? General Dong was about to reply, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. This is too rich, isn't it? Elsa opened her arms in front of the old man, and dozens of Jing Zheijings simultaneously floated in midair. You can sever the connection between one Jing Zheijing, but what about dozens? Can you sever them all? If even one was left undone, Elsa would detonate it, and in an instant, dozens of master-level domain skills would unleash. Retreat. Knowles made a quick decision, ordering everyone to evacuate. Detonate them all. That'll have to blast through the Blood Moon Dream, right? Abaddon laughed heartily, oblivious to the possibility that he would be affected. He didn't even attempt to flee. Elsa, you're such a jerk. Schuster, wanna go up there and watch the fireworks? Okay. Schuster didn't want to run, opting to stay. I'm not leaving either. Meyer wanted to engage the miracle troops over there, but since both Abaddon and Schuster chose to stay and watch the fireworks, she decided not to continue the fight. Sorry, slow runners. Elsa had no time to pay attention to the Atón. General Dong was too powerful, and she had to unleash all the crystals without hesitation. Release. My lord's favor, is it coming? Dozens of domain skills combined. How terrifying would that be? Elsa's money power is truly impressive. However, the expected earth-shattering explosion didn't occur. The Atón stared in bewilderment, and Elsa, in turn, looked up in surprise, gazing at the crystals floating in the air in disbelief. What's going on? Why didn't it explode? Elsa quickly looked at General Winter. Could it be that you even cut off that guy, Saros, is really good at building momentum for the younger generation? General Winter shook his head and said, he didn't even teach you the most basic use of the power of miracles, but he is indeed like him, deliberately mysterious. He clearly knows more than anyone else, but he pretends to know nothing. General Winter gently waved a samurai sword in his hand. Alright, little girl, I will teach you a lesson today. The power of miracles is not so crude. It creates life, constitutes matter, guides nature, manifests dimensions, and controls all forces and non-forces. General Winter, I didn't sever your connection with them. I just changed their perception of you. What? At this moment, General Winter seemed no longer an enemy, and Elsa was not an invader coming to conquer the ancient capital. All the Atón people present listened to General Winter's explanation. You're highly favored, but your miracle must have told you that the power within Jing Zheijing won't harm you, right? So, General Winter said, gesturing a tiny distance between his thumb and index finger, I tricked it slightly. If releasing its energy would harm you, then no matter how powerful it was, it wouldn't explode. General Winter had influenced the miracle power within Jing Zheijing, making it believe that any release would harm Elsa. This contradicted the orders given by Senior Sister and the others. Thus, a contradiction arose. Within this contradiction, priorities must be prioritized, and the miracle's protection of Elsa was naturally paramount. The old man smiled kindly at Elsa, bewildered. Have you never encountered something like this before? Your mind is blank, and you don't know what to do. How do you re-establish contact? How do you tell the miracle power within here not to be deceived by me? In truth, Elsa couldn't even fathom how the old man had deceived Jing Zheijing or the miracle power within it, let alone how to do it. Okay, Class is over. I won't charge you for the tuition. General Winter's voice came from behind Elsa, and she immediately realized something was wrong. But before she could turn, the woman's body shattered like ice crystals. Who's next? I'm in a good mood today. Those who want to attend class, remember to line up. How dare you, old man? Elsa's Blood Moon Hunter form was slain by General Winter, and Knowles was stunned. Elsa was currently in her Snow Queen Unleashed state, but if she failed, she should return to her normal form. Why, it's nothing serious. I just slashed her twice, General Winter said. One in her hero form, one after she failed. Don't be surprised, General Winter said. It's not difficult, it just comes with practice. Damn it, how could Knowles tolerate such a provocation? He raised his two pistols, and regardless of his only extraordinary level of combat power, he charged directly at General Winter. Bang, 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 your spearmanship is excellent. Saros has certainly trained you well. General Winter, without any powerful force, casually took all of Knowles's killing moves. Your path is too narrow. Practicing only spearmanship is like practicing nothing. You should try other techniques. They're bound to be much more powerful than just spearmanship. Nonsense. A jack of all trades, master of none. How could Knowles not understand such a principle? You know me better than I do? Ridiculous. Knowles combined the two spikes in his hands, brandishing the double-headed spear, seizing the right moment to attack General Winter. The lesson is over. Listen or not, it's up to you. General Winter smiled, unconcerned. See you later, young man. I'm sorry I won't see you become famous. What? Knowles was puzzled, but General Winter clearly wasn't going to answer. Swish, the blade flashed, and Knowles' figure instantly turned pitch black. Then, like a mud and stone sculpture, it collapsed with a loud bang, leaving only a black residue on the ground. Opportunity. Abaddon had seen the gesture Knowles had made early on. Extraordinary, unforgiving and perceptive. Bang. Oh, General Dong had assumed Knowles was simply reckless, but a sudden sense of alarm rose within him. The old man swung his blade, blocking the punch from the shadows. For the first time, Li Zushan Xianzhe frowned and said, You, Atón, truly are a multitude of talented individuals. Bang, bang. Abaddon remained silent, unleashing several simultaneous attacks. This was the opportunity his elder brother Knowles had created for him. Extraordinary. Galloping, the sturdy man leaned forward, his original unforgiving and perceptive stance changing immediately after the impact wore off. Abaddon launched his fists, a blood-red glow threatening to envelop General Dong. Well done, General Dong slashed, but the blow missed. Abaddon's shadow remained, his true form already circling behind General Dong. Extraordinary. Defeat is honor? A single punch, even more powerful than unforgiving and silent arrogance, for it was a double-edged sword move, inflicting 800 casualties on the enemy while injuring the enemy. Boom, the earth in the distance crumbled and shattered. General Winter tilted his head slightly, dodging Abaddon's devastating blow without even moving his body. The impact was so minimal, it felt like he was playing a game of limitless power with Abaddon. These moves are quite interesting. Any more? As he spoke, General Winter realized his legs and arms were bound by golden chains. Extraordinary, heavenly binding standard. Extraordinary, blood alliance. Abaddon pressed his index and middle fingers together, and blood-red light flickered between them. These beams moved so fast that even heroes couldn't dodge them once they were aimed, forcing them to take them head-on. You have ideas, but unfortunately, you're still too young. General Winter didn't dodge, but he didn't take them head-on either. Disappeared. Abaddon raised his hand. Like Elsa, he felt a gap between him and General Winter. No arrogance, no forgiveness, honor and defeat, the means of life and death, galloping, compassionate heart, reverence and awe, blood pact, heavenly standard. General Winter recited Abaddon's extraordinary moves one by one, reciting them one by one. These moves appeared thousands of years ago. Abaddon naturally wouldn't call out his moves in battle, but General Winter's eyesight was so sharp that he could almost recognize the names of his moves at a glance. I remember it was called the 8 Night Techniques, right? General Dong said. I never expected to encounter such a legendary technique here. Oh, never mind why your blood oath of finger disappeared, General Dong said. Such a simple technique, just look at it. How to confuse it? It's so easy. Secret technique, 8 fighting gods. Abaddon suddenly attacked. A secret technique that combined all his miraculous power, a powerful attack combining 8 extraordinary fighting techniques. At that moment, It was as if 8 gigantic night statues, detached from the world, like gods, overlooking General Dong and completely blocking him. Are you really only 10 years old with this technique? General Dong had never encountered such a brilliant child. If Atón hadn't been Bai Luo's man, he would have taken him in, giving him everything he had, no matter the cost. Skills, secret techniques, mysteries, those are the names, General Dong. To be able to comprehend the 8 fighting gods from the 8 Knights' laws, boy, you are a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, liar. Although he was clearly speaking a compliment, Atón looked at the 8 fighting gods and wondered what on earth they were doing. Bang, boom, the 8 fighting gods collided with each other, as if they were enemies, their eyes red with killing intent, but not one of them attacked General Dong, as if ignoring him. Interesting, isn't it, boy? General Winter observed Atón, panting from the exhaustion of his miraculous power after unleashing his profound power. Though these techniques are powerful, they were ultimately created by others. For an ordinary person, simply learning these techniques would take a lifetime, but you are different. You possess talents that surpass mine, General Winter said, so you shouldn't just learn, you must also create. Create your own power, paving a new path for future generations. Atón couldn't understand the old man before him. Weren't they enemies? Why was he saying this to him? Atón, possessing the qualities of a living saint, naturally sensed General Winter's sincere guidance. Why, the old man was right. He was using his own perspective to show Atón the path ahead, to help him avoid the pitfalls. But why was he teaching himself, and his enemies? Perhaps it's because I'm old and I'm a bit skeptical of talent, but I still think this is just a deal. Well, class is over, it's time for you to go, kid, General Winter said, slashing out with his sword. Atón instinctively dodged, but it was no use, he couldn't dodge. Who's next? General Winter said nothing more. He turned to the remaining Atonians. Don't dilly-dally. Since that fellow Saros has asked you to challenge me, if you learn nothing at all, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? The Atonians hesitated, but some still stepped forward. Jilla, Gonia, Luania, Anderson, and the now-returned Sheila, Helbo, and Inya. As General Winter had said, rather than fighting the Thorn army, it was better to challenge him here. Who elsewhere? Tulip and the other 3 faced Leon, each sweating profusely, not from exhaustion but from fear. Don't stop, Tulip said, we can't let him get close to the students. In less than a minute, Tulip had expended nearly 1/3 of her miraculous power. The intense output left her body on the verge of shattering, her entire being aching from body to soul. Domain skill, revolution, Great Red October, Tulip swung the 4 Seasons flower sword, sending a massive crimson beam hurtling towards Leon. Bang! Leon casually slapped the sword, and with a playful gesture, he easily dispatched Tulip's all-out domain skill. Let that old man give them some experience. Your Majesty didn't tell me about this. Leon, aware of his youth, was delighted by General Winter's prowess. However, the Tulip woman's relentless pursuit of him proved troublesome. You 3, I can let you go. Leon wanted to fight General Dong. Only a living saint was worthy of battling the miracle itself. Get as far away from me as I can while I'm fighting that old man. Boom, a rainbow light shot up into the sky. Leon looked at the crystal wall before him. This thing wasn't a domain. The crystal wall of law. Leon curled his lips. He turned and looked at Xian, who was mobilizing the power of miracle with all her might, exchanging it for the power of law at a huge cost. So, this is your attitude? The 3 women's eyes were solemn, but their expressions were extremely resolute. Even at the risk of their lives, they wouldn't let Leon hinder General Dong, let alone harm their master. Huh? Leon shook his head and took his right hand out of his pocket. Do you know what it means to overestimate your own abilities? I hate it when people ignore me, but you 3 do it again and again. You really think I won't kill you? Leon said, furious. Watch out. Almost as soon as Leon finished speaking, Tulip drew her sword and blocked Xian's way. Snap! A huge force landed on Tulip's face, and the beautiful woman was forcibly knocked away. Tulip! Xian screamed in shock, but then a huge chill enveloped her. Run, must run. Where do you want to run to? Xian's arm was grabbed by Leon. The terrifying power of greed not only tore Xian's sleeve, but also dislocated her arm. Swish! The snow-white arm was delicate and moist, but Leon didn't care at all. He raised his foot without hesitation and slammed it on Xian's ankle as she fell to the ground. Amid Xian's painful howls, Mixiang condensed the strongest imaginary power, but facing Leon's casual blow, the two swords in Mixiang's hands shattered, and the thin ice cicada clothes in front of her were instantly dyed red. Roar, get out! Leon let out a beast-like growl from his throat. He turned his head and looked down at Xiaoyan, who was wailing and struggling on the ground. Then, ignoring her horrified look, he cruelly stepped on the beautiful woman's arm and crushed it. Chapter 221 The King Awakens. Cough, cough, cough. Her cheeks burned with pain. Tulip forced herself to stand, holding onto her sword. She looked at Xiaoyan, who was being ravaged by Leon in the distance. If this keeps up, Xiaoyan will die. Masters possess immense vitality. Even if they can't defeat them, if they simply flee, even a king can't stop them. But Leon is a miracle body. One-on-one, it's only a matter of time for him to lock down and suppress a master. Xiaoyan has no time to recover, and even the vast power of miracles can only exert a limited effect. Master versus master, it's perfectly normal for a fight to last for half a day without a clear winner. But now, in a minute at most, Xiaoyan will surely die at Leon's hands. Don't think that killing a master in a minute is slow. How many masters can a miracle nation have? If it only takes a minute for each one, wouldn't the nation be destroyed in an hour? Why are you invading us? Tulip couldn't understand the intentions of this nation called Atón. Is it because of sin, teacher? Tulip, like General Dong, bore a deep sense of guilt, and a deep sense of remorse towards the people of the ancient capital. It was their inaction that had led to the tragedy of the ancient capital for 40 years. For what's in my heart, I'm willing to sacrifice 10 days. You uphold justice, Tulip said. What about me? What am I upholding? The woman's body trembled. She was terrified of her impending death. Tulip understood, but she was too frightened to admit it, let alone face it. I'm going to die. Tulip looked at her hands, not repairing the wound on her face, even forgetting the pain. But Xiaoyan is my companion, my best friend. Xiaoyan, Mixiang's cry startled Tulip awake. The woman rose from the ground and rushed towards Leon without hesitation. What am I thinking? Tulip bit her lip. When did I start to cherish my life? Has this long life made me afraid of death? Tulip hated this, deeply hated it. She looked at Xiaoyan. Whether she feared death or not was another matter. Xiaoyan, Tulip knew only that if she hesitated any longer, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Snap! Tulip clasped her fingers together, clasping them before her, while silently praying in her heart. Dawn is not the end of night. Just as all things awaken at the edge of winter, when we kneel before fear, we realize that the fear in our eyes is surrendering to despair. Silence, a deathly silence, even time and space seemed frozen. I trade my sight, please let me see your form. I offer my hearing, only to hear your voice, to appeal to you. I free my flesh and blood, using a body like yours, to touch everything about you. Here, Tulip raised her head and opened her eyes. With you, her vision pierced the sky, transcending time and space. It soared through infinite dimensions, overlooking countless endless plains. Plants grew, flowers bloomed, fruits ripened, and leaves withered. Plants and animals thrived, only to be wiped out by volcanoes and tsunamis. Millions of years later, minerals like oil and amber would return to the earth. In the primitive plane, life and nature coexisted harmoniously. A nascent civilization practiced slash and burn agriculture. In ancient society, the interplay of fathers and mothers, slavery and the enslaved, and the flames of war raged. Finally, with the first gunshot, she heard the roar of revolution, and amidst the terrifying riots, she beheld the dawn of a new era. Ascension, goddess of the four seasons, the passing of the seasons, everything, is but part of the cycle. Tulip's appearance changed, her military uniform shed, replaced by a queenly gown. Of course, she remained traditionally bare, revealing no skin above the neck. Tulip, Mixiang noticed a movement. She felt a sense of peace, as if the very world had quieted down. There were no energy fluctuations, no earth-shattering phenomenal changes. Tulip was calm, a calm she had never experienced before. Tulip's eyes gazed at the heavens, but what she saw wasn't just any corner of the material world. She beheld something deeper, the wisdom of the world. You've entered that state, Mixiang exclaimed. Don't be stupid, you'll die. However, Tulip didn't answer. Whoosh, her long golden hair flashed through the air. A change from her earlier irritability, Tulip's expression now calm. Tulip was no longer the impetuous mortal, now, she walked with the laws of the four seasons. Endless knowledge flooded into Tulip's mind. She didn't know what to do, but her body was faster than her mind. Bang! Her foot aimed at the missed, the ground shattered, and the entire blood moon dream was shattered by that single blow. You're so versatile. Leon leaped, his left fist clenched, and without a single move, he struck Tulip as before. Paw! This time, however, Tulip didn't retreat. She clasped her hands in front of her, unharmed, taking Leon's casual blow. Wow, Leon said jokingly. What's going on? Are you going all out, being blocked? Leon wasn't surprised. He was all too familiar with the other person's state. It was a being very similar to his own, the incarnation of the law. Tulip. Zion stared at the tulip in astonishment. This was the first time she had seen her like this. Masters were already able to perceive and utilize the power of the law. Therefore, in Zion's eyes, Tulip was as dazzling as the sun to a human. Although Zion could also manipulate the law, she was forcibly using miraculous power as fuel, transforming it into the power of the law through combustion. However, Tulip was different now. It was as if the miraculous power within Tulip had been transformed into a nuclear reactor. Miraculous power was no longer fuel, but a key, unlocking the door to the incarnation of the law. From quantitative combustion to fission fusion and qualitative change. Simply put, Tulip's miraculous power was originally only about 3 times that of Mixiang. But now, it was like the difference between coal combustion and nuclear fission. The power of the law, which required at least 1 million Mixiangs to transform, was churning within Tulip. She was like a human sun, a nuclear fusion reactor, constantly radiating unimaginable pressure. Of course, this was only MP, and it didn't mean Tulip could unleash the full force of the laws instantly. But the power of the laws wasn't simply energy, nor could it be described in terms of energy levels. Just like the laws of destruction, death, and destruction, for Tulip now, killing and annihilating something no longer required earth-shattering violence. A simple touch, even a glance, could reduce it to ash. Let's go, Tulip said calmly, her back to Zion. You can't face the miracles themselves. I'll buy you time. Defeating Leon? Tulip hadn't considered such a thing. Miracles were invincible. No one, save those who were themselves miracles, could challenge them. But Tulip would consume all of her miracle power to stop Leon. The king's second awakening, the embodiment of the laws, now possessed the credentials to stand firm against the miracles themselves. Zion, let's go. Mixiang didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, carrying Zion on her back, and immediately ran towards the north of the ancient capital. Space, it's blurry, isn't it? Leon didn't give Tulip a chance to pursue. Her words followed her words, and the very laws of space within the blood moon dream shattered and distorted. I'm not going to chase. If it were Shirley or Lilith here, none of them would have escaped. Unfortunately, Leon was in charge of the battle of the ancient capital. He couldn't use powers beyond heroic unleashed, that would have made him lose his mind and become a monster consumed by the desire for destruction. Law incarnation, you do have the qualifications to speak to me now. Leon chose not to attack, because it was pointless and there was no way to win. Alright, now you've resorted to this trick, what else can I do? Leon calmed down the anger he'd previously felt at Zion's wrath. He sat cross-legged, propping his chin up. Let's talk, Tulip, are you truly the miracle? Tulip was now connected to the infinite laws, her state akin to oneness between God and man. But even she couldn't understand Leon. Did he have no sense of shame? Where was the dignity of a miracle? Stop it, big sister, Leon said casually. Although I'm a miracle body, my current output alone can't shake your body of laws. Tulip wasn't manipulating the laws, she'd become them, akin to laws becoming spirits. Can laws be destroyed? This question is quite peculiar. Just like the center of a star, where the temperature is incredibly high, ice certainly can't exist there. But isn't there a law of heat and cold at the center of the sun? Of course there is. Laws are intangible. You can keep a place permanently hot, but you can't eliminate the law of cold air. Because if energy is released, something must be absorbing it. This is Tulip now. Her body is no longer mortal, but every inch, every cell, is composed of laws. Energy or physical attack are ineffective against laws. No matter how immense the energy, it can't destroy even a single law. Leon, as a miracle body, is himself the embodiment of infinite laws. Now, after her second awakening, Tulip has reached the same state as Leon, becoming qualified to fight him. The old man told me the king has the power to stop me. Leon was unconcerned. If miracle soldiers of the same rank couldn't even withstand the miracle itself, what good would they do? However, to encounter the power of a miracle with a mortal body was unwise. But what's the price? Leon looked at Tulip with a playful look. Are you truly prepared? Tulip's heart skipped a beat. She knew Leon had seen through her. The moment he chose to sit down instead of continuing his attack, Tulip had already lost. This state I've realized is incomplete. I can only last 3 minutes at most, Tulip said bluntly. In 3 minutes, I'll die. I know I can't escape, so I won't. Tulip could resist Leon, but that was all. She couldn't shake him. The two were locked in a tether, neither escaping the other's perception. But with a thorn army behind her, Tulip had no choice but to use her body to block Leon and prevent him from harming her companions. I don't hate you, to be honest, Leon admired the woman's courage. On the contrary, I admire you. Perhaps it was a case of heroes admiring each other. The Atón clan revered heroes, and Leon particularly admired those who would sacrifice themselves for their comrades. Time passed, but neither Tulip nor Leon made a move. Unfortunately, we're on different sides. Leon could sense that General Dong had finished his battle, and the Thorn army was retreating. Evidently the orders from Mixiang and Xiayan had been successfully conveyed. Boom! The rainbow bridge soared into the sky, powered by Xiayan's power. Bai Luo didn't stop it, clearly acquiescing to the Thorn army's retreat. Earl Thorn had tens of thousands of troops, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. Even if they killed these people, Earl Thorn could immediately replenish them when peace arrived. It was pointless. On the contrary, it might even become a source of gossip. After all, sending a miracle to invade a small city was already excessive. To then exterminate them would have a significant impact on the future diplomacy of the Principality of Atón. Bai Luo didn't want to break up with the righteous and kind lords of miracles just yet, so he decided to let it go. Of course, this was also a deal. Bai Luo wanted to kill one person, and only him. Bai Luo would never let a tiger go back to the mountains. The war is over, Leon looked at Tulip before him. The enemy was at the end of its strength. In half a minute at most, Tulip's law incarnation state would end, and then she would be reduced to ashes. Alright, great sister, Leon chose to respect her. Remove the law incarnation, you're a hero. Leon didn't want Tulip to die without a burial place. Rose, at least, he would leave her body intact, as a final respect for this powerful being. Tulip felt strangely ashamed. She held her forehead helplessly. My name is Tulip. Are you looking down on me? After all this fighting, you can't even pronounce my name wrong. However, Tulip still chose to remove the law incarnation. Ugh, at that moment, Tulip felt a sharp pain all over her body. She fell to her knees, her delicate hands pressing firmly against her heart. Cold sweat instantly soaked Tulip's clothes, making her feel like she had been pulled out of the water. Furthermore, Tulip found she could no longer sense the slightest trace of miracle power. This is the price? Leon naturally wouldn't lie to Tulip. If a king could break his promise to a commoner, then he wouldn't be able to go far in his life. It was too petty. You're already useless. The king's second awakening came at a huge price. If continued until the final moment, their bodies would collapse and turn to ashes. Even if they withdrew early, they would suffer the same fate as Tulip, damaging their foundation and even becoming useless. What did that mean? Tulip was no longer a king. She had fallen to the level of an ordinary miracle citizen, even worse than the fox girls who had come to Atón. Not only that, with her aptitude, she would never be able to make another breakthrough in her lifetime. It was completely over. I don't regret it. Tulip was incredibly weak, yet she mustered her courage and looked Leon in the eye. Soldier, dying on the battlefield is an honor, and to die at the hands of a miracle body like you is my honor. If she had regrets, Tulip wouldn't have used her second awakening. Your Majesty, are you going to kill her? Leon hesitated, for Bai Luo hadn't given him an order. Brother Bai Luo, are you letting me make the decision myself? If Bai Luo had ordered Tulip's death, Leon would have acted immediately. He was the kind of ruthless soldier willing to kill even the elderly, the weak, women, and children for the sake of an order. But this time, it felt like a test. Leon had already obtained a miracle body. He wasn't lacking in strength, what he lacked was his character. Why haven't you taken action yet? Logically, Tulip was already crippled, no different from a woman or child. A powerful warrior, even a woman, would have been slain without hesitation. But Tulip, at this moment, had crossed Leon's limit. As a miracle body, Leon knew well that Tulip would never recover, and even ginseng fruit and other rare treasures would be of no use. To put it bluntly, Tulip would spend her entire life among the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children. She could no longer fight on the battlefield. Forget it. Leon couldn't make a decision, yet he couldn't let Tulip go easily, so he decided to give her the choice. "I'll give you one chance," Leon said. "If you declare yourself a woman and swear never to fight on the battlefield again, I'll let you go." "You're kidding?" Tulip roared, her breath coming out of her mouth from the force of her words. "I'm a soldier, a marshal of the kingdom under Earl of Thorns. I'd rather die than be humiliated by you." Really, Leon felt his words were a bit insulting. If his sister, Sheila, or the big sister, Gonia, were in Tulip's shoes, they wouldn't have survived. "I made a slip of the tongue," Leon said, straightening his stance. "My name is Leon. Don't worry, I'll always remember you, a general who sacrificed himself to save his comrades." Tulip wasn't fearless, but facing Leon's claws, the fear of death made her breath quicken. "What's my name?" Her final words, however, left Leon momentarily lost in thought. "Tulip." This time, Leon didn't joke. "Your name is Tulip." "Thank you." Tulip's body trembled, but she felt no regrets. She closed her eyes, awaiting death. However, Tulip waited for a moment, but the pain didn't return. Puzzled, she opened her eyes, only to find Leon was gone. All she saw was a ruin, the blood-red moon overhead, a silent reminder that the war wasn't over. What had happened? Where were the people? Had she been spared? Tulip. Just then, the rainbow bridge descended, and Mixiang appeared beside her. "Tulip, are you okay? You. Why are you back?" "Run," Tulip cried anxiously. "I no longer have the strength to protect you." "I'm sorry," Mixiang apologized, not for coming back for herself, but for abandoning Tulip and running away alone. "Why are you sorry? Why did you come back?" "Why?" Strengthless and utterly weak, Tulip felt more haggard and helpless than ever before. "Let's go, Tulip." Mixiang knew that Tulip had paid a huge price and had become a cripple. She would never be able to obtain the miraculous power of the Earl of Thorns again in her lifetime. "The teacher asked me to take you back." This made Mixiang very sad and blamed herself. "The war is over." "The war is over? But the blood moon is still there, how can it be called over?" Tulip was confused, and like her was Mixiang. She also didn't understand the meaning of the teacher's last words. "Go save Tulip." General Dong smiled and stroked Mixiang's black hair. He had once told her that he had found her from the ruins, just like all the people of Thorn. But General Dong lied. "What about you?" "Teacher," Mixiang had a bad feeling. "Where are you going?" "I'm going somewhere, to a place where my father should be," General Dong replied. Carrying Tulip on her back, Mixiang harnessed the power of imaginary numbers and sped across the ancient capital, heading for the 100-Flower Valley. But out of Tulip's sight, tears streamed down Mixiang's face. Whoosh, a figure descended from the sky. Behind him was a massive blood moon, and in front of him sat Bai Luo, seated on the throne. Bang! The blade stopped in front of Bai Luo. Between them, an unsheathed long sword, a sickle spear, two long swords, and a staff sword easily stopped him in mid-air, preventing him from advancing an inch. The 5 siblings of the Lu Wei family had slightly angry expressions on their faces, their eyes looking at a fool or a madman. Bang! Shura attacked and kicked General Dong. The old man didn't care at first, but his instinctive sense of crisis made him quickly hold the knife across his body. The blade shattered, and the old man's body was kicked backwards. General Dong really didn't expect that the Lu Wei family would be the ones to resist him. He thought of countless possibilities, such as Bai Luo casually catching his blade, or killing him instantly. But no matter what, General Dong could not have guessed that it would be such a scene. "Great and mighty king, oh my lord," he couldn't comprehend the power of the Reed clan, yet for the moment he couldn't fathom how they had become so powerful. The old man bowed respectfully to Bai Luo and said, "For your pleasure, this war will end with me, alone." "Not that it's a pleasure," Bai Luo said non-committally. But the sight of a true living saint truly opened his eyes. "You even found my position. This is quite a surprise." Swish, "As your guards, it's our fault for allowing the enemy to get so close." Old Reed stepped out from behind, drawing his sword. "But rest assured, I will kill this man immediately." Meanwhile, the 5 siblings of the Reed clan made their own moves. Luosha stood behind Bai Luo, sword in hand. Yasha vanished. Shura and Huangquan advanced simultaneously, placing immense pressure on General Dong. The old man looked back and saw that Guig had somehow blocked all his escape routes. He'll die. The people were the same, but strangely, their aura was completely different from that of hours ago. If General Dong could previously threaten them with force, now it was the Lu Wei family who were threatening him with force. Lixu boy, old Lu Wei glared at Lixu Shank Xianzhe, you're too arrogant. The Lu Wei family united, even ordinary miracle entities would feel overwhelmed and unable to compete. Only a formidable being like Senior Sister could single-handedly take on the Lu Wei family. Lilith and Shirley, at the same level, would be outmatched. I wouldn't dare act rashly in front of Senior Brother. General Dong's face was solemn. He sensed something amiss in the other's aura. You should know the difference between us, both then and now. Long Gixiang was once a mere mortal, no match for General Dong. But in a pure contest of talent, Long Gixiang was undeniably the strongest among his fellow disciples. Now that he had obtained a miracle, Lu Wei Long Gixiang would undoubtedly be the most promising of all miracle entities. Like Senior Sister, Long Gixiang's compatibility with the ancient chronicles of legends was unprecedented. General Dong's pupils shrank slightly. He seemed to understand something, but he wasn't sure. You bastard. However, before General Dong could ask, Leon's roar came from behind. Leon stepped forward quickly, his eyes, blood red and black, staring at General Dong. There was something wrong with his aura. The chains that had originally blocked Leon's power were breaking. No one is allowed to attack. Leon was to blame for Bai Luo's assassination. Only with this man's blood could he wash away the shame. He is mine. Chapter 222, Battle of the Ancient Capital. Shura's temper was far more violent than Leon's. Normally, if someone dared to speak to him like that, Shura would have absolutely chopped them down. But the Lu Wei family was new to the scene, and Shura couldn't be too aggressive. Leon was considered a senior. Step aside, Shura. Yes, Bai Luo said, and Shura, without hesitation, immediately yielded his position to Leon and General Dong. Your Majesty, Leon said, please allow me to execute this man as payment for his offense. The world-hungry Mad King suppressed his rage. With Bai Luo still around, he dared not act too recklessly. If Bai Luo didn't want to kill General Dong, and Leon did, he would be punished by Bai Luo. I can't let him go. Leon knew Bai Luo's thoughts clearly, needing no further questions. This war isn't over yet. You are the commander, Leon. These words spoke volumes. I will obey your orders. Leon turned, his eyes aghast. Above him, the enormous blood moon suddenly expanded, illuminating everyone with a chilling chill. Are you the miracle realm from the foolish camp? General Dong wasn't frightened by Leon. The old man remained calm, as if it wasn't him he was about to face. How young? A miracle realm? Old man. Leon was furious. He didn't want to waste time with the old man. Are you ready to die? I actually want to fight you, Senior Brother. General Dong's words were filled with helplessness, but Bai Luo chose to ignore them. His silence was a refusal. Boom! A surge of blood-red miracle power surged out. This was the first time Leon had displayed his power since the Battle of the Ancient Capital, and it was clear that he was completely enraged. Old man, you really don't take me seriously? How dare I not respect you, Your Highness the Miracle Realm? Facing the Miracle Realm's gaze, General Dong felt like he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. He had no way to avoid it. All the extraordinary skills he had displayed before the Atón people were useless in the face of the Miracle Realm, which represented infinity and limitlessness. It's useless. Leon didn't dodge any of General Winter's attacks, choosing instead to take them head-on. Unsurprisingly, facing the Miracle's terrifying resistance and immunity, General Winter's attacks were completely ineffective. Don't play those little tricks on me. Leon ignored General Winter's techniques. That overwhelming force was beyond the reach of any skill. No matter how General Winter manipulated himself, he couldn't deceive Leon's miracle power. Leon wasn't manipulating the miracle power, it is the miracle. Raw blood and energy transformed into a massive wolf head, biting into General Winter's shoulder. The immense pain, coupled with a continuous influx of greed, filled General Winter with unimaginable shock and terror. Swish! Without hesitation, the old man raised his broken katana and severed his shoulder, along with his entire arm. But it was useless. Puff! Before General Winter could react, a hand pierced his abdomen, then ripped out, sending a torrent of internal organs gushing out in a splatter of blood. Leon's movements couldn't be described in terms of speed, they seemed inevitable. General Dong gasped, fighting back the pain that could have knocked him unconscious. Unfortunately, he didn't choose to pass out. A warrior above the rank of hero couldn't be knocked unconscious by external forces. Unless General Dong chose to fall asleep himself. But in this situation, General Dong had no choice but to endure the pain. General Dong trembled and slowly retreated. Leon didn't pursue him, but instead looked down at the old man. He's completely vulnerable. Is this all you have? Leon had thought General Dong was so powerful. Even Bai Luo praised him, but in just one encounter, he easily defeated him, even inferior to Tulip. Where's your king awakening? Use it. Defeating a mere master-level General Dong brought no pleasure to Leon, only frustration. King awakens. General Dong tried to recover from his injuries, but a surge of raging worldly energy remained within him, hindering his physical regeneration and eroding his body and spirit like a knife. This old man, there's no such thing as a king awakening. General Dong's words were somewhat unexpected by Leon. So you're not even a king? Leon felt insulted. A mere master, how could you possibly have the courage to attempt on my king? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Miracle has come in person. Even though I'm the son of Miracle, I'm no different from an ordinary person in front of you, so I never considered defeating you, General Dong said. Nor did I consider resisting you, even for a moment, but I'm not talented, General Dong smiled. I'm willing to teach His Highness Miracle a lesson, huh? Leon's calm expression suddenly changed, and he clutched his chest. You wretch, snap, chains. One of the 4 chains that sealed his power snapped. Old man, you're courting death? Leon's eyes turned crimson. A miracle's power, 10 times greater than before, surged from Leon, yet his mind grew increasingly hazy. Greedy power demands rage, and even the calm Leon hadn't exerted even a 10,000th of his strength. But now, General Winter had brought out Leon's inner demon. This was simply courting death. Roar, faced with Leon's rampage, General Winter offered no resistance. He let go of his katana, and the old man slowly opened his arms, resolutely accepting his death. In his final moments, to have moved the miracle's true form with his mortal strength, even to the point of merely angering it, was enough for General Winter to die without regrets. Boom, a blood-red light engulfed everything, and a massive blood moon descended, as if venting the wrath of its master. Bang! The next moment, the blood moon shattered violently, accompanied by Leon's furious roar. Get out! The blood moon shattered, completely clearing the blood-red night sky. A silvery white light bathed the earth, and endless pale blue flowers bloomed. Leon clenched his fists, looking at General Dong with dissatisfaction and resignation. Impressive? General Dong's face paled. And congratulations, young man. Crack, 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 the 3 chains snapped and shattered around Leon's body. Amidst the debris, Leon calmed his violent temper and turned away. He said nothing, but instead walked directly behind Bai Luo and stood with his hands behind his back. Lion, Bai Luo stood up. Although he's an enemy, he's received a favor. Even if you don't bow or express your gratitude, at least say a few nice words. Yes, Leon nodded to Bai Luo, then said to General Dong, you're very strong, but unfortunately, you followed the wrong person. General Dong wasn't an enemy, but rather a teacher, bringing profound changes to the entire Atón. He taught almost everyone. And if the Atonians fully absorbed the lessons learned from this battle upon their return, they would surely advance even further. As for Leon, his benefits were greater than anyone else's. General Dong deliberately provoked him again and again, but Leon, in that brutality and rage, forcibly restrained his murderous intent. Especially at the end, when Leon's murderous intent ran wild. However, Leon was proud and would not allow his power to act without his will. He controlled the power, not the power controlling him. If the world-greedy blood moon ran wild, he would crush it with his own hands. A mere world-greedy being was unworthy of being his master. You can overcome foolish tyranny with your arrogance, General Dong said. Remarkable. Truly an extraordinary young man. You're just afraid of embarrassment, Bai Luo said. If you were to embarrass himself in front of you, that kid would be incredibly upset. Bai Luo hadn't expected General Dong to resort to provoking Leon, allowing him to break through at such a crucial moment. His fierce pride, forcibly suppressed, no, it actually devoured, the all-consuming power of greed, transforming it into part of himself. His current power no longer needed the restraint of chains. Even when entering the realm of Miracle Unleashed, or even the second awakening of Miracle, he wouldn't lose his mind. Leon, once the most uncontrollable, had officially become Bai Luo's most formidable force. So, even I should be thanking you. A murderous glint flickered in Bai Luo's eyes. What a shame, what a shame, what a shame. His 3 consecutive what a shame-s revealed Bai Luo's attitude towards General Dong. Bai Luo was going to kill him. Not because of any mission, not because of anyone's coercion, but simply because he had to die. Your Majesty, old Reed said, let me take over next, are you alright? After all, you two were, it's precisely because we're brothers, old Reed said, that I must see him off. Ha 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 ha. Lixushan Xianzhe looked around, the ground covered with white orchids. This is a nice place, a perfect place to bury my bones. Enduring the pain, the old man bent his knees, ignoring the blood, and forced his legs under him, sitting upright, just like old Reed had done before. Come on, senior brother, Lixushan Xianzhe, I'm honorable, even in defeat. Brother, please help me. I have no regrets in my life, really. Old Reed, knife in hand, stood behind Lixushan Xianzhe. I know your talents all too well. The miracle of thorns is not suited to you. Even if you try your best to push it forward, it can only go so far. General Dong had done his best, and he had no regrets towards Earl of Thorns. Brother, you've found your place, General Dong said, closing his eyes, a smile on his face. And I, too, have my own. How could General Dong not know that the miraculous powers didn't match? Earl of Thorn wasn't destined to become king. General Dong knew better than anyone. But he wasn't motivated by helping Earl of Thorn become king, nor was he seeking to prove himself by gaining greater power. He simply met someone in his life for whom he would give everything. Are you truly willing to come with me? If it's just to repay you for saving my life, you've done more than enough. Leave. My miraculous powers aren't for you. With your talent, you can surely find a better lord than mine. The boy was simple and kind, but his innocence kept him from being deceived. A fact that worried the man no end. Look, do you see? Amidst the thunder, the boy covered his ears, trembling. With a pale face, he said to the man, I'm timid and afraid of many things. I can't accomplish anything like this. Don't you understand? However, no matter what the boy said, the man didn't leave. Instead, he followed silently, offering him advice and fighting for him. Why are you still following me? Get out. Get out now. I don't want to be king, and I can't be one. The young man was furious, trying to drive him away. Look at you now. You're 70 years old. If you continue to follow me, you'll die. Find someone else. Don't waste your time with me. However, the old man remained at his side, his hair white and his body bent, yet he remained at his side. It wasn't that the young man didn't want his service, but he couldn't. He was well aware of his own situation. His fear stemmed from the psychological trauma of his childhood, and even with the help of the miracle body, he couldn't break free. Following him would only hinder the old man's talent. No one knew the man's ability better than he did, a power that would attract people from all over the miracle land. But in the end, they still forged the miracle contract. It wasn't because Earl Thorn regretted or was greedy, but rather, after a long fast in the snowy mountains, his life was like a candle in the wind. He was dying. Even so, the old man knelt before Earl Thorn, silent, but his resolve overwhelmed the Earl. I do not seek to make you king. As his wish came true, the old man became Earl Thorn's miracle child and the first to follow him. I have pursued you all this time, simply because I have something to say to you, held in my heart. In the blink of an eye, the child, once only 12 or 13, had grown into a man. But the psychological trauma still lingered, still tormented by the pain, like a helpless child, longing for help, for salvation. From that moment on, he knew what he had to do. Do not be afraid, my lord. Becoming his miracle child, serving at his side, the old man gently said, I will protect you. Silent corridors weave through gardens and courtyards, and colorful flowers sparkle under the silver full moon. Unfortunately, no one is here to admire them. This is because the owner of this beautiful garden has locked himself up in the house for decades. The huge doors are tightly closed, as if imprisoned, cutting off the owner from communication with the outside world. In the dark, huge and empty, magnificent building that looks like a palace, a young man is huddled in a corner, hugging his knees, burying his head in them, as if he is crying. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Suddenly, Earl of Thorn heard someone calling him, and the voice was so familiar. Lixu. In a daze, Earl of Thorn raised his head and saw Lixu Shangxianzhe. It's me, Your Majesty. The old man smiled kindly. For 80 years, He had always been so tolerant of Earl of Thorn. "Why are you here?" Earl Thorn was bewildered. He didn't understand why Lixu Xianzhe had suddenly appeared here. The next moment, Earl Thorn burst into tears. "I'm sorry, Lixu. I tried my best, I really did." For 20 years, Earl Thorn had been trying to change himself. But he couldn't, he truly couldn't. The shadow of his childhood tormented him like a nightmare, making him afraid to even step out the door. "I know, Your Majesty, I know you're not hiding here. I know everything." For some reason, upon hearing the old man's voice, Earl Thorn burst into tears like a child, as if he couldn't hide anything here. But he didn't want to hide, because he didn't need to. He didn't want to act like a king in front of the old man. "Alright, you're an adult now. Wipe it off." The old man's hand came down, pressing Earl Thorn's head. This rude gesture didn't anger Earl Thorn, but instead, it was filled with kindness and nostalgia. I'm sorry, Earl Thorn wiped his face with his sleeve, tears streaming down his face. Seeing him like this, the old man's eyes lit up with relief. "Your Majesty," the old man said, "I found a medicine that can cure your stubborn illness." "How can such a medicine exist?" "You've tried so many times, and I simply can't do it." "This medicine," General Dong said, "perhaps it will be the same as before, but are you willing to give it a try?" Of course, Earl Thorn didn't hesitate, he trusted the old man. "Where's the medicine?" "I'll try it." However, the old man smiled faintly, the worry in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by peace and anticipation. "Lixu," Earl Thorn watched the old man turn and leave. For some reason, a sudden wave of panic and uneasiness rose in his heart. "Lixu? Lixu, where are you going? Lixu, Lixu, come back, Lixu. Lixu," Earl Thorn kept calling out, but the old man's figure gradually receded, until he could no longer see him. Dong 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 dong, the ancient capital's bells rang out at dawn. Bai Luo stood in the square in front of the church. He took 2 steps forward and looked out over the entire ancient capital. "It's over, Bai Luo, the battle of the ancient capital." Chapter 223, New Miracle World. The ancient capital looked much the same in the morning as it had the day before. But in truth, nearly everyone in the ancient capital had suffered a nightmare. They couldn't recall the specifics of their dreams, but when they awoke, the entire city had undergone a profound transformation. First, many people had died. No, they couldn't really call them dead. In the underdeveloped ancient capital, they couldn't define brain death, as most people were still breathing. If they were breathing, how could they be considered dead? But in reality, these people were indeed dead, their consciousness dead in their dreams. A lot of work needs to be done. Bai Luo didn't come to the ancient capital in person, but he didn't dismantle his Blood Moon Hunter avatar. "Leon, you will defend this city. The Thorn Lord has been defeated this time, but we're not sure if they'll launch a counterattack." In truth, even if the Earl of Thorn launched a counterattack, Bai Luo wouldn't take it seriously. The Earl was only a second-level awakening. Even if he commanded far more miracles than Bai Luo, he couldn't possibly pose a threat to Bai Luo. The difference in both quantity and quality was immense. Also, notify the entire city and have them bring out and bury those who can't be awakened. Yes, the remaining people in the ancient capital, while not entirely innocent, were at least innocent. Bai Luo wasn't intolerant of bad habits, even if they were greedy and lustful. That was human nature. However, most of the ancient capital's inhabitants were rotten from the inside out, a bunch of trash who delighted in preying on the weak. Bai Luo saw no need to keep them around. Apart from anything else, the mere fact that most of the survivors would loathe them was enough for Bai Luo to take seriously. The ancient capital, migrate. Bai Luo wanted the ancient capital itself, not its people. The ancient capital was old and in need of renovation. But Atón Island was still short of population, and these remaining hundreds of thousands of people could feed Atón Island all at once. But allowing outsiders to enter Atón Island? I'm not questioning your majesty, I just think they don't have the qualifications. That's not true, Bai Luo said. There are still some who are qualified, not all the ancient capital's inhabitants had problems, tens of thousands among them held great potential, even in Bai Luo's eyes. We'll send them to Atón Island and screen them, Bai Luo said. Those who can adapt to my miraculous power will be selected, and those who can't will be kept for seed. Seedling means leveraging their reproductive abilities to nurture the next generation. But this will leave the ancient capital seemingly deserted. That's fine, Bai Luo said. I plan to build a fortress here to defend against and resist the threat from the north. The northern threat refers to the 7 Iron Eagle nations. From now on, Leon, you will hang the blood moon over the ancient capital area. I need you to completely transform this area into your miraculous territory within 6 months. Once the ancient capital becomes greedy world territory, it will become a dimension existing within the human world, just like the domain of the Lord of the White Birch Tree, becoming indestructible. All greedy world lineage troops here will be strengthened, and anyone belonging to Bai Luo, even those not from the greedy world, will be protected, making it a perfect military fortress. Also, we'll take as many refugees as possible from the ancient capital, Bai Luo said, give them food and send them all to Atón Island. This way, refugees from the 7 kingdoms, as well as those from Starry Night and the mountains, will converge on Atón. Over time, this will provide a significant source of population. Please rest assured, Leon knelt on one knee. I will defend this land for you, for Atón, your majesty. Just then, Bai Luo received a prayer from Helbo. I hope you can hear my voice. What is it? Helbo was Bai Luo's top talent, and Bai Luo had given him priority in his people's prayers. I want to introduce someone to you. Helbo was cunning. He chose to survive rather than attack General Dong. He did this precisely for Fry. Similarly, Ilona survived, too. It must be said that this pair of brothers in need is truly remarkable. Oh my god, I almost died. Inya looked at Eliya beside her. Sister Eliya, you didn't come to save me, and I was chased by that guy with 2 swords. Inya met Mixiang and Tulip. The 2 women were almost frightened when they first saw Inya. After all, Inya's aura was so shocking, just like the real thing. Inya did frighten Mixiang, but it also caused Mixiang to attack desperately, prepared for death. Was it fun? Inya laughed. It was okay, but I feel I still have room for improvement. If I knew you were impersonating her and running away, Eliya said, she'd probably beat you. She won't know. Inya, General Inya, fearless. Just Isifia, just a mere one. Hazily, Fry and his sister woke up in Morty's mansion, along with 4 girls who had been brutally abused and transformed in their dreams. Awake, Helbo's blood moon hunter extended his hand to Fry. Congratulations, you've returned safely to the human world. Excuse me, you mean a dream? Fry was still a little confused. After all, last night's events were so shocking, it completely overturned his worldview. Could it be the power of a god? God? Helbo didn't quite understand the word. He thought for a moment and translated the ancient language of God. Oh, yes, it's the power of a god. The mountain language used the word fairyland in God to describe something otherworldly and detached from the mundane world. Now Helbo knew that the fairyland was actually something created by the Lord of Miracles. So, the god Fry was referring to was, quite simply, the Son of Miracles. A being as noble as our Lord cannot be described by mere fairyland or God. Mentioning Bai Luo, Helbo's attitude immediately changed, but this kid doesn't have much experience. To describe your majesty as a god is a sign of his eloquence, so, you're an envoy sent by Lord Toledo. Oh, Helbo paused. Toledo, who, if Fry had simply mentioned the Holy Blood Queen of the Starry Night Kingdom, Helbo would have known her, but Fry had chosen her real name. For a moment, Helbo couldn't connect with the Lord of Miracles. The original queen, the ancient god to whom all sin and glory belong. Fry spoke like a familiar voice. To reach his high position, he had practically memorized every text on the Church of the Holy Blood. Lord of Holy Blood, original queen, Helbo scoffed, even dismissing him with utter disdain. He dared even King Aole to challenge a mere ancient god. But the title sounded so impressive. No. I must boast, Helbo said, I cannot let my lord's reputation be eclipsed by that Toledo. In terms of wit, few in all of Atón could compare to Helbo. As for flattery, Helbo was determined to become the foremost under Bai Luo. Ahem, Helbo's thought flashed through his mind, and he coughed lightly. My lord, the god above gods, indeed, Helbo, god above gods, Bai Luo Atón, god above gods, Fry, and Irina, who had just regained consciousness, were stunned. The girl, like her brother, had visited the Holy Blood Church of Toledo. But they had only visited once, for baptism, and since then, were no longer entitled to enter the church, so they were not considered true followers of Toledo. Then, what is the relationship between Toledo and the god above god? Of course, Helbo wanted to say that Toledo was Bai Luo's servant. But as the words reached his lips, he suddenly felt an unimaginable fear, as if someone was staring at him. This feeling, unknown to others, how could Helbo not understand? This is the majesty of the Lord of Miracles. In an instant, Helbo immediately realized Toledo's identity. She is the Lord of Miracles. Like Bai Luo, she is a ruler with unimaginable power and unparalleled dignity. Unlike Bai Luo, Toledo possesses some special means. Toledo can sense anyone who mentions her, and those who dare to blaspheme her. Boom! Bai Luo raised his head and looked at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. What's going on? Huh? This seems to be the punishment from Toledo. Old Reed was knowledgeable and explained to Bai Luo, there will be no punishment for mortals who blaspheme the original mistress. The humble are not worthy of being judged by God. You mean to say that the son of miracle and Gudu blasphemed her? Bai Luo realized almost immediately that this punishment from heaven was directed at his people. How does she know this? Can she hear me saying bad things? No, said Old Reed, but except for you and the miracle itself, she will know anyone who talks about her, and then she can lock them. The miracle in the name of the Father, Camp is indeed amazing in terms of omniscience, and can even monitor bad things said behind their backs. That's quite impressive. This faction's miracle. Bai Luo suddenly thought of something. But my people should be the only ones left in the ancient capital now. So, it was my child who brought down the divine punishment. Bai Luo invoked the power of the Lord of Miracles and quickly identified the culprit. Helber? That kid's usually pretty clever, but why is this time? Oh, God above gods, Bai Luo Yatten, ahem. Bai Luo was arrogant at Helber's new title, but Bai Luo didn't mind. My child praises me and then disparages others. What's wrong with that? Boom, thunder, brimming with the power of judgment, descended. If this strike had landed, even a hero-level warrior would have been crippled. Leon frowned, but before he could strike, the thunder dissipated. Your Majesty, it was Bai Luo who struck. Who are you? However, as the divine punishment was blocked, a figure suddenly appeared before Bai Luo. It was none other than Toledo, with whom Bai Luo had previously spoken. Are you asking who I am? Big sister, we just met, right, just met. Unlike the previous Toledo, the one before Bai Luo looked more like a goddess of war fresh from the battlefield than a revered queen. Why are you here again? Toledo seemed to have many avatars, each capable of sharing memories and knowledge, or temporarily blocking them. Why are you here again? Then, Toledo spotted Bai Luo again. Why are you looking for me again? They'd already agreed to give up the church, so why had Bai Luo unleashed the power of miracles once again, drawing the fragment of her will to her presence? If someone else had resisted the divine retribution, Toledo wouldn't have appeared. In reality, the power of divine retribution was merely a minor passive element of Toledo's power. Even if triggered, not only Toledo's true form, but even her avatars wouldn't have been able to sense it. But Bai Luo was different. He was the Lord of Miracles. I'm sorry, Bai Luo said, truly embarrassed. My child didn't know your identity and said a few words. I apologize to you, Queen. On his behalf, the Lord of Miracles personally apologized, a gesture of respect that gave Toledo no reason to object. After all, elsewhere, Lords of Miracles would even wage war for decades to extract apologies, simply because one side wouldn't say sorry. Toledo was somewhat flattered by Bai Luo's straightforwardness. Toledo, if you say so, then forget it, but you, newcomer, are really strange. Toledo had now returned to her true form. It's just to attack a small ancient capital, and yet you made me make 2 special trips. If you didn't know, you'd think you were invading some other dimension. If you need territory and people, join my Starry Night Kingdom. I'll give you half of the land and talent under my direct jurisdiction. Toledo had previously treated Bai Luo as just an ordinary miracle master, but this time, her attitude changed. High-ranking miracle, X2 Toledo and Bai Luo, through the previous clash of royal power, simultaneously sensed each other's miracle rank, high-ranking. You cunt, X2. As far as Bai Luo knew, Toledo's miracles were advertised as mid-ranking, not high-ranking. The clash of royal power between miracles doesn't necessarily reveal the miracle rank of the other, unless the other party unleashes it without restraint. However, there was one exception. That is, miracles of the same level and type are extremely sensitive to each other, and the mere clash of royal power can detect each other's movements. Just like now, Bai Luo's world of Avalon resonated with an unknown miracle possessed by Queen Cain Toledo. It wasn't a mutual admiration, but a fierce eagerness to challenge an opponent. Are you really a newcomer? Are you really a veteran miracle master? Queen Cain was silent for a moment, then smiled. Newcomer, let's be friends. Sure. Bai Luo couldn't guess what Queen Cain was thinking. She had been a miracle master for thousands of years, Yet few in the miracle land knew her true strength. Both mid-level and upper-level miracles possessed the 4 awakenings, but the latter held far greater potential for development. Queen Cain was not the Starry Night King. The Starry Night King existed elsewhere. Bai Luo could understand a mid-level miracle master being willing to submit to someone inferior, but a higher-level miracle, Bai Luo felt, was simply impossible. Yet, Queen Cain chose to endure. This clearly shows she must have loftier goals, disdaining the title of Starry Night King. But I have 2 conditions. You're threatening me, listen to me first, Bai Luo said. How is it? Queen Cain had her own plans, but she hadn't expected to unexpectedly encounter a king possessing a superior miracle here. If Bai Luo spread this news, Queen Cain wouldn't suffer any losses, but it would be a significant blow to her plans. Tell me, first condition, Bai Luo said. I want to know the true name of your miracle, as well as the true names of the miracles of all the other miracle masters you know of. The true name is the original name of the miracle. Of course, without waiting for the queen to speak, Bai Luo said, I'll also tell you the true name of my superior miracle. Even if the other party knew the Avalon world, it would be useless. Historically, most Avalon masters only activated a portion of its functions. If Queen Cain truly believed Bai Luo's abilities were limited, it would actually be a good thing. So Bai Luo set a trap for her, making himself invincible. Okay, then, Bai Luo, Wang Wei as a witness, Wang Wei as a witness. The 2 of them exchanged Wang Wei with each other to prove the reliability of this transaction. It was also through the contact with Wang Wei that Bai Luo and Queen Cain felt each other's character and personality. This was an exchange of wills that could not be faked. We have a good compatibility. Queen Cain did not dislike Bai Luo. On the contrary, Queen Cain urgently needed an ally who would not betray and was not as pedantic as the Lord of Miracles of Justice and Kindness. My true name of miracle, Queen Cain said, Upper Miracle World, you are the inferior, and I am the superior. What? Bai Luo was stunned. Wait a minute, what did you say your true name of miracle was? You are the inferior, and I am the superior. You are the inferior, and I am the superior. Queen Cain emphasized with dissatisfaction. Her tone was quite dissatisfied, as if she had been taken advantage of, and her face turned red. She did not play any conspiracy or tricks, nor did she laugh at Bai Luo for being too clever. This was the real name of her miracle. In addition, Queen Cain felt inexplicably ashamed. After all, the name of this miracle was really too indecent. Wow, Bai Luo exclaimed, I have seen it. It is really an increase in knowledge. There is such a miracle. I can't imagine why it is a miracle world, Bai Luo asked his uncle almost immediately. There are thousands of miracles in the world, and there are even weirder names. Fortunately, his uncle once read a book called Atón Miracle Directory. It was a book that Bai Luo's grandfather rescued from the library fire. It recorded a large number of myths left by miracles in different eras. There is no specific effect of the miracle, and there is no record of how to find and activate it. The book only talks about the power of this miracle and the various legends related to it. Through these, Bai Luo can also preliminarily judge the strength of Queen Cain and how terrible she will be in the future. I know this miracle. The old uncle gave Bai Luo an answer. He had seen this miracle in a book and had an idea of it. What's the real name of your miracle? Bai Luo didn't show any confidence. Instead, he was amazed. Can you say it again? HMPH. Queen Cain refused to answer. Now it's your turn. What is your miracle? Superior miracle, the world of Avalon. Queen Cain asked with some surprise. That's it. I see. Have you seen it? I saw it once 1,000 years ago. It was a very powerful superior miracle. 1,000 years. Bai Luo had heard from his old uncle that Avalon last appeared 1,700 years ago. Big sister, how long have you been hiding? What do you care? Queen Cain was very angry. She glared at Bai Luo, thinking that this newcomer was too irritating. I didn't expect your miracle to be Avalon. So, you and I are destined to meet? Oh, the reason why I keep a low profile, said Queen Cain, is because a superior Lord of Miracles died in front of me. Avalon, yes, the Lord of Miracles disdains to lie, and at this time the two of them are supervising each other with their royal power. What they say can be misleading, but they can never blatantly deceive. Since you also possess a higher level miracle, we should form an alliance and fight the enemy together, Queen Cain said. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have a higher level miracle. In front of a truly powerful person, you and I are nothing. A truly powerful person, Bai Luo continued to ask, and Queen Cain didn't mind. She said bluntly, Excelia Oris, how could Bai Luo not know this name? The Queen of the Far North, you really know her? I haven't seen her, but I heard Dong Ao talk about her. Another sufferer, Queen Cain said, 2,000 years ago, the great emperor of the Far North had not yet established a Far North empire. At that time, he and the Queen of the Far North were both miracle masters of the Holy Empire. King Aole was young and hot-tempered. He once challenged the sacred authority and paid a huge price. This was also the reason why King Aole hated the Queen of the Far North and always wanted to take revenge. Is she that strong? Very strong, Queen Cain. Even looking at the history of miracles, she is the top existence. Conquering the ancient capital, to put it bluntly, is just bullying the Earl of Thorns. But in front of the truly powerful Lord of Miracles, this is just a small fight that is not worthy of being in a high-class hall. Not to mention the Far North Queen, even Queen Cain felt that Bai Luo was playing a game. The Far North Empire is the most aggressive country in the Land of Miracles, Queen Cain said. The three major forces in the south, Starry Night, Mountains, and Iron Eagle, were almost all established for it. Sacred doesn't care, Sacred is in a mess internally, Queen Cain. Anyway, send an envoy as soon as possible. After saying this, Queen Cain didn't want to say anything to Bai Luo with a fragment of will. The two sides agreed on a time to send envoys to each other's countries and then formally conclude an alliance. I have something to do tomorrow, so I will only update 6,000 words today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Winning Muayang. What are these miracles above and below? Inside Avalon Castle, Bai Luo summoned his uncle to inquire specifically about this miracle. It's a powerful miracle. I've seen it in a book left by the ancestor of Atón. The uncle then carefully explained the miracle's power to Bai Luo. Queen Cain also mentioned the true names of several other miracle lords, and Bai Luo inquired about them one by one. It must be said that this deal was a good one for Bai Luo. The information about each other's superior miracles gave Bai Luo and Queen Cain an opportunity to establish a trusting relationship. Later, by sending Helbo as an envoy, Bai Luo could also bring the Holy Blood Kingdom into Bai Luo's alliance. Furthermore, Queen Cain was apparently no less powerful than King Aole. If the power of the superior miracle world was truly revealed, she would likely be even more powerful than King Aole. Such an alliance would help Atón overcome the initial difficulties. Now that we have the ancient capital, we will face condemnation from the Thorn territory, the entire Iron Eagle Kingdom, and even the entire world. The miracle lords had coexisted peacefully for years, but Bai Luo's appearance shattered that relationship. Those miracle lords who claim to be just and kind. Among the miracle lords, there are pure lunatics like Birch, but there are also some who are truly great and righteous. For example, if the activation condition for a miracle requires a lifetime of good deeds, and someone, unaware of the miracle, accomplishes this, then this person is inherently kind, just, and upright. Even if they gain power, it only amplifies their glorious and great side. The miracle lords of the Land of Miracles can actually be divided according to the 9-square grid in D&D, lawful, neutral, and chaotic, and good, neutral, and evil. The former describes attitudes towards society and order, lawful, chaotic, or neutral, while the latter affirms morality, good, evil, or neutral. Some of the attitudes of the miracle lords that have emerged: Morgan, chaotic evil. The South Seas lacks a structured nation, and pirates commit murder, looting, and all manner of atrocities. They are absolute thugs and evil. Birch Lord, chaotic evil. The land of Birch is lawless, and its actions defy human boundaries. Count of Thorn, chaotic good. The kingdom of Thorn lacks institutions, but the people of Thorn possess inherent benevolence and morality. They adhere to their duties and never actively seek evil. King of Aole, chaotic neutral. The kingdom of Aole lacks institutions, but its people are free to do either evil or good, following their own will. Missia, lawful neutral. The Fairy Eagle Kingdom is prosperous, but Missia acts solely on her own whims, unconcerned with human morality. Teledor, lawful neutral. The Holy Blood Kingdom has almost reached its peak. Unlike Missia, its ruler, Teledor, doesn't act solely on her own whims, but rather on the facts, never judging people or events by their good or evil. The Holy Empire, lawful good, the most powerful nation in the world, upholding world peace as a big brother. When will the Holy Ones arrive? Atón's attack on the ancient capital of Shillong wasn't unprepared, they had calculated the time. The Holy Ones will arrive within 3 days. Bai Luo had made such a fuss, openly launching a war of aggression against a nation in an era of general peace and localized war. How could the Holy Empire sit idly by with such a humiliating act? But the Holy Empire couldn't attack Atón. After all, Atón hadn't signed the Holy Covenant. The Holy Empire was powerful, using the Covenant to curb the Lord of Miracles' ambitions. But conversely, the Covenant also bound the Holy Empire. If the Holy Empire disobeyed the rules, even just once, the Covenant it had spent millennial crafting would become worthless. The loss wasn't just the prestige of the Lord of Miracles, the greater damage would be to the image of the Holy Empire as Big Brother. Speaking of which, when the Holy Empire sends forces, are they sending forces from all 25 holy nations, or just from the Holy Empire? The Holy Kingdom refers to the Holy Emperor's nation, while the Holy Empire refers to the alliance of the 25 holy nations. The Holy Empire encompasses more than one nation, but the true voice of the Holy Emperor is the Holy Empire. I'm talking about the Holy Empire, but Bai Luo, you know how a political system can have only one voice, the old uncle said. Many lords of miracles in the 24 holy nations covet the Holy Emperor's throne, and what about the Holy Emperor? He's old, the old uncle said, without further comment. Should we welcome the Holy Emissary? Bai Luo dared ignore the thorns, but he couldn't ignore the Holy. After all, we are the strongest nation, the most powerful Lord of Miracles. Although our Atón is small, we must not let down our power. Bai Luo was a very polite man, and he would certainly welcome a friend warmly. No need to bother, the old uncle said. If I'm guessing correctly, it should be someone I know well. Wow, Bai Luo exclaimed in surprise. Uncle, you even know the Holy Emissary. We knew each other when we were young, so we're friends, I guess, the old uncle said. If it's him, there's no need for any grand ceremony. The two of us, plus Inya, are 3 of us. Are you talking about the Sword Queen? Old Reed entered. She'll come as an emissary. Old Reed had killed his junior brother, but it also fulfilled his wish. Therefore, the old man wasn't sad, but happy for him. Although this might bring Bai Luo a powerful enemy, the people of Sakura Township never feared a strong enemy, they only feared a weak opponent who wouldn't be able to fully enjoy themselves. It's not her? Then I really don't know who you have in Shengli that you can call an old acquaintance of yours. Old Reed laughed. Those mistresses of yours were fooled by you, and now that they see you joining Atón, they must want to eat you. Are you happy to expose my secrets and insult me as soon as you come? The old uncle said, and walked quickly towards Long Yixiang. The two of them opened their arms and hugged each other excitedly. It's been 10 years since we last met, old friend. 13 years. Long Yixiang felt as if he had returned to decades ago, when they were still adventuring together. Congratulations, Brother Reed. The old uncle congratulated Long Yixiang on becoming the miracle body and becoming the most powerful person in the world. This was also Long Yixiang's dream, and he didn't expect that it would be realized through Bai Luo. You are the same. Long Yixiang knew the old uncle's ideal, and he succeeded. Let's go for a drink. Call Brother Shangshan in class. Oh, Long Yixiang said, they're here too. Great. Ho ha, the two old gentlemen want to reminisce. There'll be plenty of time later. Now, who can tell me who the female Sword Emperor is? Bai Luo heard the name for the first time. Uncle, are you a sacred mistress? Ever since reading The Art of Conquering Women his uncle had left him, Bai Luo was once again astounded and exclaimed, my uncle is awesome. It detailed his uncle's youthful experiences of indulging in beauty. Indulging in the beauty of nature. Honestly, Bai Luo read it patiently, treating it like a scholarly book. It contained absolutely no filthy thoughts, absolutely not. Nonsense, his uncle scoffed. That's my apprentice, the female Sword Emperor, the strongest of his uncle's 19-member adventuring group. It was thanks to her that the group made it to the end, instead of being casually killed by some miracle child. Could she be? She's the Lord of Miracles. Wow, no wonder Uncle and his crew could travel the world and visit so many miracle realms. There's such a powerful woman in their team. Is she your apprentice? She was impressed by Saros's talent, Long Yixiang said, so she hid her identity and secretly joined our team, hoping to win his loyalty through her charisma. What happened? Bai Luo seemed to have a clue. Not only did she fail, But she was actually captured by this brat, Long Gixiang sighed, shaking his head. The Lord of Miracles, he was fooled into submission. Through his connection with Bai Luo, Long Gixiang even brought up a joke about Bai Luo's past life. What do you mean by fooling around? I'm the master of the world, Uncle said this with a beam of immense pride. He admitted that he had once been a master, even the Lord of Miracles being his apprentice. But on second thought, Uncle seems even more powerful now. Isifia, Leon, and Bai Luo, the three miracle originals, also seem to be his apprentices. So, Uncle also has a disciple who's a female sort emperor, so it's no big deal. Don't worry about this sacred matter, Xiao Luo. With no outsiders around, Uncle and Bai Luo didn't need to be so polite. There are two main things we need to deal with now. First, we must quickly engage in diplomatic relations. Only strong allies can help us navigate the initial stages of development, Uncle said. And we can't easily make enemies with those who can't be allies. Also, we need to strengthen our research and development of miracles, Uncle said. The power of the ancient tales is still unknown. It hasn't completed its first miracle bloom yet, so it won't bring any significant changes to Atón in the short term. I'll supervise the boys and girls at home. Long Gixiang may be old, but the Luo family is still young, and the old man wants them to showcase their talents and work tirelessly for Bai Luo. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Luo, Uncle continued. In terms of diplomacy, our previous plan was to gain a certain voice in every country. Actually, it wasn't about voice, but rather someone who would speak on Atón's behalf. For example, if Atón did something bad today, the nations would definitely discuss it and issue a statement. At this time, a miracle master standing by Atón's side was particularly crucial. Just like King Aole, he was one of the three great men in the mountains. His words carried extraordinary weight. Dung Aole of the mountains and I are old friends. The Sacred Sword Queen once shared our adventures, and I'm very familiar with their personalities, and the Grand Duchess of Iron Eagle, and King Qin. Speaking of the Marquess, the uncle paused for a moment. Regarding the Marquess King Qin, Bai Luo had gathered information from Glass and Grandpa Shanwen. Although the uncle had indulged in the beauty of nature in his youth, among all the stunning beauties, there was only one person he still remembered. Xingai, Xiao Luo, you've managed to hook up with Queen Cain, well done. You're quite like me in my youth. Are you changing the subject? But uncle, if Fia hears this, I'm afraid it'll cause a family conflict. I now have 9 miracles. Excluding the uncontrollable mystic dragon and the unawakened Xiao Bei, there are 7 miracles left. Their potential alone is enough to rival an entire nation, and look at their lineup. Avalon at the top, fairies, greedy world, and ancient tales in the middle, tree elves and Pegasus at the bottom. Plus the logistical artifact, the first moment holy pouch. My lord, this time, even Long Gixiang couldn't help but exclaim, isn't Atón already invincible? One miracle can rival an entire nation. How many do you have? If that's not invincibility, then what is invincibility? Oh, yes, seeing the two of them looking at him simultaneously, Long Gixiang said hurriedly, it takes time for miracles to develop. I'm just a little excited. Bai Luo's accumulated resources were truly formidable, making Atón practically invincible. Lack of time is one problem, and another is that there are so many miracles that distributing them is a hassle. Bai Luo naturally couldn't afford to be complacent or show off. He was contemplating how to manage so many miracles. Piling them all together would be a waste. Others struggled with insufficient miracles, but Bai Luo, for his part, had an excessive amount and didn't know what to do with them. Leon will take the ancient capital and build a fortress there. Bai Luo had discussed this with his uncle before. It would serve as training for Leon while also allowing him to control key areas where Thorn and Iron Eagle could sail out to sea, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What about the other miracles? With the battle of the ancient capital over, Atón entered a period of stable development. According to the agreement between his uncle and Bai Luo, there might not be any major developments for several years. As long as the Iron Eagle didn't attack and the Thorns didn't seek revenge, Atón wouldn't expose its military might. Bai Luo would prefer diplomatic solutions over armed conflict for all foreign policy matters. Military affairs are the foundation of a nation and its secrets. Leave the diplomatic matters to Herbo. The old uncle had been teaching Herbo recently. The boy was incredibly talented, and the uncle had high hopes for him. Dung Aole is too forthright, he wouldn't do anything treacherous, but the Grand Duchess and King Qin don't have a harmonious relationship with the Iron Eagle. We definitely can't persuade Grand Duchess Messia of the Fairy Eagle, the old uncle said. This woman has a peculiar temperament. We can offer gifts to keep her stable, but we can't become close friends. As for Zingai, Luo, you've signed a gentleman's agreement with Queen Cain, but she has a grudge against the Queen of the Far North, the old uncle advised. Luo, you'd better not get too close to her. I'm not stupid. Bai Luo now has a family and a career. He can't take risks with his entire family. Is that girl awake? The girl the uncle was referring to was Inya. When Bai Luo had previously mentioned the four sages' corridor to him, he had known she was a miracle. Still in a coma, psychological trauma is the hardest to heal, the uncle said. Luo, you have to put your heart into it. Swish. Just as the uncle spoke, the black book stirred, and Bai Luo quickly immersed himself in it. You found her, but she's not yours yet. Now she's awake. It's time to begin the next step. Here it comes. Bai Luo knew the black book had sensed Iodina's awakening and initiated her miracle awakening quest. Sister, are you kidding me? Far to the north of Arden lay the powerful nation known as the Eastern Empire. South of it, in a port fishing village, a fisherman in plain clothes stared speechlessly at the two before him. He thought they were being ridiculous, coming to a fishing village like this to ask if there were any ships to the miracle new world. So there aren't any here. Gongsun Wu, now dressed in men's clothing, glanced back in embarrassment, unsure how to begin. Is the price not enough? Ying Muiyang, also known as the Eastern Empress, pinched the fan in her hand. She wasn't annoyed, but rather intrigued. If you want more, fine. Just ask. The Eastern Empress was also addressed as a man, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell she was a woman of extraordinary beauty and nobility. Don't tease me, the old fisherman said. My tiny fishing boat can't even reach an island. One storm would sink it. If you want to go out to sea, go a few dozen miles east. There's a big city over there. That's why I came to you, because I can't reach the big city. Gongsun Wu felt helpless. Their status was special. If they really entered a big city, the children of miracles there would undoubtedly sense Ying Muiyang's presence. The Lord of Miracles herself, and the Empress of the Eastern Empire, who would dare not kneel to greet her? But then, the other Lords of Miracles would surely descend at the earliest opportunity and persuade the Empress to return. They were traveling incognito this time, already carrying the risk of being discovered. They were already far from the big cities, so how could they possibly sneak in? The most crucial thing was that the Empress couldn't easily expose her miraculous power, at least not before she left the border of the Eastern Empire's miracle kingdom. It's the first time I know that there are such poor places in the Eastern Empire. What you said, the old fisherman, you sound like a lady from a noble family who has never seen the world. Ying Mulian was not annoyed when her gender was pointed out. She was extraordinary and just glanced at the old man. Why are you not the son of miracle? What? The old fisherman was shocked. You? How dare you call the name of such a noble person directly? If people hear it, you will be beheaded. Huh? Ying Mulian frowned slightly. You will be beheaded for this. Those adults are all officials. Who of the people in this land dares not listen to them? Oh. There is such a thing. Ying Mulian opened the folding fan, slapped it in her hand, and her slender hands unconsciously closed it piece by piece. Good, that's great. There are still such termites in this place. If the old fisherman was just a mortal and could not withstand Ying Mulian's miraculous power, then the Eastern Empress would not say anything. After all, mortals without the aptitude for miraculous power don't live long. Without fertility, they're essentially useless. But the old fisherman isn't such a reproductive tool. He can absorb and contain the Eastern Empress's miraculous power, yet he's been buried here. Clearly, someone is trying to prevent her from gaining more miraculous people and is stirring up trouble. Chapter 225 Going to Yatan to collect debts. Such scoundrels have appeared among my subordinates. Miracle children won't betray their masters, but that doesn't mean they've lost their emotions or been completely brainwashed. In fact, they still have their own thoughts and preferences, and can do some wrong things. The quota for miracle children under the Eastern Empress has undoubtedly been filled. Even if the old fisherman can withstand her miracle power, he'll ultimately be just an ordinary miracle child. While he'll be blessed by the laws of miracle power and extend his lifespan, it'll only be 100 years longer than an ordinary person. Under such competitive pressure, the miracle children at the top are saturated, and those below will naturally struggle to rise. So, if they die and live a miserable life, what impact will it have on the country? The answer is none. After 100 years, the original generation will die, and a new generation will be born. It's like raising pigs. Slaughter one batch, and the new piglets won't feel the pain. But why? Ying Muiang felt her discipline was good, and she herself was diligent. In the eyes of the Kingdom of Miracles, Ying Muiang should be considered lawful neutral, not too saintly, but leaning towards good. Your Majesty, could it be the Queen Mother's doing? What a greedy woman! Ying Muiang shook his head. 1 emperor and 20 kings, they've already been crowned kings, why aren't they satisfied? The Eastern Empire has 21 Lords of Miracles, but their power is complex and intertwined. After millennia of change, the Queen Mother has become the largest faction in the Eastern Empire through constant cooptation and division. She must be coveting your power. Gongsun Wu had no good impression of the Queen Mother. I heard she invites many lovers into her harem. A woman who could do such a thing. Gongsun Wu's cheeks flushed with shame at this, and she dared not say more. She wouldn't even consider an ordinary man. However, Ying Muiang knew the Queen well. She said, "They're fake. They're just stand-ins. Only her confidants know the real one's whereabouts, otherwise, Xiao Wu, why do you think I didn't kill her?" Someone of Gongsun Wu's caliber couldn't know much about the inside story of the Lord of Miracles. And the throne of the Eastern Empress? What's the power to speak of? Ying Muiang sighed. You've been by my side for so many years. Have you ever rested a day? The Queen might be diligent, but compared to the Eastern Empress, she was nothing. After all, the Eastern Empress worked over 22 hours a day. There was no entertainment, no relaxation, no leisure time. All her time was devoted to maintaining the balance and development of the Eastern Empire. She thinks she can do better than me, but she knows nothing. Ying Muiang tossed his folding fan to Gongsun Wu, then swung his sleeves forward. Even if you become an emperor, in the end, you still end up with nothing. The Holy Emperor is a prime example. He was once so glorious, but what happened? He became like that. Oh, I almost forgot. Ying Muiang looked at Gongsun Wu. Xiao Wu, have you never met the Holy Emperor? Your Majesty, the last time you attended the 10,000 Kings Conference, I was just a little maid accompanying the group. I hadn't even entered the Great Hall. The 10,000 Kings Conference was divided into the square, the Great Hall, and the Inner Hall. The army and attendants brought by the Lord of Miracles were mostly confined to the square, and only the very close ones were allowed into the Great Hall. Of course, only the Lord of Miracles and the Miracle himself could enter the Inner Hall. Not even bodyguards were allowed. The conference of 10,000 kings, Ying Muiang sneered. You think it's too grand, old man? Ying Muiang said to the old fisherman. How about sending us to the high seas, miss? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't, the old fisherman said, pointing to a small fishing boat. Have you ever seen such a small fishing boat go out to sea? This wasn't just a dozen kilometers, but hundreds of kilometers. The old fisherman was stunned. What on earth were they doing here? Seeking death? Go ahead and drive the boat. I'll see to it that you'll be safe. The old fisherman wanted to refuse, but for some reason, Ying Muiang's voice carried an irresistible majesty. It wasn't some miraculous power, but simply aura, the pressure of her long-time high position. This isn't alright. Well, alright, the old fisherman couldn't refuse, but he still said, but if anything happens, you two ladies must listen to me. Don't worry, I have experience. As long as you listen to me, I will definitely get you back safely. The two girls were foolish. Going out to sea in such weather was tantamount to seeking death. If they don't come to me, they'll probably find someone else. The old fisherman thought to himself, if I take them, at least I can bring them back. If it were Wang or Go from the village, who knows what he'd do? Thinking this through, the old fisherman gritted his teeth and made up his mind to set sail. His boat was small, only 5 meters long, a very small covered boat, but Ying Muiang didn't mind. To the Eastern Empress, as long as there was a means of transportation, whether it was a chariot pulled by 9 dragons or a small carriage, it made no difference. Clatter, the sail was lowered, and the old fisherman glanced nervously at the 2 women who had appeared from nowhere. Ying Mulian stood at the bow. She disliked hiding under the awning, nor did she like having anything weighing her down. In fact, if Ying Mulian didn't want to be discreet, even the heavens and the stars would have made way for her. What a simple ceremony. Gongsun Wu adored the Eastern Empress, to a degree that surpassed her own life. I deserve death, I think it's quite nice. It's a novel feeling, you'll regret it when the storm comes. The old fisherman was already quite old, so he wasn't afraid. He felt sorry for the 2 young girls, so young, seeking such suicidal consequences. Don't worry, old man. The storm won't hurt me, what? The old fisherman was puzzled. But what happened next was beyond the comprehension of this veteran of decades of fishing. The direction of the waves was strange. It was clear there would be no wind, but suddenly a tailwind blew, and the wind direction changed almost every moment. Yet, no matter which way the wind blew, it always kept the fishing boat on the right track, as if guided by a divine force. The old fisherman's limited knowledge meant that this was already a truly miraculous event. But fortunately, he was only a mortal, not a child of miracles. If a child of miracles were present, it would have completely overturned his entire perspective. Using miraculous powers to control wind and currents would be easy. But the challenge lay in not using them. Ying Muiyan employed no miraculous powers, yet the wind and water blew and flowed as she desired simply because she was there. Yes, she was there. All things sensed her, and they retreated, obeyed, followed, loved, and protected her. Even a legend couldn't fathom the power of the Eastern Empress. The gap between them was so vast that even a legend's mind would go blank at the sight of her. As for a mortal, if the Eastern Empress hadn't restrained herself, the old fisherman would have been devastated the moment he saw or heard her. His understanding simply couldn't conceive of the Eastern Empress's immense power. Of course, ordinary people without sufficient strength couldn't sense her. Even Guangxin Wu couldn't possibly be seen. This is truly bizarre, truly miraculous. How could the old fisherman still not realize that Ying Muiyan and Guangxin Wu weren't mortals? You're not immortals, are you? But then he thought, immortals can fly, so why would they need to ride on his boat? We're not immortals. Immortals is a term unique to the Eastern Empire for those who possess transcendental qualities, but calling the Eastern Empress an immortal is somewhat insulting. The immortals you're talking about are from the southwest. Guangxin Wu has a gentle disposition and lacks condescending arrogance, which is why Ying Muiyan chose her as his attendant. Furthermore, the Eastern Empire doesn't actually have a specific race of immortals. The immortals of the Miracle Land are like witches or monsters, miracle children of the Sword Queen, not products of her command. To put it in a similar light, the immortals under the Sword Queen are probably only slightly higher than ordinary miracle children, equivalent to hero level. Therefore, using the hero level term to describe the Eastern Empress is indeed an insult. Ignorance is not a crime. Ying Muiyan casually excused the old fisherman's mistake, then asked, "Old man, although I'm not an immortal, I can make you one. Are you willing to become one, sir?" Guangxin Wu guessed that Ying Muiyan was about to grant the old fisherman miraculous powers, but that was too casual. He risked a ride from me, and I'll grant him immortality. Ying Muiyan, knowing the old fisherman's heart, said calmly, "Aren't the two equivalent?" The old man had no idea of the fate that had brought him to meet the Eastern Empress. "Your Majesty, there's something I've always wanted to ask. You want to know why I'm so determined to go to Atón, right?" Logically, Guangxin Wu shouldn't have asked. It was presumptuous. She had been picked up from the battlefield by the Eastern Empress, and had been raised with the idea that the Empress was supreme. Even now, even without the miracle contract, the Eastern Empress was the only thing in her life, the one for whom Guangxin Wu was committed to her all. Why? I want to know why, too. The Eastern Empress clenched her fists, her eyes tinged with nostalgia and a hint of anger. It's like a child who asks for fruit, but that fruit is only found far to the west. Even though they know it's a hassle, they'll still travel thousands of miles across the desert to make him happy, no matter the cost, to retrieve it. Guangxin Wu was momentarily confused. What did this have to do with their trip to Atón? When you retrieved the fruit, you discovered he was gone, the Eastern Empress said, a hint of anger in her tone. He's so willful. Doing whatever he wants. With that, the Eastern Empress's anger faded, replaced by calmness and a touch of doting. But at least he's home, Your Majesty. Can you tell us her story? I don't understand what you're saying about others, Alice, the Eastern Empress said helplessly. Xiao Wu, all you need to know is that I'm going to collect it at, boom. Soon after, Guangxin Wu heard a burst of artillery fire. Iron Eagle's technology was backward, but elsewhere, such as in the North Sea between the northern continent and the Miracle New World, gunpowder had already appeared, and in some areas, even cannons were being used. Fleets are exchanging fire 400 nautical miles away. They must be pirates. Pirates, Ying Muiyan was amused. Are the pirates in these waters that brat, the Wild Hunt King? Your Majesty, the Wild Hunt King is still the king of the North Sea after all. He's the Lord of Miracles. There's no way he'd personally go down to sea and rob people. It doesn't matter whether he does or not, Ying Muiyang was dismissive of the four sea kings. In fact, aside from a few individuals like the Holy Emperor and the Far North Empress, the Eastern Empress had always looked down upon the people. Old man, sail the boat over there. Where to go? Ying Muiyang and Gongsun Wu were talking in their minds, so the old man naturally couldn't hear what they were saying. That direction, Gongsun Wu quickly pointed. 400 nautical miles, how much? The old fisherman was stunned. What a joke, 400 nautical miles. We'll be there soon, Ying Muiyang said. The wind will carry us there, and the sea will guide us. Go ahead, old man. No one will dare stop me where I am going. As expected, as Ying Muiyang finished speaking, the sea suddenly surged, and the wind grew stronger and stronger. The entire ship was like an arrow shot from a bow. Despite no miraculous power, it sped away at rocket-like speed. How astonishing, Gongsun Wu was stunned. It's like the laws of heaven and earth have come alive, the laws that favored the wind swarmed towards Ying Muiyang, eager to receive her favor. While the laws that represented misfortune, bad luck, and resistance also longed to approach Ying Muiyang, they knew they were out of place. Feeling ashamed, they retreated, daring not to offend in the slightest. Don't kill me, take the stuff, but let us go. We've already paid the toll, Dad, save me, Wu. A pirate ship was looting a merchant caravan at sea. Though outnumbered 10-1, the merchant ships were overcome, their will to fight vanished, and they dared not resist. Sir, pirates. They're pirates. Let's get back. Though his perspective had been shaken, the old fisherman instinctively feared pirates. That flag? That flag looks like the legendary ghost ship, huh? Where are the two fairies? In the blink of an eye, Ying Muiyang and Gongsun Wu vanished from the small fishing boat. All that remained was a jug of wine, a gift from Ying Muiyang to extend his life, a reward. Follow the current, and you'll be able to return home, Ying Muiyang's voice echoed in his mind. The venerable Eastern Empress, countless people craved her favor. Even speaking to her was a profound honor. However, the old fisherman did not know Ying Muiyang's identity. He turned the boat around in a daze, reversed the current that was originally heading this way, and began to send the old man back. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.